Affaires courantes.
Routine proceedings.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projets.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Speaker, I have the honour to present to you and to this House, in pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, in both official languages, the following reports. The Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation in the 21st bilateral meeting in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada from August 27th to the 30th, 2023, and the Canada-China Legislative Association and the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group respecting their participation at the 44th General Assembly of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly in Jakarta, Indonesia from August 6th to the 10th, 2023. Merci beaucoup.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 36th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Hydrogen's Potential to Reduce Greenhouse Gas Emissions. I believe there will be a dissenting report coming from the official opposition shortly after I speak. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
And indeed, the member understands correctly. The Honourable Member from Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to table the Conservative dissenting report to this report. Conservative members on the Standing Committee on Public Accounts demand action to be taken due to the incompetence of government ministers when it comes to building a hydrogen industry in Canada. The Commissioner found the government's plan is not transparent, not clear, and relies on policies that have not been announced and are not in effect. The truth is, this Liberal government does not have a real plan or real strategy to make hydrogen a greater part of Canada's energy supply. Instead, both departments relied on unfounded assumptions, incomplete modelling, and faulty data to present an ideal scenario that is not realistic. Our Conservative dissenting report provides 5 recommendations that demand accountability through accurate costs, a consistent framework, and a real long-term plan. Mr. Speaker, aspirations are not a plan.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Ms. Hutchings for Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Ms. Ian, moves that Bill C-S14, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, the Canada National Marine Conservation Areas Act, the Rouge National Urban Park Act, and the National Parks of Canada Fishing Regulations be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Châteauguay.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to present 2 petitions this morning from the people of Châteauguay-Lacolle regarding the fight against online harms affecting children. And people have found that a growing number of reports show that Canadian children are exposed to sexual extortion online, in addition to other serious harms through unfiltered access to platforms that directly or indirectly subject children to sexually explicit material, and children may be targeted by child predators online. So people call on the Government of Canada to immediately table comprehensive legislation on harms caused to children online to help parents and guardians to protect children from predators online and against unsought sexually explicit material, and that will hold technology companies accountable so that any platform accessible to children is safe for children. And at the same time, there's a second petition that has the same issue. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As everyone in this House is fully aware, This weekend marked the second anniversary of Putin's unprovoked and illegal war on Ukraine. Given the unspeakable violence he has unleashed on Ukrainians, and I can speak to it as someone who's been there 3 times since the war started, I am incredibly proud to table a petition today that I have received from citizens across Canada. As members are aware, we have welcomed over 210,000 displaced Ukrainians to Canada, and this was pursuant to the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel. And I know I speak on behalf of every member of this House when I say that they have been contributing to our communities from sea to sea to sea. So the petition I have been asked to table is to ensure that there is no uncertainty insofar as they are concerned in their future prospects and delays in implementing a PR pathway program for them. So they are requesting that, and they are calling upon our government to provide Ukrainian nationals displaced to Canada in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine a streamlined pathway to permanent residence, which would address those who are not beneficiaries of the family reunification pathway announced on October 23rd, 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've got 2 petitions to table here today. The first one that I'm going to be tabling is in recognition of Mother Language Day, which was celebrated last week. But what I want to highlight is the language of the Sindhi language speakers in Pakistan. There's over 60 million speakers of the language. However, their language is not recognized by the Canadian Consulate in Karachi or the High Commission in Islamabad, and they are looking to have their language recognized, as it is spoken by a great number of people, and it is a beautiful language. Mirbani, Mr. Speaker. Now, the second petition that I have today is in regards to medical assistance in dying. The petitioners are looking to seek the end of the idea of expanding medical assistance in dying to those with the sole underlying condition of mental illness. And the petitioners are looking for the government to not just delay it, but stop it altogether. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
It's an honour to table this petition today, and it's supported by the Canadian Farmers Markets Association. And I just, Mr. Speaker, also want to thank all farmers and farmers markets from coast to coast to coast. As these petitioners have signed this petition, they're calling on the Government of Canada to support Motion M66 and initiate a national program for all provincial farmers market nutrition coupon programs that would match provinces who already contribute to their farmers market nutrition coupon program, and also help provinces that don't have these coupon programs with program development. They also cite, Mr. Speaker, that farmers markets are a key tool for COVID-19 recovery as small business incubators, domestic system and food security builders, and local economy community builders. And the farmers market coupon programs are a key support for new market development and support for existing markets and their provincial associations. It would create more food security, resiliency by giving vulnerable people access to healthy, locally grown foods, and dietary education while positively impacting the physical and mental health of participants by increasing the amount of diversity of fruits and vegetables they consume. And this has been done in British Columbia. It's been done very well. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to table my first petition here on public prayer in the Canadian Armed Forces. So the recent directive that was issued to military chaplains banning religious symbols and public prayer at ceremonies like that of Remembrance Day, it actually undermines our religious freedom. And it's actually, ironically, one of the very values that our men and women in uniform have fought to defend. And so these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to affirm the right of public prayer in our Canadian Armed Forces. The second petition that I will be tabling this morning is regarding Bill C-318. So adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage under the current EI system, and all parents are deserving of equal access to parental benefits, and Bill C-318 delivers equitable access for parental leave for adoptive and intended parents alike. And the Speaker actually has ruled that the passage of Bill C-318 requires a royal recommendation. So the petitioners, the citizens of Canada, call upon the government to support adoptive and intended parents by providing a royal recommendation that is needed for Bill C-318. Thank you.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of the intelligent people from the Common Sense riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, as signatories in addition to those from Nipissing, Temiskaming, and Kanata Carleton, as well as Nickel Belt. They're calling upon the government to repeal the regulations with respect to the restraints that they've been putting on natural health products. It was something passed last year. And the reason is millions of people rely upon this. And by taking these I would say vitamins and other health products, they can prevent getting sick and having to take pharmaceuticals. So the people really would like those regulations repealed.
Good idea.
The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to present a petition demanding universal access to free contraception, which gathered thousands of signatures. Reproductive rights are human rights. We have seen access to reproductive care being restricted in states and countries led by conservative ideologues. This policy is based on sound economics, saves taxpayers' dollars, strengthens individuals, families, and communities, and makes life more affordable for everyday Canadians. Currently in Canada, British Columbia and Quebec provide coverage for contraceptives, while others, like my home province of Alberta, led by a conservative ideologue premier, does not. Now is the time to ensure that access to contraception always remains secure in Canada. A federal policy for universal access to prescription contraception would be an important step to protect reproductive rights in Canada.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to present a petition on behalf of correctional officers in Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, and the surrounding areas who are concerned about the prison needle exchange program currently being operated by Correctional Services Canada, something that I've heard about in the institution in Battle River, Crowfoot as well. Drugs and drug paraphernalia are considered contraband in prisons, yet this government is forcing our correctional officers to simply turn a blind eye and allow dangerous drugs to be used inside of prisons. These correctional officers are calling on the government to immediately cancel the prison needle exchange program, stop permitting the use of illicit drugs in Canadian prisons, and to focus on efforts helping to help inmates recover from their addictions. It's an honor to present this petition in the People's House of Commons here today. Thank you.
The honourable member from Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to put forward the petition on behalf of Madame Rousseau and students at the Uxbridge Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, we have over 647 signatures. Madame Rousseau and her students learned about Indigenous peoples in this country and specifically wanted to raise to the government calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. They specifically wanted to raise the calls to action 2, 9, and 19, which call for data that is necessary to measure the completion of these legacy calls. They also would like to call to action 30, which is asking the government to eliminate the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in prison. And Mr. Speaker, they want to ensure that the government is moving ahead with truth and reconciliation and these calls to action. And I'm very proud of the students in my riding at the Uxbridge Secondary School to have raised this and bring it forward to our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Speaker, it's with pleasure I table a petition that I have tabled previously, and it's an emphasis on what I believe is the backbone of Canada's healthcare system, our nurses, and they're asking for governments to be able to cooperate in order to deliver better healthcare results and support nurses wherever we can. Interesting enough, Mr. Speaker, it also makes reference to the high costs of pharmaceuticals and the need for government to work with other governments to put into place affordable medications, which I think speaks well in terms of feeding into a national pharmacare program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre on Arrive Can.
Monsieur Poilievre. Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé par...
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that, given that, 1. The Auditor General's Arrive Can audit determined that the app cost taxpayers at least $60 million, but concluded it is impossible to determine the actual cost of the application. 2. The Procurement Ombud found that in 76% of Arrive Can contracts, some or all of the contractors' proposed resources, such as subcontractors and employees, did not perform any work. 3. GC Strategies, an IT company that does no actual IT work, was paid nearly $20 million in relation to the Arrive Can app. The House, A. Call on the Prime Minister to table in the House of Commons no later than Monday, March 18, 2024, a report which details the complete, direct, and associated costs concerning the Arrive Can app incurred to date, including the total amounts paid to contractors and subcontractors, broken down by contractor or subcontractor, and the value of staff time represented by the salary, bonuses, and other expenses paid to all public servants who worked on the app in relation to all expenses respecting 1. Research and development of the app, 2. Management and storage of the data collected by the app, 3. Software development, testing, and maintenance, 4. Training for government employees for using and troubleshooting the app, 5. Call centers used for the app, 6. Arrive Can related communications with travelers by email or text message, 7. Market and opinion research, 8. Advertising, 9. Public relations, 10. Merchandise, gifts, and promotional material, 11. Processing of security clearances, 12. Travelers' expenses after being wrongfully directed by the Arrive Can app to quarantine, 13. The services of legal counsel involved in contract negotiation, litigation arising from procurement, or the use and implementation of the app, and the numerous investigations conducted related to the app. 14. Any other costs related to the Arrive Can app. And B. Call on the government to collect and recoup all funds paid to Arrive Can contractors and subcontractors which did no work on the Arrive Can app within 100 days of this motion being adopted, and for the Prime Minister to table a report in the House demonstrating that taxpayer funds have been repaid. The Honourable Member for Carleton. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister and the costly coalition with the Bloc is not worth the cost or the corruption. After 8 years, everything costs more. Taxes, deficit, and the inflation of this government are pushing up the prices.
Pushing up the prices to the point where 2 million people per month have to depend on food banks. That's an astronomical and unprecedented number. After 8 years under this prime minister, it's not worth it. You earn the money and he takes it. After 8 years under this prime minister, the cost of housing has doubled and tripled in Montreal, the city that the prime minister represents here in the House of Commons. When the federal government prints money, causes general inflation, and it prevents local governments from engaging in construction. So this prevents the supply, and this is causing a crisis for the very first time in the history of Canada. Young people cannot even dream of being able to buy a home. It now takes 25 years to save up enough money for a down payment in Toronto. Before this prime minister, it was possible to pay back an entire mortgage in 25 years' time. After 8 years under this prime minister, with the support of the Bloc, there are people living in tents in almost all major cities across this country. There are tent cities where the homeless are trying to survive. They live in tents and on the streets. That's not been seen since the Great Depression. What is the Bloc doing? The Bloc is voting for all this prime minister's economic policies. They voted to increase the gas tax for 17 cents a litre in coming years. They voted for all the expenditures proposed by this government in the budget, where discretionary funding is allocated by the House of Commons. The Bloc voted in favor all of those expenditures. It's interesting to also note that these spending is mainly centralized in Ottawa, by Ottawa, for Ottawa, and not transfers to the provinces that in existing legislation we're talking about health care and transfers to Quebec. We're talking about discretionary and operational expenditures that this government is imposing. It has doubled the national debt. It's the worst inflation in 40 years. There's a huge waste. ArriveCan, or Arrive Scam, as we call it, this cost $80 million. When the Prime Minister came to the House of Commons to ask for dozens, tens of millions of dollars, we said, what's happening? We were told that this would cost $80,000, and now the Prime Minister wants another $24 million. That makes no sense. Obviously, we voted against it. The Bloc saw this and said, no problem. It's just another $24 million. We'll vote in favor. And suddenly, after the scandal was exposed by the Auditor General because of our motion that I presented in the House of Commons a year ago, suddenly the Bloc said, oh, this is shameful. This waste is shameful. And they voted in favor of it. Why did they vote in favor of another $24 million for an app that should have cost $80,000? I want to quote the Bloc whip. It's quite incredible. We will not look in depth at every expenditure by the government. We're telling the government, go ahead. Give the money. Mr. Speaker, what's the Bloc's purpose? Its only function is to say, take Quebecers' money, spend it as you wish, waste the money when single mothers in Chambly, Haut-Saguenay, Trois-Rivières cannot even feed their children, and they have to pay taxes for this waste because the Bloc supported the government's expenditures. That's why the Conservative Party the Conservative Party, guided by common sense, is asking for full details because the Auditor General said that she cannot even tell how much has been spent for Arrive Scam. She says it's at least 60 million, but there's documents missing. We need all those documents, and that's why we are putting this motion today before the House requiring the government to provide all the documents related to Arrive Scan so we can know the full cost and all the corruption. 67 or 76% of the contractors didn't do any work. There were 4 employees. They have a headquarters in the basement of a cottage, Mr. Speaker. They got contracts for IT, but they're not in IT. The government is spending $21 million on contractors, external contractors. We want to cut it, to save money, and to give it to Canadians. Cut taxes. Our priorities are cut taxes, build housing, fix the budget, stop crime. Those are the common sense priorities of the Conservative Party, and we will deliver those promises for everyone.
The official opposition.
Prime Minister, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. After 8 years, his inflationary taxes and deficits have doubled the national debt, driven inflation to 40-year highs, and 2 million people to food banks, a record-smashing number. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, work doesn't pay. You make it, he takes it. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, housing costs have doubled, mortgage payments doubled, rent doubled, down payments needed for an average home doubled. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, we have crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. He is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. And nothing could be more emblematic of this waste than the Arrive Scam app, an app that was supposed to cost $80,000 but went to at least $60 million. What did the NDP do when they found out that the Prime Minister needed more money for his app? They voted that money. Even though they knew full well the app was supposed to cost $80,000, they voted at least $24 million additional dollars for an app that didn't work, on which 76% of the contractors did no actual work, on which the prime contractor got IT contracts even though they do no IT, and they're headquartered in the basement of a cottage. This is part of a $21 billion boom in outsourcing by this government, a 100% increase in external consultants that costs $1,400 for every single Canadian family. Federal taxes for consultants, $1,400. Mr. Speaker, today we call for all the details in Arrive Scam to be released. The Auditor General says she doesn't know how much was spent. It was at least $60 million. That's why we want the government to be obliged by this House to release all the documents, all the costs, tell the truth. We want to know everybody who got rich through this corruption and how much Canadians actually had to pay for it. We're going to get rid of this app. We're going to cut back on outside consultants. We're going to cap spending, cut waste, balance the budget to bring down inflation and interest rates, because our common sense priorities are to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. It's common sense. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine the bumper sticker? They're going to fix the budget. Fix the budget, they say, Mr. Speaker. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, allow me to tell you.
Order.
I see a few of them in your writing, Kevin.
Let's just, I'm having trouble hearing the Honourable Member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is actually code for the Conservative hidden agenda. We talk about the mega conservatives, Mr. Speaker, or we can talk about the far right, headed by the leader himself. You know, over the weekend, I hear this YouTube video from Donald Trump. And it was something like common sense conservatives. Conservatives. We are common sense Conservatives. Look in the mirror, Mr. Speaker. Today we get the common sense Conservatives on fixing the budget, which really means the hidden agenda. That means cuts. That means cuts to civil servants. It means cuts to social programs. Will the leader of the Conservative Party be honest with Canadians and tell us exactly what it is he has plans on cutting?
Leader of the official opposition.
Yes, we will cut the Arrive scam, Mr. Speaker. We're going to cut the $21 billion given to these high-priced consultants, which have gone up by 100%, doubled under this government. We're going to cut the $35 billion infrastructure bank that has not built any infrastructure. We're going to cut the $1 billion green fund that has not actually delivered any green technology, of which $150 million have already been misplaced and misappropriated. I could go on, but I'm being extremely specific because it's so easy to list waste that we can cut. He says that all of these things, axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, should be made into bumper stickers. Mr. Speaker, they will be made into bumper stickers because we have a very easy to understand common sense agenda, and there will be vehicles right across this country that share that agenda. He says it's hidden. How could it possibly be hidden if it's going to be on a bumper sticker?
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They're upset it's the opposition day, I understand. I will try to ask a direct question to the leader of the Conservative Party. I won't tell stories, otherwise he won't answer, because he's like the Prime Minister, he can't answer difficult questions. I'll try anyway. When the member for Carleton was Parliamentary Secretary to Transport from 2011 to 2013, his government granted $3.6 billion to GC Strategies. It was known under another name at the time. What was the money used for? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader. Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to study all the contracts that individuals and companies received. At that time, there was not a Arrive scam, so we weren't able to predict that 12 or 13 years later there would be a scandal involving another company with another name. But I am aware that the Conservative government did well spend money, and in the years that he described, we had spent half the amount on external consultants. We spent less on bureaucracy, less on external consultants. Yesterday in Saguenay, people wanted to know why this member is voting against the Saguenay's interests and for the Prime Minister, for tax increases on gas and diesel, for trucks. They're voting for taxes and increases on small and medium-sized businesses. They're voting for all the inflationary spending of this Liberal government, including for all the Arrive scan spending. They should have stood up to apologize to his constituents for having voted in favor of throwing their money into the Arrive scan app.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker, I want to start with, it was actually a Conservative government that cut IT staff in the public service. We saw outsourcing go up with the big six companies, double under the Conservatives. We saw it quadruple under this Liberal government. But Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go back to the fact, sorry, I'm trying to just get my question off here. Mr. Speaker, as I try to finish my question here, it's becoming unequivocally clear that the corporate controlled parties, both Liberal and Conservative, are continuing to go to the highly paid private sector to give them taxpayers' dollars to do services that can be done by the public service. Now, a question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Conservative leader is, we put forward a motion as New Democrats to expand beyond ArriveCan, which we know GC Strategy started doing business with the government under the Harper regime. But Mr. Speaker, the question is, we asked to expand looking at all outsourcing, including Deloitte, Mr. Speaker. Deloitte went from $97 million doing contracts with the Government of Canada to $275 million. So why is it that the Conservatives won't let us expand the study, because it's been a year since the motion passed? Is it because Peter MacKay is a director at Deloitte, or is it because Pierre Pettigrew is a director at Deloitte? Because we know it's the corporate control parties that are blocking having a real look at what's going on.
We are out of time, but allow the honourable leader to answer.
Mr. Speaker, let's start with corporate control. This NDP government is, Liberal government is corporate controlled. They vote together, including that member, to double the amount of money spent on outside consultants. Yep. He voted to increase outsourcing by $11 billion, or 100%. He voted to make his constituents on Vancouver Island spend $1,400 per household on outside consultants. Conservatives voted against every single nickel of that outsourcing. We are the only party in the House that can say that. All three other costly coalition parties voted for those things. We're going to cut the outsourcing. We're going to save the money. Mr. Speaker, we're going to deliver common sense for the common people by axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we have a motion being debated in the House, a motion that calls for an examination of every member here's conscience to examine their consciousness during the pandemic. We can remember the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, and he said there were $500 billion in spending for the pandemic, but he wasn't able to explain $200 billion. He didn't know where it went. That was the first report that said, okay, we needed to do things during the pandemic. That's clear, but there was a lack of incredible control. And we're talking about $200 billion that could not be explained. And perhaps today we could see that in the $300 million there were things that weren't right either. So there was someone else very important in the management of audits with regard to public funding, and that is the Auditor General of Canada last year. The Conservatives asked the House to vote in November 2022 to ensure that the Auditor General could investigate what happened with ArriveCan. ArriveCan from the very beginning was a bit strange. It was a tool that technically shouldn't have cost too much money, and it was to control travel, people who are vaccinated or not vaccinated and so forth. And at some point we saw that something wasn't working. And we thought, well, it's costing a lot of money, and it wasn't supposed to be that complicated to do. So when we saw the things that came out, the contracts that seemed a bit strange, we said, okay, there needs to be an investigation. The Auditor General did her work and spent almost a year and a half, in fact, to try to get an answer. And put yourself in the shoes of the Auditor General of Canada, who is appointed to do an independent audit of everything that is happening with the administration of public funds in a specific file, and who comes out with her report 2 weeks ago and says, I'm not able to do it. I'm discouraged. I saw that there's about $60 million invested, perhaps more, in this app, but I can't find the justification. I can't find the contracts where there was a bill. There's no details. It says a few million, and then the check was sent.
She was genuinely upset to see that public funds had been mismanaged in this matter. In addition, and this is what our motion is about today, the procurement ombudsman also analyzed this and published a report a week before, which said that in the ArriveCan file, 76% of the contracts didn't do anything, didn't perform any work. 76% of the money went to people who didn't even do anything. It's scandal upon scandal. That's why when I saw the AG's report, I said it was just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there's more to it. Today, we want to cast light on ArriveCan specifically. We have a lot of information that shows that there has been corruption. We don't know where, at what level. That's why we want to get to the bottom of it. The Conservative motion today, I expect everyone in this House to support it. There is nothing in this Conservative motion that has anything to do with petty politics. There are 3 specific items in this motion with specific requests on documents. This is simply about casting light on the situation so that the House can have the right information to understand what happened in the ArriveCan file. I'll go back to last week. I was at committee, the Public Accounts Committee. The AG and the Procurement Deputy Minister was there, as well as the monitoring ADM. I asked the ADM, well, your office is there to monitor what's happening. I asked her questions about ArriveCan and she didn't know what to say. She gave me answers that, well, she basically just gave me talking points in her answers. This is all in the records of the committee. I said I wanted concrete answers. I asked her, when you heard about this a year and a half ago, what did people in your office think of it? Were they confused? Were they frustrated? And she didn't seem to have any answers. She didn't seem to have any idea what was happening. When you see the people who are supposed to be monitoring situations, that's the entire point of their role, and they are not up to date, or they don't know what happened, or they don't want to know, I don't know which it was, well, that's very concerning when it comes to managing all of the public monies. As I said earlier, this is just the tip of the iceberg. As I said earlier, the PBO doesn't know what happened with $200 billion. So ArriveCan is a good example of this type of thing, where $60 million were spent on something that should have cost $80,000. There are some key points. Minh Duan, the PM's technology officer, seems to have deleted tens of thousands of emails about the ArriveCan situation. Why do this? Why do this if nothing wrong had been done? This is another reason that the House of Commons should be looking into this matter as much as possible. Another thing. Last week, I asked the Minister of Procurement, who was previously president of the Treasury Board, and the Treasury Board, by the way, is supposed to regulate and give management directives. I asked questions about contract management, and he didn't seem to know the answers very well and kept asking the DM to answer. And today we learned from La Presse that in the briefing file given to the minister, there were some sensitive pieces of information, for example, about shipbuilding, about the F-35, but there was nothing about ArriveCan. And yet the AG was already investigating this issue that has to do with federal contracting. And that wasn't even included as a sensitive part of the briefing. And in addition, this was something that was currently being investigated. That makes no sense that it should have been unfootnoted in the briefing note. So there are so many questions, and that's why our motion is very clear. I would conclude in going back to the mandate letter to the former president of the Treasury Board when he was in that position. In the mandate letter signed by the Prime Minister, it says clearly, I expect that we continue to raise standards on openness, transparency, and effectiveness within government. In other words, I want the government to intrinsically be open and be able to offer better digital services to Canadians. It must be strong and resilient. We must show humility and continue to recognize our errors when we make them. I would like to hear this line of thinking from the government. I'd like to hear them say, we've made mistakes, we recognize that. But we have not heard them say that one single time since the AG's report was tabled. No regret, no apology, nothing. On the contrary, they're trying to sweep this under the rug and just say that they'll do better in the future. It means that the mandate letter didn't do anything because ultimately the other side does not want to tell the truth.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not really true what it is that the member is saying when it talks about accountability. What we need to do is to put it into the perspective of what was taking place in a worldwide pandemic, and the governments around the world were responding as much as they could. In Canada, I would like to think that we provided the type of supports to Canadians and businesses that they required, and there was all sorts of government expenditures. We have a civil service, which is second to no other, and there is a process that needs to be followed. Things going through procurement, in particular, Mr. Speaker. And when the government was made aware of issues related to it, the government has been very transparent about it. There has been internal work done. There's been stuff, as pointed out, from the auditor, and the government is working in terms of rectifying the issues that came out of it. Was that not a responsible way for a government to react when they find out? It is, in fact, to take specific actions. That's exactly what this government has done.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, Mr. Speaker, here from committee at June 16th, 2021, there was a question from a note made in April 2020 saying that the Treasury Board was going to be giving more flexibility for contracting so that things would be quicker during the pandemic. Then in June 2021, the worst of the pandemic was over. So I asked at committee, can we make the rules stricter again? But I was told, no, there are too many investments already being made. Already we were seeing that things weren't working, that things weren't being done right. Of course, things were difficult at the beginning of the pandemic, but after a year, we clearly needed to take control back because there were several other questionable contracts, which I won't go into here. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I like debating my colleagues. We don't always have the same opinions, but I like having facts. Since 2015, the Conservatives have voted against all of the Trudeau government's budgets. I'm sorry, but my colleague should not be using that word. He can talk about the Liberal government. The Honourable Member, I'm so sorry. Not a single budget or economic statement made by this government has been supported by the Conservatives. So hypothetically, to my colleague, I know he's a respectable person. If he were to say that the Bloc Québécois supported every budget that this government has tabled, would he not be lying? The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. My answer is that in this specific issue, the Bloc Québécois voted for that money, even knowing that it was earmarked for ArriveCan. And that's why it's odd to see my colleagues react by saying that this is a scandal, even though they voted for the money. And the Bloc Québécois House leader said, oh, well, of course, we didn't have time to look into it. The money had to go out.
The Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, I mean, we saw outsourcing to highly paid consultants double under the Conservatives, including GC Strategies former owners. They were formerly another company operating under the Conservatives. We saw the Conservatives bring in the Phoenix Pay system. It was supposed to save $80 million. But get this, Mr. Speaker, it's cost $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. So we can't take give credit to the Conservatives that they're going to lead the path in terms of taking on highly paid consultants. I brought forward a motion at Government Operations Committee a year ago, Mr. Speaker, to expand the study to include the big six corporations, Mr. Speaker. We saw Deloitte go from $97 million last year to $275 million this year. In fact, they did $11 million worth of business in Canada in 2015. Now they're up to $275, but they don't want to look at it. Guess why, Mr. Speaker? Because the corporate-controlled parties, they have a former Liberal cabinet minister, Pierre Pettigrew, as a managing director. They've got a former Conservative cabinet minister, Peter MacKay, as a managing director. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask my colleague, when will the Conservatives stop protecting their ministers, their former ministers, and their Conservative insiders, and will they start taking a look at all of the outsourcing and actually try to fix this problem?
L'honorable député de Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have a question about Phoenix. Indeed, the Conservative government at the time started the project because we needed a way to update pay management. But let's remember that this current government came into power in November 2015, and that the following year, it decided to activate the Phoenix system, even though the civil service was clearly saying that the system wasn't ready. No, the government said that it was urgent, and they activated it in March 2016. And so they're the ones who decided to implement a system that was not ready.
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions, and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by taking a moment to state that this government expects all public servants to act in the manner which represents the values and ethics code for the public service, including the obligation to serve public interest under the law. That said, I can also tell you that the CBSA is comprised of dedicated and talented employees who are united in this effort to improve processes and maintain Canadians' confidence and trust as they continue to deliver on their important mandate. I'd like to extend my thanks to the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombud, along with their respective teams. They undertook a tremendous project to dig deep into the complex procurement activities as it unfolded for the development of the ArriveCAN app. Their efforts are not wasted as they are shedding light on an important issue that has a widespread impact across government. Both have pointed to significant gaps and shortcomings in the procurement processes, record-keeping roles and controls at the CBSA. The agency has assured the government that these recommendations, as set out in both reports, will serve as goalposts to addressing the gaps and concerns raised. The CBSA has accepted all of the recommendations and has already started implementing action plans in response to the recommendations set out in the reports. These plans reflect the work of the CBSA that has already undertaken to date and the work they will be doing moving forward to make sure that all of their procurement actions are aligned with policies and processes, that the CBSA continues to operate transparently, that they have stronger regard for the value for money when outsourcing work, and that all employees operate in a manner consistent with the CBSA Code of Conduct and public sector values and ethics. Most notably, the CBSA has so far created the Executive Procurement Review Committee to approve contracts and task authorizations. This is providing more oversight on the contracting activities. Secondly, they will require employees to disclose interactions with potential vendors. This will increase transparency. Thirdly, the CBSA has increased the capacity of their procurement group, both to oversee procurement activities and establish a center of expertise. They will act as a single window to help employees if they have questions or do not understand their authorities and obligations. These examples are just a starting point at the CBSA that continues to implement the action plans in response to the Auditor General's recommendations. The CBSA recognizes that maintaining the trust of Canadians is paramount and will endeavor to do so by improving their internal management and ensuring public policies are followed. Canadians deserve to have trust in their institutions and in the public service. The CVSA is working with Public Services and Procurement Canada to improve their procurement practices to ensure strengthened controls, oversight, and stewardship over contracting. So far, these discussions have led to their new procurement improvement plan. The agency already started to strengthen its processes and controls related to procurement planning, contract administration, corporate culture, and proactive monitoring to reduce the risk of fraud, and more is to be done. The CVSA is responding quickly to move forward in the right direction. One of the steps taken involved launching an internal audit of all contracting at the agency. They have also increased their oversight over the issuing of contracts and task authorizations. The CVSA is also now requiring employees with contracting authority to retake procurement certification courses. Mr. Speaker, although these are simple steps, they will certainly improve the stewardship of contract administration within the agency, while still providing critical services to Canadians across the country. And I'd like to use my time to also address concerns that have been raised around the value for money aspect of ArriveCan, with the acknowledgement that gaps in policies and controls existed in the procurement process. We do have to remember that the paper system was slow and costly and was not meeting the information requirements of public health officials. While we cannot disregard the very legitimate concerns raised in the Auditor General and Procurement Ombuds reports over these allegations, there are still some positive aspects of the ArriveCan app. Last week, the AG appeared before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and said that she does not think the value should be quantified. She acknowledged that there was some value in digitizing the old paper system at the border. The OAG's 2021 report on the border measures covered this as well. I'll quote from the AG's appearance last week. Quote, "I'd like to add that there is also an enduring value to this application, as CVSA has now springboarded off what was done here to automate the border, something they have been working on before the pandemic. They use this as a sort of a springboard to go there. This is some sort of enduring value left post its use during the pandemic," end quote. On this side of the aisle, we can agree that things could have unfolded a lot better. I do note that the pandemic context was an incredible management challenge, but this is absolutely no excuse to throw out policy and procedure out the window. What we've learned in that regard is unacceptable, and I'm glad to see that CVSA is taking that very seriously. Across government, departments were called upon to be fast and flexible in providing services to Canadians. But this bias to action shouldn't have come at the price of sound stewardship. Then, as now, public servants need to remain focused on documenting decisions and taking care of basic management fundamentals. I can report that the CVSA has already made changes to address this, and we will take further action to ensure management practices are aligned with policies and deliver value for money going forward. In order to avoid restrictive requests for proposals, the agency's new Executive Procurement Review Committee will look at the mandatory criteria in contracts to ensure that they are not overly restrictive. In addition, contracts above $1 million need to get approved by the CVSA's Executive Committee to ensure they do not undermine the fairness and openness of the bid solicitation process. The CVSA is reinforcing government spending requirements and has already curbed its use of management consultants. The CVSA will continue to adjust our procurement governance and supporting documents so that they can act as a quality control process to ensure mandatory criteria are not overly restrictive and do not undermine the fairness and openness of the bid solicitation process. A culture change in procurement is happening and is necessary. I think that all members can agree that federal procurement is difficult to understand, but we can all understand that it needs to be done properly. Again, Mr. Speaker, we would like to thank the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombud for their work. These reports, along with the work of various standing committee studies in this matter, mean that Canadians can rest assured that the procurement in Canada is being examined, and the results should be a positive net gain for taxpayers as we think of what kind of work we outsource and how. And Mr. Speaker, I've acknowledged that we need to get to the bottom of what happened in this case, and we can also ensure that we tighten procedures to prevent the procurement process from any wrongdoing in the future. I think all parliamentarians should be concerned about the details of this situation, but I do, after listening to several speeches already in this House today, I do question the sincerity of the Conservative Party, who will say anything to grab power, but their actions don't actually match the tough talk that they often speak in this place. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, with the remaining amount of my time, is I'd like to demonstrate to Canadians that while we are deeply committed to fixing the procurement process, the tough talk of Conservative members in this place is all that. It's all talk and not actually based in reality. I think Canadians need to get a picture of how deep of a procurement issue this goes. My honourable colleagues in the questions have raised the fact that GC Strategies, who's at the heart of this issue, went by a different name previously or merged from Cordal Systems Consulting, Inc. So with the remainder of my time, I'd actually like to read into the record, Mr. Speaker, all of the contracts issued by the Conservative government using this very same company that they now claim to be Liberal insiders. Mr. Speaker, April 1st, 2015, total value over $541,000 for technology consultants. March 3rd, 2014, over $2.3 million for Cordal Systems again, for consultants, a programmer analyst. Transport Canada, might I add, while the Leader of the Opposition served as Parliamentary Secretary. March 26, 2013, over $1.8 million, Cordal Systems, also Transport Canada. November 28, 2012, over $287,000, management consulting under the Conservative government. Contract October 29, 2012, over $968,000 for telecom consultants. October 17, 2012, over $140,000. Other professional services not elsewhere specified. Conservative contracting. October 17, 2012, over $233,000. Other professional services not elsewhere specified by the Conservatives. March 29th, 2012, over $213,000. Again, management consulting under the Conservatives. March 1st, 2012, $675,000, information technology consultants. August 9th, 2011, training consultants, over $24,000. Mr. Speaker, it continues. July 29th, 2011, over $24,000, a sole source contract for IT consultants. The same company, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives claim don't do any IT work, as I'm reading out all of the IT contracts that they approve. July 29th, 2011, over $24,000, again, sole source contract for Transfer Canada. May 24th, 2011, over $129,000, again, for Public Works and Government Services procurement tool. And, Mr. Speaker, October 26, 2010, over $21,000, again, for management consulting at Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, I think although this issue is deeply concerning in regards to what happened here, we can see that the procurement issues are pervasive. And it's why this review is absolutely necessary. It's why we've committed to doing the work to fix the procurement process, to put in better oversight, transparency. But, Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives talk tough, Canadians should know that their actions are very different. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I heard my colleague's speech here, and I did hear her make some quotes about $24,000 contracts and $100,000 contracts. This is a $20 million middleman contract. It's absurd, and it was done with no accountability, no contracts, nothing of any sort to show what the money was for. It was a shoveling of taxpayers' money into the pockets of a few chosen so-called IT consultants that are really just middlemen. Now, it is something, and my colleague's yelling at me across the way here, and I appreciate that, but it is something that is beyond the realm of what Canadians see as acceptable. Would you please address the fact that this is something that needs to be explored, but also explain to the House why her party filibustered, obfuscated, tried to hide this from Canadians for almost 2 years.
Wow. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we did no such thing, but while the member opposite gets up and stands up and defends his party's record, let me just point out, again, April 1st, 2015, while his leader sat around the cabinet table, approved over $541,000 in IT, technology, and telecommunications consultants for the very same company that they are criticizing. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that there is a need to get to the bottom of what happened here and to fix the procurement process. But when Conservatives talk with outrage, Mr. Speaker, we should know that it's very fake given their record. And I would ask for unanimous consent to table in both official languages the Cordell Conservative contracts in this House so the members opposite can see just how much money they spent.
The Honourable Member has asked for consent to table those documents. Does he have consent? No, I'm hearing a number of no's. Question commentaire?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, can we have a little bit of decorum in this House?
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So at the outset, I think it's important to note that the Bloc Québécois, out of principle, will support this motion, because the leader of the Bloc Québécois was the first to call for an independent investigation for a repayment process, and oversight of the agency. But aside from the smoke and mirrors from the leader of the opposition who said when it was $12 million, we wondered what it was, the truth, Mr. Speaker, is that on this side, there's no one who saw it before the Auditor General made her presentation. The evidence is that the only case where ArriveCan was in supply bills was when it referred to the Supplementary Estimates C 2021-2022 that we voted on in March 2022 in Bill C-15. And if the Conservatives had seen that during the study of the Supplementary Estimates C 2021-2022, why did they not oppose any vote in particular? And then we would have had to vote in particular on that vote. But the House voted for everything together. So there's a lot of rhetoric here. But we should never see something like this happen again. What I'd like to know from my colleague is, will her government finally put in place an independent investigation so we can see all of the ramifications related to these two people? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague and acknowledge the fact that all parliamentarians should be very concerned about what we've learned. I thank him for his advocacy on this. We do support the ongoing investigations. There are several in terms of the Auditor General. There is now the Information Commissioner that we also support, and the CBSA has acknowledged that they will work with them because, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my speech, we do want to get to the bottom of what happened here. The agency has already put in place a number of measures to improve the procurement process, but they're also very open and willing, based on the further investigations that happen and based on the further work of the House and the committee, to implement recommendations that will ensure this doesn't happen again. And I acknowledge my honourable colleague pointing out the smoke and mirrors from the Conservatives, because they've raised no such issue except when they think it benefits them politically, except, again, as I pointed out in my speech, those in glass houses, Mr. Speaker, given their history with this very company.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while we're hearing Conservatives and Liberals fight over who started with which highly paid consultant, who spent more, we actually need to get to fixing the problem and have that conversation, because this is just the tip of the iceberg, what's going on at CBSA and ArriveCan, Mr. Speaker. This isn't just deeply concerning, as my colleague talked about. This is outrageous. What we've seen, Mr. Speaker, we saw Deloitte go from $11 million in outsourcing in 2015 to $275 million. PricewaterhouseCoopers, $20 million to $115 million. KPMG, $3.9 million to $48 million. It's gone up 546%. Mr. Speaker, it doubled under the Conservatives. It's skyrocketing under the Liberals. This is on top of layers and layers of commissions that these big firms are taking, including GC Strategies, Mr. Speaker. And they talk about cutting outsourcing by 15%. So it'll put them only 464%, Mr. Speaker, above when they started in 2015. So my question through you to my colleague is, when are we going to see a full investigation broadening beyond the ArriveCan app and include all of the big six and all of the outsourcing? When are they actually going to demonstrate that they've got a plan to cut the outsourcing and actually put those services and those jobs back through the public service so that taxpayers aren't paying these lucrative, highly paid consultants tons of profits, Mr. Speaker, on the taxpayers' dime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's question. In fact, I mentioned in my speech that CBSA has already put in place conditions to cancel or no longer move forward on management consultants. There is more work to be done based on the results of some of the, as I said, the work that is being done by multiple reports. Mr. Speaker, I also want to point out that one of the things highlighted by the AG was the fact that the CBSA routinely approved and paid invoices that contained little or no details on the work completed. This is a very serious issue, Mr. Speaker, an issue that, again, the Conservatives seem outraged on, yet did themselves with the very same companies. This is why, and to my honourable member's question, this is why CBSA has also initiated a full review of CBSA procurement practices, because we want to make sure, as I said in my speech, that Canadians see value for money and that there's transparency in the system. This isn't something that just happened overnight, but we are committed to fixing it and giving that assurance to Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed and shocked. I'm disappointed that unanimous consent wasn't given to table these very important documents that are very revealing of how the previous government managed things. I'm also shocked, Mr. Speaker, by the obvious cozy relationship that existed between the previous Conservative government and this firm, and the very lax contracting policies that left documents with words like work unspecified. My question to the member is, does she not feel that perhaps this cozy relationship and these lax practices might have emboldened GC Strategies going forward?
Parliamentary Secretary, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. I think what he's posed is yet another question in this situation, and this is why I'm happy to see that the CBSA and the Commissioner is working with all agencies looking into this. In fact, they've also reported any concerning allegations to the RCMP because, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague raised, this company has a long-standing history with the Government of Canada under the Conservative government, and so perhaps they became very used to working in the system. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, but I do think it's important that not only do we get to the bottom of this and look at what happened here, but more importantly, we fix procurement across the system.
I'm satisfied.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, we're restarting the discussion with someone else, so maybe it's an opportunity for that person to actually present without interruption.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. So, Mr. Speaker, we are meeting today to discuss an opposition motion from the Conservative Party. While we all expected that we'd have an nth motion on the carbon tax, which doesn't apply in Quebec and which represents less than 0.15% of inflation, well, there was a wonderful surprise to see that we were going to talk about something else, which is refreshing. Today's motion concerns ArriveCAN, a subject that has been studied by the Government Operations and Estimates Committee since October 2022. And I've had the pleasure of reading each one of the documents we receive. And the documents, I made a table of contents. To date, there are 27 pages in the table of contents. That will give you an idea. I haven't finished reading all of it. And I'd like to specify that my honourable colleague for Terrebonne is also studying ArriveCAN, and she will be the next to speak, so I will be sharing my time with her. So to date, we've met with 46 witnesses. We've received 2 briefs and tens of thousands of pages of documents. To give you an idea, as I was saying, there's a 27-page table of contents to date, and I haven't finished reading naturally. Reading is one thing, analysis is another. Relating each of the pieces of information to draw a complete picture, it takes longer than 5 minutes and a 15-second clip on social media. So why have such a motion today if this is being studied in committee? Maybe some of you are asking that question. That's partly what this speech will attempt to answer with an overview of the situation to date. I'll elaborate on what ArriveCAN is exactly and what has happened since 2022, what we've learned. So for a refresher, ArriveCAN is an application that travelers were required to use to declare their vaccination to customs. It's worth noting that the first contracts for ArriveCAN were in 2017, well before the pandemic, and those contracts were to create an application to make customs simpler when we enter Canada. And it was in 2020 that the health component was added to the application. And that's where everything seems to have started going downhill. How much was the application supposed to cost at the beginning? The $80,000 number has been brought up, but in 2022, it was more like $250,000. There was a copy of ArriveCAN that was made by a team of young programmers, and that team told us at committee that yes, copying an application is much easier than creating one from scratch. But even if they had created it from scratch with security codes and updates, it would not have cost that amount. At the time, it was said to have cost $54 million. Now it's $59.5 million.
So a part of the veil was lifted with regard to ArriveCan and its costs. In examining the file, we realized that a number of consultant aid companies had been awarded major contracts. What did those consultants do? Well, basically, they had to open their computers, look on LinkedIn for specialists, make a list of those specialists with daily costs for their work. That was between $1,000 to $1,500 per day that was charged by these consultants for specialists. But we learned from the ombuds that they were IT specialists that were contracted, and 76% didn't actually work on the application. It was other specialists. And we don't know whether they had the same qualifications as those on the original list. I hope you're following. So essentially, that's the work that they did, and ultimately they charged between 15 and 30% for giving those names. 15 to 30% of what? Well, 15 to 30% of the fees charged daily for these specialists that weren't the ones that actually worked on the application. So that reminds me of something. That reminds me of something, indeed. Two guys created a company, and after 7 days, they had a contract for $237 million for 10,000 respirators. They got the contract, and then they gave it to Baylis, a company held by a Liberal member. And these two guys, if we apply the same 15% minimum, made $40 million 7 days after they created that company. That's pretty much the same to me as GC Strategies, although it started well before the pandemic for the other people. 2015 for GC Strategies, 2007 for Corridal Systems Consulting. So it's the Canadian dream to be a consultant and to be able to get a phenomenal, or have the phenomenal capacity to find people. So we see that there's a resemblance. People in their basement creating a company, and they just look, and then they wind up with millions in their pockets. Strangely, this makes me think of a system that requires it to be studied, assessed, investigated. There is a precedent that existed before GC Strategies, precedents that can be named, like Corridal. We can also name FTI. So that's not nothing. In the case of ArriveCan, according to the Auditor General, it's the worst that she's seen in her life. That's not nothing. The motion today concerns accountability because, yes, the opposition has a role to play to raise issues like this, of course. However, it's not Julie Vignola alone, or the member for Terrebonne, or a small team of researchers to read tens of thousands of pages to go through each of the elements that are related to ArriveCan. At some point, accountability is also the government, who knows where it put the taxpayers' money. Talking of taxes, it would be very nice for companies hired by the government not to use tax havens, as might be the case with one of the companies that got millions of dollars in the ArriveCan. I invite you to read La Presse newspaper today. So we are being criticized for voting in favor of ArriveCan. The budgets that we're talking about, the supplementary budget B, page 210, C, page 120 from 2020 to 2021 for the both cases are also about ArriveCan. They were voted together. If we had voted against, as the Conservative members did, we would have voted against the construction of shelters for Indigenous women, against financial support for festivals and tourism, against support for communities, mental health supports, against assistance for Afghan refugees. The member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles was asking for that loud and clear in the House. And we would have voted against the purchase of personal protective equipment. All that to say that there's a problem. We agree with the motion, but we also have to look at CBSA. And the people have been saying for years that there's been a serious problem, not just with the passports, and the Conservative members and the Liberal Party members shut their eyes with regard to those problems. Now, this agency needs to be put under review, and we will say yes, but we need to do more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I regret that normally I have a great deal of respect for my colleague opposite and the work that the Bloc does with regard to questions on finances, because we are responsible for the spending of public funds. But the smear job that she has just made against Frank Baylis, the former Liberal member of Parliament, is not appropriate. Mr. Baylis decided not to run again during the 2019 elections. Furthermore, his company, which was created by his mother, who was a new Canadian from the Caribbean in the 1940s, her mother was a nurse. And she started that company to distribute medical supplies. This company is worth billions of dollars today. Mr. Baylis did not need to get contracts. He was helping someone in this sector, a Conservative donor, who wanted to help with respirators. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like my colleague to apologize for what she said about an honourable former member of Parliament. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I didn't name the member, just the company. Second, I did not lie because, in fact, FTI did receive a contract 7 days after it was created and that it transferred to Baylis Medical. And that company, FTI, 7 days after it was created, received a contract for $237 million, for which we can imagine that there were 15 to 30% in commissions. So I have invented nothing. We must simply look back at the records in the newspapers, but these are also contracts that were awarded. Questions and comments?
For Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments made by my colleague from Quebec, but I have other comments and questions with regards to other companies that got a lot of subsidies and contracts from the Liberal government. And since the pandemic and during the pandemic, I think that they hid behind the pandemic to give a lot of money to their friends. Is she aware of the other contracts like Medicago? And what is happening with the Medicago contract since the time the contract was awarded to now? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. During the pandemic, sir, may I answer the question asked by your colleague? Thank you. At the beginning of the pandemic, we will remember that the federal government had all its eggs in the same basket with regard to the purchase of vaccines. And there was an agreement with the Chinese government, and that agreement didn't work. And we had no access then to vaccines. And the government of Canada then diversified the potential producers of vaccines, which included Medicago, but it also included a risk factor. Some, not just Medicago, but others, did not provide a vaccine for various reasons, and the government of Canada lost the advance payment, unfortunately. Medicago no longer exists due to a decision by Mitsubishi Motors. Sorry, not Mitsubishi Motors, but Mitsubishi Pharmaceuticals. It was a decision that was made. And yes, we did lose money, but it could have also worked. It is just a race to who could produce the vaccine first and have access to the market. Thank you.
Comments very quickly. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was on the committee that looked into the spending. We looked at Baylis Medical, we looked at Palantir, we looked at We Charity. There was no evidence that we found on Baylis. There were certainly many questions about We. But the question about the spending of ArriveCam, to me, is the question of the lack of oversight. The $59 million could have been spent on 32 different contractors. The question is where was the accountability, even in the midst of a pandemic, and we were trying to get money out the door to get tools that could help? This is an issue of fundamental failure of oversight, and I think this is the question we need to focus on.
Very rapid response. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Not having an overall picture means that you can rapidly lose control over spending, and it's true for an individual. It's also even more true for the government. Here we have a situation where not only was the overall picture lost, but also there was reckless spending without verification. And the problem also comes from the fact that comes from the agency that has had problems for some time now. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the Auditor General tabled a report that was, to say the least, critical of the way in which the government and a government managed ArriveCan. To take the words of the Auditor General, it was one of the worst cases of mismanagement she had seen in her career. In fact, it was just the tip of the iceberg. It started at the beginning of the pandemic to ensure that travelers could be registered, and it was supposed to cost $80,000 or $250,000. We're talking about an application that did in fact cost $12 million. For a smaller population in France, for example, there are many applications that cost less in other countries. Alas, Canada spent $60 million approximately, and the Auditor General wasn't even able, her and her team weren't even able to put an exact figure on how much this application cost. And that's the beginning of the problem. So in a procurement process that was violated, the Auditor General said that the procurement ombud had made serious allegations with regard to the fact that PSPC and other agencies didn't follow the procurement policies that should have been worthy of a G7 country. The daily average costs for the application were approximately $1,090. And we know that the companies that charged the government charged almost the double of what it should have cost. Other examples, 76% of the external consultants didn't, in fact, do any of the work. So the majority of the contracts were signed with a proposal for resources, and those resources didn't work. So this is a procurement policy for which we have an entire department that's supposed to work, to have a process in place that would work, and also processes that are followed. In both cases, they didn't do their job. Another example, 18% of the bills or invoices submitted, verified by the Auditor General, weren't accompanied by sufficient documentation to say that if it was even associated with ArriveCan. So ArriveCan is something we don't even know how much it costs, and that's the problem. There's a lack of documentation. It's like a third world country. I'm familiar with third world countries and their procurement policies and procedures, and they do a better job. There are serious suspicions of misconduct. The Auditor General has said that she noted that there were situations where Canada Border Services Agency taking part in ArriveCan were invited by suppliers to take part in dinners and other activities, and there's no evidence that these benefits that these public servants received were reported, and they should have been. As parliamentarians, we do this. We get a gift, we have to report it. We're looked at very carefully. First and foremost, a public servant is someone who serves the state, and they know that when they take or assume their duties, they have to do the best of their, to the best of their abilities, their job. And they have to report the gifts that they get. That's how you work in the public service. Another company worked for GC Strategies. We know it was like GC Strategies, it was Cordal. And there was Diane as well. This morning we learned that Diane, another company that received millions for the ArriveCan app, the owner, has an account in a tax haven. This is not surprising, because when you get this much money for not doing any work, or almost any work, there's something that is related to misconduct. We'll let the RCMP do their jobs, but we also know that the owners of GC Strategies have numbered accounts. Having a numbered account, you can go in many different directions, and I will let the police investigate this because suspicions of misconduct are serious here. One thing is certain, Mr. Speaker. The companies like Diane and GC Strategies had contracts under the Conservatives, be it under GC Strategies or Corridal, they had it. Another thing, however, is that contracts with consultants, and these two companies in particular, exploded starting in 2017. It began in 2016, 2017, and companies like Diane and GC Strategies got, in the case of Diane, hundreds of contracts from the federal government. The Liberal government completely lost the control of its public services, of its public servants and departments. Is it through a lack of leadership, not being responsible, being irresponsible? That's what we're trying to understand. ArriveCan is only the tip of the iceberg. We note, for example, that contracts that were awarded without tender also exploded. So there's a systemic problem within the current government. There is a loss of expertise. So on the one hand, we have the Conservatives who, while they were in power, let go and cut the public service, reduced the public service, and got rid of the expertise. And on the other hand, we have a Liberal government that comes in with public servants where you have an average management. Many were cut. And they don't necessarily have the internal management they want to develop. They go off in all directions. And finally, they create a dependency on external consultants like Diane, GC Strategies, to do the work that the state should be doing. And that has increased astronomically, not just to competitive contracts. We're talking about non-competitive contracts that were granted in astronomical numbers in 2023, 27% of the contracts that were awarded without tender. Do you know in which department? Public Services and Procurement Canada, the department that is supposed to lead by example, that uses the processes and should follow them, but 27% of the contracts granted by public procurement were granted in a non-competitive process. Is the state providing the best services possible at the best value because it's from taxpayer money? But sometimes There are people that are so much in their own ivory tower, in their own heads, that they can know what they're doing, but if they lose control, they may not know. So that's just public services and public procurement.
Now, as for the border services, there's a lot wrong there. I've already mentioned that there are concerns about misconduct. ArriveCan is just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, we will support this motion, but as my honorable colleague for Beauport-Limoilou said, this motion may not go far enough. Our leader was the first to say that we need a public inquiry. We need to investigate the border services, and there may be problems elsewhere as well. We may need to take serious measures. This is a generalized problem. We saw it happen with McKinsey, but ultimately they may not be the real problem. There may just be a total loss of control over their departments from the Liberal government. They've become dependent on external consultants and have completely lost control. That may be the case. And that is partly linked to the irresponsible behavior of the Conservative government that cut the public service and meant that ultimately the government has needed to go to external consultants. Under the Conservatives, there's an irresponsible government, but the Liberals are also irresponsible and not able to manage their departments. I'm glad we have other options in Quebec. In fact, we have the very best option to leave and manage our own matters because there aren't a lot of cases like ArriveCan in Quebec. The application in Quebec cost a reasonable amount. In the tens of millions, which is not what we had at the Canadian level. We manage things a lot better in Quebec. And if we're between a rock and a hard place, well, we'd prefer to just have our own country. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. At the Public Accounts Committee, she summarized things very well. She summarized what we heard from the AG. And I think she'd agree that this work is very important and must remain independent. My question is the following. She raised the fact that the Conservatives cut the public service and that there's a lack of expertise. Does she agree that we should increase the abilities of the public service with everything that would entail? Or is there a place for consultants? I think she herself has worked with consultants in her previous career. The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It gives me the chance to say that the Liberals have already significantly increased the size of the public service. So on the one hand, they increased the size of the public service, and yet at the same time, these roles in many cases were operational and just managing consultants. So they increased their spending, but yet there's a great deal of work that's being done twice. Often, consultants are being hired to do work when an entire internal team could do it. There are inefficiencies everywhere. The problem is generalized. We need to consolidate the public service and offer better services to citizens.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. We listened to our Liberal colleague's speech just before. We heard about the GC Strategies contract. The company was formed in 2015, but we heard that there were several contracts with the Government of Canada before that. How do we reconcile something like that? Because there were contracts that took place before 2015, but the company didn't exist before 2015. How can we reconcile that? The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for this fairly straightforward question. Because the two consultants in GC Strategies already had another consulting company which had contracts with the federal government since 2007. under the Conservatives. And then in 2015, they dissolved the previous company and they formed a new one. It's easy to see on the Open Government website. It's a classic change of name, which is normal to do when there's a change in government.
Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, we know this is just the tip of the iceberg, what's happening with ArriveCan and over at CBSA. And at Government Operations Committee, I put forward a motion to expand the study to include the big 6 highly paid consulting firms. And Mr. Speaker, when I put forward that motion, you should have seen the room. On the corporate control parties, everybody ran to their phone. Hold on. They're checking in with their friends over at the big corporations, including, I'm sure, the managing directors at Deloitte that are, both former cabinet ministers from the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. But Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives delayed the vote on the motion, not once, not 2 meetings, but 3 meetings. They finally got confirmation and a go-ahead from headquarters at Deloitte, from their corporate-controlled headquarters, Mr. Speaker, that they could go ahead and support the motion. Guess why? Because we knew that the Conservatives would never allow that study to happen and be expanded. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, do the Bloc agree that we need a full investigation that goes well beyond what's going on over at CBSA and the ArriveCan app, and we need to look at all of the outsourcing, especially since it's gone up 546%, Mr. Speaker, over the last 8 years, and it doubled under the Conservatives. We need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to fix this problem.
Honorable Deputy de Terrebonne.
The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We are in favour of this. We want to get to the bottom of this. Yes, we can look at what happened with the big corporations at committee, but then we'll be drowning in hundreds of thousands of pages of contracts, and we're not necessarily trained for that. We need to ask for a public inquiry. We need trained external experts who are trained for this kind of work. Because as I said, and as my colleague confirmed, ArriveCan is just the tip of the iceberg. It's shameful.
Debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Courtney Alberni. On the question of how public money is spent or misspent is a fundamental question of an obligation for parliamentarians, because the Canadian people don't need to pay attention to everything that happens in Parliament, but they need to know that there's accountability and that we respect their hard-working money being spent properly and through the right channels. I have, Mr. Speaker, many, many years of experience in this House dealing with all the smut and corruption files that have come along. I was elected in my first year as the Liberal government was telling us that Jean Chrétien's golf balls were going to keep the country together. Fortunately, the Canadian people didn't believe that. That was the first scandal I was involved in. I've lost track of all the scandals, and you can take misspending and put them into various categories. There's simply the tawdry ones, like Bev Oda, every time she went traveling, seemed to rack up as many bills as possible until people finally got fed up. There was Mike Duffy and Nigel Wright, where Mike Duffy was claiming all kinds of outrageous claims because he was a bagman and raised money for the Conservatives. And we were presented with this bizarre case that it was okay to offer a secret bribe, but it was a problem to receive the bribe. But you know that those scandals didn't just belong to the Conservatives. There was Mac Harb, the Liberal, who had this amazing grifter scheme where he wasn't eligible for travel, so he bought this dodgy little cottage, broken down cottage, just 100 kilometers outside of Ottawa, because if he lived 100 kilometers outside of Ottawa, he could hit up the taxpayer for all kinds of travel, even though I was told there wasn't even running water at this cottage. And Mac Harb had to pay back $231,000. And people deserve to be outraged by that abuse. And it raised questions in the Senate. Where is the accountability to make sure the people who are there are doing their jobs? I mean, I remember Tony Clement and the $50 million that was taken out of border funds so he could buy sunken boats and build a fake lake in Muskoka. And that was abusive process. That wasn't criminal. It was an abusive process. There was Arthur Porter, one of the more concerning scandals that I've been involved in over the years, because Stephen Harper appointed him head of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service and made him a Privy Councillor. And we now, of course, then found out that he was involved in what CBC said was the largest fraud investigation in Canadian history, and he ended up dying in Panama in a jail. So those are elements of criminality, griftership, tawdry, people just misusing the public funds. The ArriveCam thing, I think we need to put it in perspective of the time and then analyze it from there. When we were hit with the pandemic, we were dealing with completely unknown, an unknown crisis that none of us had faced. And there was certainly a need to get a response out the door quickly. And who did the best job at that was actually our public servants when they basically spent that Easter weekend in 2020 creating a program to get the CERB dollars out to people who were not able to work and keep them going. It was the public service who did good, amazing work during that time. But there were a number of scandals that came up during that period, and I think ArriveCam fits into that because it's a question of the lack of oversight and accountability. Certainly, Canadians deserve to know how contracts were $59.5 million divided up through 32 companies for a program that didn't work was allowed to go ahead. We ask ourselves, how was that possible? And I would like to share with my colleagues some of the recommendations that came out of the Ethics Committee that looked into some of the other elements. We looked at the Baylis Medical, we looked at Palantir, and we looked at the Kielburger brothers. Because at the time, again, the government wanted to get a youth program out, and there was $500 to $940 million that was set aside for the Kielburger operation without competition, without a very clear oversight. And what the committee found was that the incredible access that Mark and Craig Kielburger had into the inner workings of government gave them that advantage that no one else had. Certainly, I would encourage any of my colleagues to read the Ethics Commissioner report on the former Finance Minister, Bill Morneau. It makes for a pretty shocking reading that these guys had all access pass into the corridors of the Liberal government, and they weren't even registered to lobby. That certainly was a major factor in bringing down Mr. Morneau. Now, I want to raise this because it's about, if we have these scandals, we need to learn from them. We need to learn how money was misspent. We need to learn why there was no oversight so that they don't repeat. Otherwise, we become a laughingstock of repetition of failure from insiders, from misuse of public funds, from contracting out. So in the contracting out that was to be done with the We group, I'm going to read what the all-party committee said. This isn't my opinion. This was all the political parties who participated and reported back to Parliament that the committee was unable to find any due diligence reports that actually tested the credibility of the claims made by We Charity. This group had never undertaken a project close to this magnitude, and it remains unclear whether they had the means to ensure students across the country could be put to work with credible results. And yet, they were going to be given initially $500 million. There was no due diligence reports we could find anywhere. And then we found out that the money was going to be funneled to a shell company. A shell company initially set up to deal with some of their incredible real estate holdings. How is it possible that the government of Canada would transfer $500 to $940 million to a shell company? Who was taking the enormous risk then? It was the Canadian people. And again, I'm going to read from the all-committee report. The committee is of the view that the decision of the Liberal government of Canada to sign a contract worth over $500 million with a shell company, We Charity Foundation, is deeply troubling. The We Group stated they used the shell company to limit their liability. In reality, this procedure had the potential risk to put a huge investment of taxpayers' fund at risk because the deal was with a shell company with no assets. I mean, how does a G7 country sign on to something of that concerning? Now, I'm raising this because of the whole thing of ArriveCam, and the Auditor General has not been able to find anything about how the monies were spent. One of the most disturbing facts was that after 10 months of study, we had to report to Parliament that we actually had no idea how the finances of the supposed children's charity worked. 10 months of parliamentary study, and we couldn't tell the Canadian people who controlled their multitude of corporations. We didn't even know all the companies that they controlled. We couldn't tell the difference between their so-called charity work and their for-profit work and the ownership structure. And yet the government, without doing due diligence, was going to sign over $500 to $940 million. And it says here in the report that the committee notes that over 10 months of its study, it was unable to get a clear picture of the financial structure of the WE Group. We were unable to ascertain a clear division between how monies flowed through the charitable wing and their for-profit operations. We were denied information on the ownership structure of their multitude of side companies. If the Government of Canada is to sign future contracts or contribution agreements with WE Charities or its affiliates or subsidiaries, such clarifications must be required. And I raise that, Mr. Speaker, because we're looking at a very similar thing that happened at ArriveCam. Where was the oversight? Now, this is the other question I'm going to end on here, is that we spent 10 months trying to get the CFO of WE just to testify, just to tell us what was happening. We were told that he was not only on medical leave, but if we asked him questions, he had this brain aneurysm that might cause his death. So certainly nobody in Parliament was going to wish someone die under the pressure, but they couldn't come up with anybody else who could explain their very complex financial structure. So we received on May 15th, 2021, a letter from Mr. Lee saying he was too sick, he hadn't been doing any work, he was completely uninvolved. And yet we find that in that period, the state of California, there was a registration renewal in November 2020, which he signed off as CEO, a New York State filing, of which he signed off as CEO, an Internal Revenue Service, 2020, Washington State, all these signed off by Victor Lee, and yet they told our committee that this man was so fragile and sick he couldn't even read documents. We were not in a position to do a criminal investigation, but we had to report back to Parliament a major failure of fundamental accountability. So it comes, does this government learn lessons from what happened with the Wee brothers? Or do we just have to repeat these tawdry, dumbed-down abuses of public funds because the accountability mechanisms that should have been there were ignored and the Canadian taxpayer is on the hook? Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For me, there's a couple of issues, and if I can very quickly break it down, you have the procurement process, and I'll get ample time to talk about that not too long from now. But there's also, in regards to, from my perspective, and what I think my constituents would be saying to me is, how does one company get into a position in which they could have done what it is that the JC Strategy actually was able to do? And I think a part of that is you have to look at the origins of the company, which has actually been around for many years, under a new name, of course, under Cornell. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide his thoughts in regards to that aspect. To what degree should we be looking at how a company could be surfaced and get into a situation where we find ourselves in today?
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, that is an excellent question. I think the member should be asking the minister in charge of the file, how the heck did that happen? The issue here is that this government is giving out enormous sums of money to groups like McKinsey, who have a very, very dodgy record on everything from opioids to, articles in the United States saying that this is the company that destroyed the American middle class, and yet we give them millions and millions of dollars when we have a trained civil service who are dedicated and can do the job. I cannot imagine that ArriveCam would have gotten off the ground as far as it did if we did not have mechanisms in place. And I want to be fair. I don't have a problem that the government tried to get ArriveCam. I don't have a problem that they tried to bring in people to get it done because we were in unprecedented circumstances. My problem is, where the heck was the oversight once they began to realize that this thing was not going to work?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really appreciated my colleague's speech. And there's many speeches he's given in this House. That's the one I've liked the most. And I'll even accept his criticism of previous governments because Canadians want to see transparency in the way their dollars are spent, including with every government that sits in this House. So thank you for his speech. But I'm going to ask him about what happened during the pandemic and all the contracts that were given out. the government was dealing with a lot of their insider friends, and they more or less said, let's not let a good crisis go to waste. Let's set up corporations, get a whole bunch of money out the door. Hundreds of billions of dollars were spent by this government in unaccountable ways. We've only scratched the surface here. And every time we land on one, they take 2 years to actually show some transparency through committee obfuscation, through delays, etc. I'm going to ask him if he would actually step up and tell his party, in the light of another $50 million scandal, which is 5 times what the Jean Chrétien scandal was that brought down his government, if he would consider withdrawing his support for this obviously corrupt government.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I went back to Timmins James Bay and said, hey, guess what? The Liberals screwed up again, and this time it's IRAVCAM, so we are not going to go ahead with national dental care. We are not going to go ahead with pharmacare. I get laughed out of the room. My focus is that we are going to force this government to deliver on things that is absolutely making them twist in the wind. And thanks for having a few percentage points on them in the polls right now. They never would have come to the table on national pharmacare. But on these scandals, the Canadian public expects us to go beyond synthetic outrage to say what happened and how was that money spent. As I said earlier, I was part of the investigation into Baylis Medical. I didn't find anything that was problematic. If there was, I would have said it, but I didn't. But on the We Group, we found major problems. We found major problems with ArriveCam, and as my colleague from Courtney Alberni says, we need to scratch the surface on all the contracting out, because there is an amazing amount of money that's taxpayers' money that's being misspent through this process.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all agree in the opposition parties that this is a real waste. We will be voting for the Conservative motion without hesitation, but I'd like to ask my colleague, does he not find the Conservative leader rather silent on the fact that when he was Parliamentary Secretary to Transport, his department gave $6.5 million in contracts to GC Strategies? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. It's a good question. I have a lot of questions about the leader of the Conservative Party's position. For example, the decision to oppose support for Ukraine. To me, that is unacceptable. For the leader of the Conservative Party to take a position as leader for accountability, but there are connections with lobbyists. It's an open bar for the lobbyists with the Conservatives. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to support this motion today and to rise in support of it. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak on the broader issue of outsourcing and what New Democrats have been trying to do from the beginning in terms of revealing and bringing an end to the rampant source of outsourcing to highly paid external for-profit consulting firms that are making money hand over fist, Mr. Speaker. And I'll talk a little bit about that, because you heard me earlier talk about that under the Conservative government, we saw highly paid consultants double. We saw under this Liberal government, it's gone up 546% to the big corporations, Mr. Speaker, to the 6 highly paid consulting firms. And what we want to do is we want to stop these profits and this economic leakage that's happening in our country and bring that work back to public service. We saw the Conservatives with their Phoenix pay system that was supposed to save $80 million to taxpayers. It's cost us over $3.5 billion. Talk about a failure. And, I find it laughable when Conservatives are up in the polls and they want to force an election, Mr. Speaker. They want us to go from one corporate-controlled party to another.
It's okay, not too controversial.
And that's not good enough, Madam Speaker. I see you've taken the chair over now. What we need to do is actually fix the problem. So we've seen wasteful billions of dollars that hurts the public service. It actually also hurts the morale in the public service when they see a company like GC Strategies, 2 guys that don't have an office, don't have any staff, probably have 2 bar stools at a local bar that are probably dedicated to them, Madam Speaker, and they're getting $59 million in government contracts. And what we learned at Government Operations Committee, Madam Speaker, is they get a commission between 15 and 30%. 15 and 30%. Let's call it 20. That these 2 guys made $11 million just in commissions. Neither of them are IT specialists. They're headhunters, Madam Speaker. This is easily a job that should be brought in-house and not done by external consultants. But we know that ArriveCan is just the tip of the iceberg. And we heard the parliamentary secretary from the Liberal government say, this is deeply concerning. This isn't just deeply concerning. This is absolutely outrageous, Madam Speaker. And it needs to end, Madam Speaker. It needs to end. And I want to compare the over $21 billion in outsourcing. Oh, by the way, the Liberal government wants to make us feel good. They're going to cut 15% of outsourcing. It's gone up 546%. They're going to cut it by 15%. That gives everybody at home a lot of comfort, Madam Speaker. That gives everybody at home a lot of comfort. I don't think so, Madam Speaker. That $21 billion in outsourcing, think about what that could have done in building hospitals or schools, or, Madam Speaker, a pharmacare plan that's going to cost $10 billion, or guaranteed livable income for seniors and people living in disability, the most marginalized people in our society, another $11 billion. $21 billion could have covered pharmacare and guaranteed livable income for the most marginalized. Now, the ArriveCan cost, you know, we saw what was an $80,000 app skyrocket out of control. And as my colleague from Timmins James Bay cited, there was money that needed to be spent in terms of the emergency response to COVID. Absolutely support that, but not this outrageous runaway train. And we put forward motions and we put forward ideas and try to actually look at the outsourcing procurement problem. You know, we put forward a motion at Government Operations Committee to ask the Auditor General not just to look at ArriveCan, but to look at all outsourcing and buy and sell decisions by the Government of Canada, Madam Speaker. And the Conservatives, you know, initially were hesitant to support my motion, but they did. And then they took that motion and they brought it here to the House on an oppo day so that we called on the Auditor General in this House just to look at ArriveCan. But we need to go bigger than that. So I supported that. I'm glad I could work with them on that. But Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, I see you're in the chair again. Let's face it, the Conservatives gutted the public service. This is when outsourcing started. We had Michael Wernick, the former Privy Council chair, show up at Government Operations Committee, and he cited it was cuts in leadership, cuts in training that started leading to the outsourcing that started happening, Madam Speaker, under the Conservative government. And those were critical, huge cuts. They were very costly, as we can see now, as the government goes to outside consultants to provide that leadership and consulting. And I'll talk a little bit about that because we put forward actually a question on the order paper to look at, you know, the government's spending on these outsourcing consultants. We found one, the Natural Resource Canada had spent over $600,000, Madam Speaker, to advise the government on how to cut outside consultants. So they used an outside consultant to give them advice to cut outside consultants. Now, you can't make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. It's that outrageous. You know, this is what we're seeing. But let's talk about the history of outside consulting and the need to invest in public servants. We saw the Conservative government privatize the pay system. The Phoenix pay system was brought in. It was supposed to save $80 million a year. It's actually cost us $3.5 billion, Madam Speaker. So when we look at the ArriveCan scandal, this is just pales in comparison of what's happened when it comes to the Phoenix pay system. What we keep seeing is continued sole sourcing, structures of outsourcing to ensure that companies like GC Strategies are the only ones who could properly bid. We heard a committee about GC Strategies actually altering resumes so that companies would be able to help them qualify and get task authorizations, Madam Speaker. These are security clearances that are pretty critical and important to the safety of our country. We're concerned about also how they misused Indigenous set-asides. They hired a company on an Indigenous set-aside that weren't Indigenous, Madam Speaker, and the owners of that company were embarrassed when they found out because they believe in reconciliation. They believe that money that's dedicated for Indigenous procurement should go to them. But we want to get to the bottom of this, and we talked about outsourcing doubling under the Conservative government. It's quadrupled, more than quadrupled under this government. You know, we're literally seeing the corporate controlled parties let the foxes run the henhouse, Madam Speaker. And today, you know, we see the Liberals and Conservatives fighting over who hired who started the whole mess with consulting, who spent more on the same consultants. It's a big problem. And what we need to do is stop the layering of commissions. We need to take actions and solve this problem. There should not be layering of commissions. We learned GC Strategies got a contract, and then they subbed it out to another contractor who subbed it out. We saw cases where Dalian and Cordex that got another one of them had a two-person outfit, was making millions of dollars, subbed out to GC Strategies, who subbed out to somebody else. They took commissions along the way. We heard from the Deputy Minister there is no limit on commissions. So you could see the commissions could turn out that they could be 60, 70% of a bid, Madam Speaker. This is an economic leakage that's out of control, and it's a self-perpetuating cycle in terms of outsourcing that reduces public service capacity. And Madam Speaker, I also, I do want to say that layering, it's like the biggest pyramid scheme I've ever seen. You get a contract, you sub it out, you take a cut, then they sub it out to the next person, and they're all friends, Madam Speaker, and these companies with, 2 staff, no offices, it's just this thing that seems to be coming up. This is just with CBSA. This needs to be looked beyond. So we wanted to look at Deloitte, for example, who went from $11 million in contracts in 2015 to $275 million. We wanted to look at PricewaterhouseCoopers, $20 million, $215 million. This is just since 2015, Madam Speaker. So I put forward a motion to expand the outsourcing study to include the Big Six. And Madam Speaker, you should have seen the room when I put forward that motion. Everybody ran to their phones. The corporate control parties were checking in with their head offices, making sure it was okay to support this motion, and they delayed it. They delayed the vote on it, and then the Conservatives decided to delay it one more time. Took 3 meetings before they supported it. And Madam Speaker, the reason they supported it, because they knew that it would never see the floor. And we're on the anniversary of expanding that motion, and we haven't gotten to the bigger study. And Madam Speaker, I find it kind of odd when you got a former Liberal cabinet minister, Pierre Pettigrew, as a managing director at Deloitte. You got a former leadership contender in the Conservative Party, Peter MacKay, managing director at Deloitte. No kidding, they don't want to study it, be under the microscope, and they don't want the Auditor General coming in and taking a look. A deep dive. I mean, these big corporations, they're just like the smaller ones, like GC Strategies. They get the bid, they sub it out, they take a cut. They're not doing a lot of the work, Madam Speaker. And so we want to fix it, Madam Speaker, and we'll keep fighting for that. We want to put a cap on commissions. We want integrity in procurement. And that includes making sure that all bids are competitive instead of this sole source business. We want to end and prevent the misconduct that's taking place. And we want to stop our public dollars from turning into private profits. And, in terms of looking at Indigenous set-asides, they actually need to go to Indigenous businesses that are owned and operating, delivering services. But New Democrats are here, Madam Speaker, to actually bring solutions. Try to fix this problem so that we can get to support to Canadians that are struggling right now. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Regina Lewin.
Madam Speaker, we do keep records of who voted for what during budget deliberations. So I would ask this member, how does he go back to his riding when he voted 8 times to ensure GC Strategy got tens of millions of dollars? He talks about the corporate parties. He literally is propping up the Liberal government to ensure ad scam continues, and GC Strategy is still getting money because of his vote. It's actually quite embarrassing.
Member Courtney Alberni.
What's embarrassing, Madam Speaker, is I just outlined that the Conservatives are making sure that we're not putting their former
The honourable member, he had an opportunity to ask a question, and he shouldn't be talking when he's trying to get the answer. If he has other questions or comments, he needs to wait until the appropriate time. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, as I was going to say, is what's embarrassing is the Conservatives continue to protect their friends at Deloitte, including their former leadership candidate, Peter MacKay, and just like the Liberals, they both don't want to talk about it, Madam Speaker. They're both corporate control parties. Now, they're trying to mislead us again. Those votes were about allocating $4.6 billion for COVID rapid tests and vaccines. There were about millions of dollars for a national child care program, funding for affordable homes and women's shelters. There's no surprise that the Conservatives voted against those things because that's what Conservatives do. They cut and gut services people rely on. We won't take any lessons from the Conservatives who gave over $7 million in contracts to the former owners of GC Strategies. They also created the Phoenix disaster, supposed to save taxpayers $80 million, cost us $3.5 billion. We've been fighting since the beginning to get to the bottom of the ArriveCan scandal and to reduce the use of wealthy private consultants for years. We won't stop, and not just on ArriveCan and not just CBSA. We need to look at the whole of government. We need an investigation in all of outsourcing, something that's being blocked by the Conservatives, a Conservative-led committee, Conservative chair, that will not allow this motion to come back, Madam Speaker, so we can take a look at the whole picture. They don't want to look there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, just very, very briefly on outsourcing issue is something in which governments, both present and past, at the national level and at the provincial level, have actually been involved. All political parties participate in it, and I suspect you would even find new Democratic administrations that have outsourced to Deloitte and Touche, just so that it's on the record. Now, the amounts might vary, obviously. But my question is that in regards to, if you take a look at everything that's been done on ArriveCan, whether it's a number of standing committees have been investigating it, thousands of pieces of information provided. We've had departments internally. We've had independent offices of Parliament looking at it. I'm wondering if the member feels that there still is a need to continue to try to create more information on the file.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we need a mechanism, a tool to do a full investigation. Right now, the Conservatives are focused on ArriveCan because it's a gotcha campaign. It's not actually trying to fix the overall problem with outsourcing. And when my colleague talked about, an increase in outsourcing, like I said, Deloitte went from $11 million in 2015 to $275 million. I can assure my colleague there is no new Democrat government in this country that has seen such an outrageous, this isn't deeply concerning like the Liberals call it, this is outrageous, out of control spending on highly paid consultants. It's an economic leakage, work that should be done by the public service, Madam Speaker, and money that could be spent supporting people that are struggling right now.
Questions and comments. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I think we're seeing a major waste, and there's cross-partisan consensus here in Ottawa. Significant decision-making is delegated to companies, sometimes like McKinsey, and here there are only 2 employees that were trusted, and there was a 40% increase in the federal public service at the same time. This is a transpartisan consensus because right now it's a Liberal scandal, but it really began when the member for Carleton was parliamentary secretary to the Department of Transport from 2011 to 2013, when his department gave $6.5 million in contracts to the GC Strategy owners, those involved in ArriveCan. At the time, there was another name. Does my colleague find the leader of the Conservative Party silent on that?
Courtenay Alberni?
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll say it. They're hypocrites. Let's face it. Conservatives started the outsourcing out of control situation that we're in. They cut public service, Madam Speaker. They outsource IT. They started the Phoenix debacle that was supposed to save $80 million, cost us $3.5 billion. It's absolutely outrageous, Madam Speaker. What we're trying to do, and we've been working really well with the Bloc, I will say that, is actually fix the problem, Madam Speaker, but we're being blocked by the corporate control parties at taking a full investigation and examination of this outrageous outsourcing to highly paid for-profit consultants.
A point of order, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
I believe the member just called the Conservatives hypocrites, if I'm well aware of what he just said. I wonder if he'd like to retract that, because by his own words,
this is more of a point. This is a point of debate. Again, this is a point of debate. The Honourable, again, I'm standing. The Honourable Member should be sitting when I stand. It is a point of debate. The Honourable Member did not attack an individual member. He spoke about the party as a whole, but I do want to remind members to please be mindful. I mean, it is causing a bit of a disturbance when individuals do use adjectives that are, that cause disorders. So I would just ask members to please be more mindful. But I do want to say that the point of order that the Honourable Member raised is a point of debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek, resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the member from New Brunswick Southwest. The ArriveCan boondoggle has rightly put this government's mismanagement of taxpayers' dollars in the spotlight. At one point, everyone in this government wanted to be associated with the ArriveCan app. touting it as one of the greatest things the government had ever accomplished. Now, with the Auditor General's report, nobody wants to take accountability for this mess. And no wonder. As we've discovered, we have an application that started out with a price tag of $80,000 that ballooned to $60 million and counting. And it now appears, according to the Auditor General, we will never know the true cost of this application given the lack of information available for her to do a proper audit. Add to this the Procurement Ombuds report that found that 76% of all resources proposed by the contractors to do the work, in fact, did not. And finally, that a two-person company that did no actual IT work got paid almost $20 million. Liberal politicians who once championed the app are now backing away from it, pointing the finger at the public service, while senior public servants are all pointing their fingers at each other. When Conservatives introduced the study of ArriveCan in committee, we knew that there was more to the story than what the government was telling. That is why we introduced a motion in this place calling for the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCan app. The audit confirmed our suspicions and went even further. Just last week, we heard testimony in committee from two former CBSA employees who have been suspended without pay, even though they now work in different departments. These two former employees were highly critical of the actions of senior bureaucrats at CBSA, including the president, whom they allege was attempting to mislead the committee and withhold information. When parliamentarians are confronted with evidence of reprisals and allegations of misconduct and an active cover-up, we cannot trust this Prime Minister's department to investigate itself. We know how these investigations end. Liberal insiders get off easy while others take the fall. We saw this clearly in the SNC-Lavalin case. SNC-Lavalin gets off with a slap on the wrist, but Jody Wilson-Raybould, she was removed from cabinet and caucus, all for standing up for the rule of law on behalf of Canadians. The Prime Minister is not interested in upholding the rule of law. He is interested in removing blame from himself and his buddies, pinning the blame on others and punishing them harshly. Our study on ArriveCan has uncovered large-scale misconduct across multiple government departments. The Procurement Ombudsman found widespread disregard for the rules of procurement by the Canada Border Services Agency, Public Services and Procurement Canada, and the Public Health Agency of Canada. The Auditor General referred to the glaring lack of documentation as the worst she has ever seen. In her report and in testimony before committee, she stated several times that the pandemic was not an excuse for the lack of documentation and glaring mismanagement across the ArriveCan contracts. This glaring mismanagement is completely unacceptable, especially when taxpayers are on the hook for tens of millions of dollars. This boondoggle has led to Canadians overpaying for an app that sent thousands of Canadians unjustly into quarantine. The Auditor General also confirmed at committee that the lack of documentation points to two possibilities. The first being that the documents never existed in the first place, and that this government just wasn't doing its job in keeping track of taxpayers' dollars. The second, that the documents have been destroyed. While this second possibility may seem far-fetched, it has been reported in the media that an IT employee at the CBSA has claimed that the former Vice President and Chief Information Officer of the CBSA deleted 4 years' worth of emails. This is extremely troubling and is outrageous, as one of my colleagues said. One of this Prime Minister's top bureaucrats has been accused of deleting 4 years' worth of emails from his time at the CBSA, particularly during the time of the ArriveCan procurement. Now, this bureaucrat, who has since been promoted to Chief Technology Officer of Canada, is refusing to provide answers. It is alarming to Conservatives that senior members of this government's bureaucracy are being accused of lying to and misleading parliamentarians in committees and refusing to answer our questions. In addition to this, we've had to deal with constant Liberal filibustering at committee. The persistence of the Liberals to stall our study of the Arrive scam makes us wonder what they have to hide. The mismanagement of ArriveCan is indicative of the way this NDP Liberal government has been running the country over the last 8 years. They have wasted taxpayers' dollars, increasing their deficits to new heights each year. They have created a cost of living crisis, making it difficult for Canadians to put food on the table and a roof over their head. They have failed to deliver for Canadians on every level. Yet, they refuse to take any responsibility for their failed policies and 8 years of failed governance. However, Canadians know who is responsible. While the cost of living continues to go up and the quality of life continues to go down for Canadians, the Liberals are afraid to face Canadians with what they have done to our country. And the NDP have simply lost their way. The NDP, once called the Workers' Party, have bargained away their responsibility as an opposition party and are now more focused on blindly supporting the Liberals than stopping the damage they are inflicting on working-class Canadians. While they support the disastrous overspending of this government, allowing them to do whatever they want, the NDP's only demand is that the Liberals spend more. With the emerging scandal around Arrive scam, they have been feigning outrage at the Liberal government. But as has been noted by the Leader of the Opposition, the NDP voted in favour of the Arrive scam 8 times. They had their chance to stand against it, but did not. Now they are pretending to be shocked by all of the money spent on the app. The NDP present themselves as an opposition party, but this act is falling apart. Despite their best efforts to put on a show of holding the government to account, their actions are clear to all Canadians. By continuing to prop up the Liberals year after year, the NDP have intertwined themselves with the Liberals so tightly it is difficult to tell them apart. Canadians are not fooled by their faux outrage at their coalition partners. If they truly believe in their record, they will stop propping up this Liberal government and their failed policies and allow Canadians to decide who they want to lead them forward. It is important, Madam Speaker, to remember that in the midst of the pandemic, the Prime Minister called an election in a thinly disguised last-ditch effort to recapture a majority government. Failing that, he was then able to fall back on his good friend, the Leader of the NDP, to give him the majority he so desperately needed. Canadians do not support this coalition government. They want change. Canadians want answers for the Arrive scam. Canadians want to end this cover-up coalition. In the face of this corrupt NDP Liberal coalition, Conservatives will continue to fight for accountability and against the waste of taxpayers' dollars. After all, Madam Speaker, that is why we are also calling on the government to collect and recover all monies paid to ArriveCan contractors and subcontractors who did not work on the ArriveCan app within 100 days of the adoption of this motion. And we are calling on the Prime Minister to table a report in the House showing that public funds have been reimbursed. This is the ultimate accountability that this government can demonstrate. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I can tell the member that there are, for me, 2 issues. There's the one of the procurement process. I'll get into that. But I can tell the member opposite that, quite frankly, my constituents would be very much concerned in terms of how a company would be able to get the type of contracts that it has been able to get, and ultimately question in terms of the real value of those contracts. contracts. And one of the ways in which we can find out, Madam Speaker, is to take a look in terms of where this company actually comes from. This is not a company that just was created in the last few years. It's been around for a number of years. It was created under Stephen Harper. This is actually a company where the board actually received contracts, many contracts, under the Stephen Harper government. Would she not agree that we should get a better sense in terms of...
Point of order, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, I don't know how to say this loud enough. That member is misleading this House. This country was created in 2015. Its incorporation date is 2015, shortly after this government got elected.
This is a point of debate, and I know that the honourable member for...
It is a point of very significant relevance. This member is misleading this House, and I'd like you to rule on it, please.
Well, on the same point of order.
On the same point of order, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to try to relieve some tension on the other side. I can tell the member he should look up Cordell Systems Consulting, and that is virtually the same company, the same two individuals, and that's what we're talking.
Again, you know, although members may not agree about the facts, it is a point of debate. And as I had previously ruled initially, before I was challenged, I would just ask members to please wait until it's time for questions and comments. I don't know if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary wanted to finish his question. I do know that the Honourable Member Calgary Trail Eagle Creek is able to answer. There was a lot of individuals who were trying to speak while the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary was asking his question, but I just want to say that I know that the members making the speeches are very well able to answer the questions, and that's when the interjections should actually happen. I have another point of order, the Honourable Member for Ranchi.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And on the same point of order, the member just admitted that it was a company that's similar to, but not the same.
Again, this is a point of debate, and I would just ask members to please quote the point of order that, what section of the point of order that they are referencing, in order for us to ensure that it is actually points of orders that are being raised. Again, the honourable member for Calgary Centre is rising on a point of order.
It's a point of misleading this House. And I would tell you that if the company didn't exist before...
Again, I would just ask members that it's about a disagreement about the facts, and it is not a point of order, it's a point of debate. The honourable member for... the honourable member, parliamentary secretary, can finish his question. He only has about 14 seconds.
Madam Speaker, and it was to ask the member if she would agree to provide leave so that I can actually table the document that shows that the same individuals involved there are the same individuals that were involved in numerous contracts that were issued under Stephen Harper. Will she agree and give unanimous consent for me to table?
The honourable member for Calgary, Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And that member well knows that it requires unanimous consent of everyone in this place. And it's interesting, I believe the fact that he is misleading this House is simply to cover up the fact that under this Liberal government, outsourcing has absolutely skyrocketed. Even though they campaigned on the promise of reducing the use of consultants in 2015. Spending on outsourcing has increased by almost 50% under this Liberal government. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion that we have before us today, which was defended by the former Conservative Speaker, said that the government, the government should produce all the documents, reports, so that all light can be shed. We think that we need to go further, given all the allegations of misconduct at Canada Border Services Agency. There should be a guardianship placed on them now, and that there be an external independent inquiry begun.
Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question put forward by my honourable colleague. I think it's important to remember that the Auditor General has stated in her audit, in her report, that this was the worst that she has ever seen when it comes to glaring mismanagement and the lack of documentation and ultimately undermining value for money for Canadians. I've sat in on all of the meetings when it comes to our study on ArriveCan and can tell you that it's been extremely difficult to get access to documents, and this is something that we are committed to doing, which is why I believe we have put forward this opposition day motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Member for Esquimalt Saanich.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do always enjoy when the Liberals and Conservatives have a contest over who the worst managers in government are. And it seems to me quite ironic that the Conservatives are so focused on this one instance of misspending when they were the government who brought in the Phoenix Pay System, which they estimated to cost $310 million, and it's now cost more than $2.6 billion. But my question to the member refers to something she said directly in her speech about how the confidence and supply agreement that we have with the Liberals does not benefit working people. So I'm asking the honourable member, does she not support the dental care plan that we've started? Is she opposed to the pharmacare plan we just received agreement on? And does she oppose the anti-replacement worker legislation? Does she not think that those programs benefit working people in this country?
The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek, a brief answer.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question by my colleague. I mean, I have to believe that it does smart a little bit to know that your value in this place has been bargained away simply to prop up this failed Liberal government. And when we want to talk about standing up for Canadians, rather than their hunger for power, what they should be doing is standing up for Canadians and supporting us in bringing accountability to this place when it comes to the wasteful spending that they continue to claim they oppose. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, I have the responsibility of coordinating the oversight of how federal programs and departments are managed by the Liberal government. And every day brings more evidence that this NDP Liberal Prime Minister just isn't up to the job. Since my appointment as chair 2 years ago, I have to admit that not a month has gone by where the committee does not examine evidence from Canada's Auditor General that demonstrates ongoing mismanagement of taxpayer dollars and the abdication of any responsibility by Liberal ministers to improve performance or outcomes. I can report that even the Auditor General is becoming exasperated by a government that promises to do better when little changes report after report. It's outrageous that taxpayers are forced to bankroll this Liberal government's incompetence. The waste we discover is not an accident. It is the best the Liberals can do. And we believe on this side of the House that Canadians deserve better. Never has the federal government spent so much to achieve so little as these Liberals. And after 8 years, Canadians know that this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption and needs to be replaced. Conservatives, in contrast, will axe the tax, build the home, fix the budgets, and stop the crime. Now, Liberals call this a meaningless slogan, but it's our mission statement for a principled and accountable, common-sense Conservative government. Each point speaks to a promise that will reverse the decline this Liberal government has brought to Canada, which has left millions of Canadians worried and worse off, and sometimes desperately so. Today, the House of Commons is considering 3 important points raised by the member for Carleton concerning government spending and oversight. The Leader of the Official Opposition, along with other Conservative members on this side of the Commons, want to know, how much did the Liberal government spend on the ArriveCan boondoggle? Will responsible ministers be held accountable for the budget failures? And will the millions of wasted and unearned tax dollars be returned to the Treasury? The Auditor General reported that ArriveCan was originally projected to cost $80,000, but ballooned to at least $60 million. That's 750 times the original price. And the key word from the auditor here is at least, because as Ms. Hogan said, our Auditor General, in her value for money audit, it is, quote, impossible to determine the actual cost of the application, end quote. The auditor added, so every MP and taxpayer to understand the severity of the mismanagement and waste. Quote, this is probably some of the worst financial record keeping that I've seen. Overall, this audit shows a glaring disregard for basic management and contracting practices throughout ArriveCan's development and implementation, end quote. Lacking basic management, no proper record keeping, and no ministerial or department oversight. In other words, it's a bloody financial train wreck. So that's investigation number one from the federal government's own auditor. The second investigation by the Procurement Ombudsman revealed that a staggering 76% of ArriveCan contracts, the contractor did not perform any work. And I'll note that that ombudsman is at the Public Accounts Committee today, this afternoon, and we look forward to hearing from those findings and how taxpayers did not receive value for money. But apparently, some contractors received money for no work. That a two-person company, GC Strategies, that did no IT work, was the only supplier in North America that could win some big government contracts because of bid rigging. Again, this is from the Ombudsman. Back to the auditor, who reported, quote, we found that GC Strategy was involved in the development of the requirements that the Canada Board of Service Agency ultimately included in the request for proposal, end quote. Now this finding has not actually been addressed enough. What the auditor is saying here is that GC Strategies was at the table when departmental officials were setting up the contract terms, meaning they had not only the inside advantage, they wrote the rules. GC Strategies is a two-person consulting firm that does no IT work. It bids on federal government contracting schemes and then outsources the work to others. When GC successfully wins a bid, all they do is subcontract out the work to other contractors. There is little to no value in these arrangements, except for the owners, because the bidder charges and pockets a fat commission up to 30%. Since 2015, this two-person consulting firm has collected over $250 million from taxpayers, according to reports by the newspaper La Presse. In 2022, consultants like GC Strategies were awarded $17.7 billion in contracts, while ordinary Canadians are struggling to pay for groceries and heat their homes. Now, a third investigation has begun by the Information Commissioner into ArriveCan. This one focuses on allegations of deleted emails by federal officials responsible for overseeing the ArriveCan program. This is a concern the Auditor General has not dismissed and one that needs to be investigated. And then to wrap all this up, this taxpayer-funded mess, the RCMP is investigating it all. And I believe evidence was heard at the Public Accounts Committee indicating that the police should expand their scope after testimony from officials that reinforced that contracts were fraudulently submitted by contractors, work wasn't done at the value that the taxpayer expected, and this needs to be looked at for fraud. So how did the ArriveCan waste happen? Well, public servants did not follow the rules. A Liberal government that is not able to manage the bureaucracy or protect tax dollars was in place, and consultants swindled the system and in some cases broke the law. And if you listen to testimony from public servants who appeared before the Public Accounts Committee, there's a trend of excuses. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. We heard public servants did not sign off on these contracts. It was their predecessors who have either been moved to another department or are now retired, or they just didn't know. No deputy minister has been fired, no minister held accountable, yet bonuses were paid. That's bonuses for outsourcing work that the public service was responsible for doing in-house. 3 years ago, Conservatives called on the Prime Minister to end their Arrive Can. Instead of listening to common sense, these Liberals went ahead and wasted tens of millions of dollars. In the Auditor General's report, it clearly shows that the majority spending on Arrive Can happened after the 2021 election. And the truth is, this is a scandal that could only happen under the Liberal government. For those of you that have been around this place long enough, or in many cases even longer, Arrive Can combines the worst of two previous Liberal scandals, ad scam and their long gun registry. In ad scam, tax money paid to Liberal consultants was paid to Liberal consultants without records for little or no work. Does that sound familiar? Nearly $1.2 billion in sponsorship and advertising contracts were received by government outsiders through sole source contracts. And taxpayers remember when Auditor General Sheila Fraser was unable to calculate the long gun registry price tag because expenditures were not saved by the government. The filing cabinet was empty. At the time, she estimated the total cost at over $1 billion. And you'll remember, under a previous Liberal government, that program was supposed to cost $2 million, yet up and away, just like the Arrive scam. In conclusion, I'll go back to the Arrive Can and the Auditor General. Quote, in our view, flaws in the competitive processes to award further Arrive Can contracts raise significant concerns that the process did not result in the best value for money, end quote. That's the auditor saying it was a financial train wreck. And it's another failure of this tired, wasteful Liberal government. Who on that side of the House is accountable for this waste? Who will be accountable to Canadians? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to go back to the question I had asked the member's colleague, and that is for many of my constituents wanting to get a better understanding in terms of what actually is, how does one company, or there's two sane people, if I can put it that way, able to get themselves into a position where ultimately they were able to do what they did in a very questionable behavior. It goes all the way back to when they were on the directors for Cordell, where they actually received numerous contracts under the Conservatives. And I'm wondering if he would not agree that on the specific Arrive Can or that particular company, we actually should be looking at the origins of the company and how it is that it ultimately developed. And to support that, I'm wondering if he would agree that we should be tabling the document that clearly demonstrates the grants that were received by that company at that time.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Next, the member is going to be blaming youth crime on individuals that were born during the Harper era. This is a scandal that is a Liberal scandal. They have had 8 years to reform and manage the public service as they saw fit. And I think that those questions need to be directed to the government. How is it a company under their watch was able to fleece taxpayers by nearly $250 million? That's a question for you. If you can't ask it, voters will get you out of the way.
I'm assuming the Honourable Member wasn't addressing that directly to me, but he should address his questions through me. The Honourable questions et commentaires. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The leader of the Bloc Québécois has been asking for an arm's length public inquiry. And he's been asking for a number of other measures. Now, our colleague is saying that this is a shameless scandal, and he's right. We will vote in favor of the motion. On the other hand, even before the AG report, the Conservatives are saying that they knew that there was an amount in the 2021-22 budget that was voted on in March 2022. If they knew that that sum was problematic, Why didn't they ask for a separate vote on that amount? Why didn't they oppose that? Why didn't they vote on it? Why did they vote on it all together?
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mais encore une fois,
Well, Madam Speaker, the Conservative leader mentioned that the NDP and the Bloc voted with the federal government to support ArriveCAN. Yes, it's true.
Cross-debates, alors je demande aux gens...
No cross-debate. I would wait for those who have asked the question to wait. If they want to ask another question at the appropriate time, they can. But I would ask them to give the honourable member time to answer the question. We won't get into debate back and forth like this. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 3 years, I myself have been saying we need to stop ArriveCAN. But ultimately, it cost a great deal. It's not up to me to explain Bloc or NDP votes. We will ask why they voted to support the program.
And comments, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, a brief question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, does this committee have any plans to investigate accountability for the Phoenix Pay system, which was planned by the Conservatives, cost $310 million, and now has cost more than $2.6 billion, and has more than 200,000 public servants still facing problems with their pay? Is the committee going to be doing any investigation to accountability for that Conservative boondoggle?
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest has 50 seconds to respond.
Very good. Well, that's up to the committee members. And if my honourable colleague would like to urge his member to seek support to do that, that's something we can consider. Generally, our committee follows the rules, the reports from the Auditor General. And so this is something that I wouldn't decide on my own. If the Auditor General certainly studies it, it's something we will take up. But again, today is about the ArriveCAN, the support the NDP has given that program, the great waste to taxpayers, and a program that hasn't worked.
Debate, the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to be able to start off by emphasizing that every dollar that the government spends is an important dollar, and it's one in which the government, in all ways, in every way possible, try to ensure that there's a high sense of accountability and transparency. And that is something in which we have seen virtually from day one when this issue was first brought to light. And I want to amplify that and make it very clear, Madam Speaker, that the Government of Canada and the Prime Minister has been very clear on this. We will ensure that there is a sense of accountability, true accountability on this issue. Because every tax dollar that is spent is an important tax dollar, Madam Speaker. We take it very seriously, virtually from day one, in terms of the types of things that the government needs to do in order to be able to support Canadians. And you have to put this issue in its proper context. This is at a time in which we had a worldwide pandemic going on, where government expenditures started to increase dramatically. They increased dramatically because as a Prime Minister and as a government, we made the decision to have the backs of Canadians from coast to coast to coast in every region of this country, Madam Speaker. Every region. And that meant we had to create programs virtually from nowhere, such as the CERB program, that literally put thousands of dollars in the pockets of millions of Canadians at a time in which we needed to be there for Canadians. Where it developed programs to support small businesses, whether it's the wage subsidy programs or loan initiative programs. Whether it was coming up with the financial resources to be able to protect Canadians. Whether it was indirectly through ideas like ArriveCAN to ultimately providing the supports for mental health, to other long-term care health, and so forth, in a wide area of departments and different types of responsibilities.
We took that initiative seriously. And we want and we will continue to push for accountability for those monies that were in fact being spent, Madam Speaker. But today's debate is nothing more than a Conservative stunt. That's really what this debate is. And I would challenge the Conservatives in terms of why it is that they are taking this whole cut, paste, and post mentality on social media to mislead Canadians on important issues, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt procurement has always been an issue. Even when I was an MLA in the Manitoba legislature, procurement has always been an issue, Madam Speaker. There's no surprise there. We have to ensure that there is more accountability in the ways in which the government acquires the things that it requires, Madam Speaker. There's no surprise that is there. If you want examples, you could go back to other federal governments, whether they be Liberal or Conservatives. Or if you go into the provincial levels, you'll find the same thing at the different provincial levels. When something comes up as something like ArriveCan, it's important as to how does the government react, Madam Speaker. And what we have seen is not one, but several ministers get engaged on the issue in one form or another in order to be able to address the issue of the tax dollar and how that tax dollar might have been abused. And we believe, Madam Speaker, that it has been abused. And that's the reason why you are seeing the type of statements coming from the government, because we want to protect the tax dollars and the integrity of the system, Madam Speaker. But that's not the agenda of the Conservative Party. All one needed to do is to listen to what the Conservative leader had to say when he opened the debate on the issue, Madam Speaker. He even admitted it when I had posed a question about the importance of bumper stickers, because he went with his top 4 bumper stickers and then went into ArriveCan, Madam Speaker, and bragged on how he's going to make sure that these bumper stickers are all over the place. Every bumper sticker that the leader of the Conservative Party puts out is an attempt to mislead Canadians, because the Conservatives tend to think that Canadians are stupid, Madam Speaker. And it's really quite unfortunate. And that's what today is about. It is a stunt that's being brought forward in order to try to generate some sort of a scenario that they can somehow tag the word corrupt to the issue, Madam Speaker, with respect to this government, when in fact the government has been on top of it virtually from day one. And I can tell you, when I raised the issue in the form of questions, or when I heard the parliamentary secretary talk about the company, one of the things that comes across my mind is there's really 2 issues here. There's the issue of procurement and how procurement works. And we have a professional civil service, I would ultimately argue, second to no other civil service in the world, Madam Speaker. But at times, mistakes happen. And it's how does the government respond when those mistakes actually take place. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, that is one of the issues that I think that is important for us to be talking about. The other issue is related to the company itself. How does that 2-person company, members in the opposite, if you listen to what they say in the committees, if you listen to what they say here on the floor of the House, you often hear the comments, Liberal insiders, government insiders. Here these 2 people are made wealthy because they're government insiders or they're Liberals. What a bunch of hogwash. Madam Speaker, these individuals are the very same individuals that received contracts when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. Sure, they had a different name on the company. One was called Cordell Systems Consulting, Inc. The same 2 people that were on that company are now the same 2 people that are on GC Strategies, Inc. It's the same, one and the same. So I say to them, well, maybe what we should be looking at as the second part is how does a company get itself into a position where it can ultimately do what JC has actually done, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, GC has actually done, Madam Speaker. To me, that's an important issue. That's an issue I would like to have and provide answers to my constituents. Well, when I said that earlier, it upset a few Conservatives because it doesn't fit their stunts, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, they don't want real accountability. Because why? Because the two individuals in question are not Liberal insiders. They're not government insiders any more than they were when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. But you know what, Madam Speaker? When you take a look into it, you really begin to understand why it is the Conservatives don't want me to table. And, you know, the parliamentary secretary to the minister attempted to table it earlier. I'm going to attempt to table it now. And that is, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at the origins of the company, and that is Cordell Systems and Consulting. Where's my reading glasses here, Madam Speaker? Take a look in terms of some of the contracts. And I know why they don't want it tabled. Because the leader of the Conservative Party was actually in government. He was a parliamentary secretary, and you wouldn't believe the number of grants that were issued when the leader of the Conservative Party was in charge of the department, Madam Speaker. Is there any wonder why that they don't want us to table the document? They don't want Canadians to know? You wouldn't know that by the behavior of the Conservative Party. But the reality is, we're talking about a number of contracts. Let me just cite a couple of them, Madam Speaker. A contract date of May the 26th, 2013. We all know the important role that the leader of the Conservative Party played back then. In fact, he was the Parliamentary Secretary to Transport. And guess what? This contract was issued by the Transport Canada. PS for Transport Canada issuing out a contract going to Cordell Systems. Cordell Systems, Madam Speaker, is the very same thing as GC Strategies. The number of contracts, so that one was worth well over $1 million. And then they get another one here for $287,000. Again, Transport Canada. I don't know, Madam Speaker, if I should emphasize that the leader of the Conservative Party was also the one responsible in that case too. But there's several of them, so let's just make the assumption that the ones that I'm going to be referencing are all at the same time in which the leader of the Conservative Party was responsible, right? So we had another one, October the 29th, 2012. That one just under $1,968,000, Madam Speaker. You know, then if we continue on, and I'm just going to list off the ones in which the leader of the Conservative Party had a role to play. March 29, 2012. Well over $200,000. Again, Transport Canada. Here's one for well over $500,000. March 1, 2012. Again, Transport Canada, Madam Speaker. Another one on August the 9th, 2011, going to Transport Canada. Madam Speaker, you know, here's another one, July 29, 2011. Again, all going to Cordell Systems. The member of the Conservative member is asking me, well, how much were they? You know, the member doesn't quite get it. It's the principle of this, right? At the end of the day, we're talking about the very same company, and the member opposite, I'm sure if he consulted with his constituents, that he will find that there would be a high level of interest as to how it is a company can create itself and then receive substantial government contracts, Madam Speaker. To the degree in which we go on through the years into a worldwide pandemic, where there's a great deal of money being spent in order to protect the interests of Canadians, and it would appear that there is substantial abuse, Madam Speaker. And when I say substantial, I cannot underestimate the potential of how the taxpayer was being taken advantage of. And that's why it doesn't matter what side of the House one sits on. I'm concerned about it, as I know my colleagues are concerned about it, as I know the Prime Minister is concerned about it, as the ministers responsible. And that's why when we found out about the initiative, we just didn't sit back and try to hide it, Madam Speaker. Far from it. We initiated a number of studies into what had taken place. You know, as I say, this is an example of something in which the government at times needs to take actions in order to be able to ensure the integrity of the system. I'm concerned about the system. I like to think that whether it's national procurement process or provincial, territorial, or any other form of tax dollars that are used during procurement processes, that there is integrity in the system. And that is why we have had not one, but several standing committees look into this issue. Not one, but several independent offices of the Parliament look into this issue, Madam Speaker. That is why we have more than one department taking a look into this issue. There are literally tens of thousands of pages scattered all over the place on this issue, Madam Speaker. So to try to give the impression, the false impression, that the government doesn't take this serious is absolute balderdash, Madam Speaker. This government understands the true value of every dollar that we receive. Because we understand by using tax dollars in an appropriate fashion, we are able to provide the programming that Canadians want and expect of the government, and we have seen ample demonstrations of that over the years. Whether it's at the same time of the pandemic, where we, as I pointed out, created the CERB program, to the small businesses programs, to the post-pandemic, the grocery rebate, Madam Speaker, to the investments in housing, infrastructure, the nonprofit groups that are out there. We hear about the PharmaCare program, a program in which I have been advocating virtually since 2012 through petitions and other means, Madam Speaker, to the dental program. We understand the true value of social programs, and that's why we put a high value on accountability on tax dollars, because we want to support Canadians through these social programs. Now, I commented at the beginning that the Conservatives are more concerned about the bumper stickers. And we saw that today when the leader of the Conservative Party, who has virtually mandated every Conservative that stands up to recite, and I write it down, and I guess I should have it by memory by now, because all of them like to say it. You know, it's the bumper sticker sale that's going on the other side. They have to say cut taxes. That's a must. That's their big bumper sticker. What they're referring to, Madam Speaker, and this is what the leader of the Conservative Party was just saying in introducing the motion today, just in case some people might be wondering in terms of relevance, I'm actually quoting what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party said today in his speech. He says he's going to cut the taxes. But what he doesn't tell Canadians, Madam Speaker, is he's also going to cut the rebates. And when he cuts the rebates, Madam Speaker, he's literally taking money out of the pockets of the residents of Winnipeg North, over 80%. And I can tell you the residents of Winnipeg North are very much the working class of Canada. And it's very reflective of ridings across Canada. He is taking more money out of the pockets. But you think that that would stop him from using that bumper sticker? Oh, geez, no. The other talking point or bumper sticker that he made reference to earlier, he's going to build more houses. Canadians need to know he was the Minister of Housing, and he was an absolute total disaster, Madam Speaker, when it came to housing. He didn't do anything on housing. For the first time in 50 years, we have a national government that's investing in housing. No government in the last 50 years has invested more money in housing than this government, Madam Speaker, nor worked with other jurisdictions. And we are building tens of thousands of new homes over the next number of years. I'll compare housing any day. You know, when he talks about the whole issue of the third, fix the budget. Fix the budget is code for a hidden conservative Tory agenda. The far right, the MAGA conservatives coming out, Madam Speaker. That's really what that's all about. You want to get a sense? Someone made reference to the Phoenix disaster. When we first came into government, what did we experience? The Conservative Party had just cut hundreds of civil servant jobs. They said they were going to save millions of dollars and create this Phoenix project. That Phoenix project ended up costing taxpayers hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, going into billions, Madam Speaker. Absolute waste. And then, of course, they talk about their final point. What is it now? Stop crime. Well, Madam Speaker, this is the same party. We come up with the bail reform bill, consensus across Canada, all different political parties. What does the Conservative Party across the way do? They filibuster. That's how they're going to stop crime? Not initially, it did not. The Conservatives are the ones that actually held it up. This is what the Conservative Party is all about, Madam Speaker. Stunts. And that's what today is. It's a giant stunt, Madam Speaker. And everything that they do and they say is ultimately at one goal, and that is for the vote. And that's it. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, we will continue to work day in and day out to support Canadians pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, and during the pandemic. There's many different things I could talk about. Thank you for the opportunity.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must say how offended I am with this member's speech that he says that this is a stunt today. Madam Speaker, we could try to win a debate by using partisan rhetoric, but the purpose of the debate today is to recognize a horrible thing happened and we want to prevent it from the future. If we look back to Arrive Scam, how it started in 2021 during the election, it was used to say to Canadians that unvaxxed Canadians were a danger to vaccinated Canadians. It was the demonization of millions of Canadians. And in the summer of 2021, we knew the Delta variant, the Omicron, both vaccinated and unvaccinated people could get and spread the disease. Our own public officials from the Public Health Agency of Canada did not have the science to support this policy. So the government initiated a study with a guy named David Fisman at the University of Toronto. And this study was so bad, Madam Speaker, that there's a book called Fisman's Fraud, The Rise of Canadian Hate Science. And I just want to know, how much money did they spend on these studies to support this Arrive scam when they knew that they didn't have the science to even support it from day one?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the mega conservative far right is coming out. These are the anti, these are the ones that still deny the pandemic. And at the end of the day, thank goodness it was that Canadians and the majority of the people in the House saw the value of protecting the health and well-being of Canadians, and that the far right was marginalized back then, Madam Speaker, because as a direct result, more people are living today in Canada. As a direct result, a lot more people were healthier during that process. But in the spirit of cooperation, the member wants cooperation. Well, I can clearly demonstrate. I have a wonderful document that clearly demonstrates.
Ask the member not to point to the document as he's doing. And I'm going to go to another question and comment. If he wishes to table the document, he can rise in the House and propose a motion. Questions et comments.
Questions and comments?
And the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I hear the Liberals continue to talk about the surge from COVID. But, Madam Speaker, the reality is they had $8.4 billion in outsourcing the first year they were in government that they inherited from the Conservatives. Now they're at $21.4 billion. In terms of the big six consultant firms, they had $119 million pre-COVID. Now it's $470 million just to the big six. The argument about the surge from COVID no longer holds water. And I'll tell you what it's like in my riding. In the Comox Valley Search and Rescue helicopters, which are flown by Canadian Forces members, their maintenance and upkeep of those helicopters has been contracted out to a private company, IMP Aerospace, a private company. And there seems substantial staff shortages due to the low wages paid for by the company, resulting in concerns for safety by the public. And D&D is not ensuring that the contractor is following through with the terms of the contract. Will my colleague ensure that when it comes to outsourcing, when it comes to public safety on the coast, that they'll ensure that those workers are getting paid fairly and that they're being treated properly and there's some actual accountability that's happening?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that all governments, both present and past, Liberal and Conservative, here in Ottawa have used contracting out, as has all political parties at the provincial level, Madam Speaker. Even New Democratic governments will contract out consistently. And now, there's varying amounts of money in which they will contract out. There's different sizes of budgets and so forth. But let's emphasize, or I would like to emphasize, that all political parties at different levels of government see the true value of contracting out, and at times of different cycles, worldwide pandemic, recessions, or whatever it might be, at times there's more contracting out done than other times. And I'm sure that the Government of Canada, who's a great supporter of our civil service, will continue to support the civil service the best we can.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member.
The
honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. I was just seeing if you're in the right place. Yes, correct. Yes, it is me. I'm in the right place. Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask a colleague. It's too easy. It's very easy on this file. The ArriveCan scandal, to issue all sorts of accusations against the Conservatives, just like the Conservatives accuse the Bloc of things that are false. It's very easy, but it doesn't take the current government off the hook from being accountable with regard to the ArriveCan scandal. This is not a small measure. At committee, we are working for hours on end. The Auditor General came in before the media and explained how this has never been seen before in terms of the management of public funds. This is about accountability. The accountability of this government, Madam Speaker. And rather than waiting for question period, what initiative will this government take with regard to the ArriveCan issue so that all light is shed on external contracts that are issued without accountability in terms of public management? That is what I'd like to ask.
I pointed out, and I'll reinforce, that whether it's not one or two, I believe it's 3 standing committees have been looking at the ArriveCan issue. You have different departments, internal departments that have been looking at it virtually from day one when it was first discovered, Madam Speaker. You also have at least 2, going on to now 3 independent offices of Parliament that are also have investigated, provided reports, and there's ongoing looking into the matter. The House is deeply engaged on the issue, and we, like me, like the member opposite, want to see answers, and we'll continue to push for answers until, Madam Speaker, we can ultimately get the answers that we're looking for.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institution and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague spoke about the Conservatives' behaviour today in the House and their speeches, and I found it interesting because the government has acknowledged there was a problem and procurement practices need to be improved, and we need to get to the bottom of this. And we've even implemented solutions already to put in place to protect from this happening again. But the Conservatives don't offer any solutions. And my honourable colleague in his speech spoke about a stunt. And I found it interesting, Madam Speaker, that when I went to Conservative Twitter accounts speaking about this issue, it linked to the Conservative Party page to then donate. Madam Speaker, should Canadians be concerned about the fact that Conservatives are trying to use this to fundraise instead of protecting transparency for Canadian dollars?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, Madam Speaker, it's an excellent point, and it's something in which I indirectly made a reference to, and I call it cut, paste, and post. And what usually will happen within the Conservative Party, and that's why I really appreciate the question, is that the Conservatives will say something, whether it's here or inside the chamber, which is obviously meant to mislead. They'll actually cut it or edit it, paste it for whether it's a Twitter or a social media, and then post it in order to be able to get data mining done, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you that maybe that's something in which the Ethics Commissioner should be looking at, to the degree in which the Conservative Party is using that as a part of their bumper sticker campaign and beyond.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Before I begin my question, I want to recognize a constituent, Logan Stankoven, who scored his first NHL goal yesterday. Congratulations to Logan. I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, that the Parliamentary Secretary talks about the Ethics Commissioner looking into something. I think the Ethics Commissioner is busy enough with the Prime Minister. What we have is this government who repeatedly breaches ethics, and then they have the audacity to point the finger here. What I love about this member, it's not what he says, but how loud he says it, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, he says, well, don't look at us, you know. Last time, one of the times, I should say, they looked at you, one of the individuals ended up walking in handcuffs to jail, Madam Speaker. That was a Conservative member. At the end of the day, we will continue to push for accountability, and the Conservatives will no doubt continue with their stunts, unfortunately.
And I do want to remind the member, he had an opportunity to ask a question, and instead of trying to ebb on the honourable member, he should be listening to the response. The honourable, resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
$60 million. That's the running total so far for this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government's Arrive scam. This is a scandal that sees Liberal insiders lining their pockets with tens of millions of dollars while Canadians are lined up at food banks. And I just came from the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics with very interesting testimony from the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Now, the Leader of the Official Opposition had sent a letter, a complaint to the RCMP about this NDP Liberal Prime Minister's $60 million Arrive scam. And the RCMP Commissioner confirmed just minutes ago that yes, this Prime Minister's $60 million Arrive scam is under RCMP investigation. This is a government that has been mired in scandal, and this issue, though on its face seems, business as usual over there, is shocking to Canadians. It's shocking because one of the contractors who worked on their failed $60 million Arrive scam received $20 million. But that's $20 million of $258 million that these two guys working out of a suburban Ottawa basement have been pulling in contracts. These same two guys admitted under questioning at committee that they fraudulently won the bids. And that wasn't enough for this government to freeze awarding contracts to GC Strategies. It wasn't enough.
just like every single one of these Liberal members over here voted against having Canada's Auditor General investigate a Arrive scam. Well, why'd they vote against? Well, we learned why when we got the report back from the Auditor General. It was damning. Just like the report from the Procurement Ombudsman, revealing that 76% of the contractors whose resumes were used to win the bids for the $60 million boondoggle didn't do any work on the ArriveCAN app. The accountability that these Liberals look to apply to this measure is the same as having the fox guard the hen house. They want internal processes. They want the CBSA to investigate themselves. Well, that does a disservice to everyone. I can tell you in my community, we have frontline border service officers, their managers. These border service officers work tirelessly to keep our country and our communities safe. They are appalled by what they've seen from this Prime Minister's senior bureaucrats, the president, former president of the CBSA, in this shocking waste of taxpayers' money. And it is a waste. Well, I did have a parliamentary secretary in this place one day say, oh, it saved tens of thousands of lives. They've had to walk that back. The parliamentary secretary had to walk it back. No data. They just make stuff up. But also under questioning, their officials at committee confirmed the same. This scandal has seen explosive testimony at committee. Allegations of bribery, extortion, evidence of corruption, forgery, fraud, and threats. And now, after we forced meetings last week, including testimony by the Information Commissioner, the Information Commissioner has launched her own investigation into this Prime Minister and this NDP Liberal government's $60 million scandal. Today's motion is incredibly important because this is going to require the government to report on actual costs. It says something about the complete absence of transparency. And these Liberals, committed to being the most transparent government in history and having sunshine be the best disinfectant. Well, I tell you, they need a lot of disinfectant over there because every step of the way they have tried to block the answers and the accountability that common sense Conservatives have pressed for on this massive scandal. So we want the actual cost. The Auditor General, and let's just break down her name for a second, a general who has an army of auditors, couldn't even get the true costs out of this government. Why? Well, wait, can you not hear that? It's the sound of the paper shredders working overtime every time anyone takes a look at these Liberals and their well-connected friends. So we're going to get all of the costs, all the way down the line. And we're going to call on the government to recoup the costs. Last week at committee, senior officials confirmed when I asked that there is a mechanism to get Canadians' tax dollars back in this egregious scandal. It's unbelievable when we have officials lying at committee, when we have clear evidence of criminal acts, when all of this evidence continues to pile up. And the app was originally billed at costing $80,000. And you'll hear the hue and cry, it was never going to cost $80,000. Oh, it couldn't have been built in a day. I have yet to hear testimony of all of the hours at all of the committees that are looking at this, that $60 million is good value for money. And in fact, the Auditor General confirmed that this wasn't a value for money project. And that, in fact, there was gross mismanagement. And that thousands of pages of documents are missing. And they don't know, just like they don't know the true cost of the app, they don't know how many documents are missing. It's a bit of a problem there. And this issue is one that we've been attuned to for more than a year. And the government has pushed back on every effort that Conservatives have made on this. And I'm pleased that I'll be splitting my time, Madam Speaker, to allow for another common sense Conservative to speak to this egregious scandal. It's in spite of their protests, in spite of them filibustering a 2-day talkathon to try and block the founders of GC Strategies from having to testify at committee. Twice they dodged summons from parliamentary committee, and yesterday these Liberals voted against the committee motion forcing the founders of GC Strategies to come before the House. They voted against it happening. They voted against it. But, again, common sense Conservative pressure, we had to give them a mulligan and have a second vote because that member's party voted against accountability and transparency for Canadian tax dollars. And it's egregious. And Canadians are outraged. They're outraged, but they're also hungry, lined up at food banks in record numbers. 2 million Canadians in a single month, a third of them being children, struggling after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government and its Prime Minister who isn't worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. But that's what Canadians see under his government. But the good news, Madam Speaker, is that it wasn't like this before, and it won't be like this after. And common sense Conservatives have a very straightforward plan. It's to axe the tax, it's to fix the budget, it's to build the homes, and it's to stop the crime. And that's what Canadians deserve after suffering for 8 years under a government who's been mired in corruption and scandal for years. So I look forward to putting this question to the House. We'll see if Liberals are again going to work with their cover-up coalition to try and block this very important, straightforward accountability measure from passing. But their attempts before haven't stopped Conservatives working for Canadians, because that's what we were elected to do, and that's what we're going to continue to do to provide answers and accountability for Canadians. And you know what? We're going to get some of their money back.
Point of order.
Question. Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Madam Speaker. And I was heckled during my question. The honourable member was heckled during his speech, and yet on this side of the House we've been called out for it. I just ask that the other side observe the same decorum and also be called out when they don't obey the standing orders. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the honourable member is referring to. There was a little bit of discussion being had here, or little comments similar to this side. It depends on how loud the comments are and if it is disruptive. If it was disruptive, I'm sorry I didn't catch it, but I will be certainly more mindful. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, questions and comments.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, you'll notice there wasn't one idea that came out in terms of improving procurement. The question I have for the member is, he is someone that actually posted something on Twitter on this issue, which goes to show just how serious he is, Madam Speaker. Because then if you click on the link that he provides on his Twitter, it then goes to a Conservative fundraising page, investigate the Arrive Scam, Boondoggle, donate. My question to the member is, does he use any public dollars at all in regards to his Twitter account? They seem to see this more as I say, if there's a scam, it's actually coming from the Conservative Party.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, it sounds like the parliamentary secretary was talking about my Twitter. It's Mike Barrett ON. If he wants to follow it, if he wants to like that post and share it, of course. Tens of thousands, and you know what, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of people are doing that every single day, because after 8 years of this scandal-plagued NDP Liberal government and their partnership and the cover-up coalition, Canadians are exhausted. But they're also out of cash, and pretty soon this Liberal government is going to be out of time.
Yeah, so during the response, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary also attempted to intervene, and as did others. I just want to remind members that when someone has the floor, if others have questions or comments, or if they want to contribute to the debate, they should wait till the appropriate time. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to the debate since the morning and listening to what's happening. And once again, it's the Liberals who are trying to bury their scandals, the Conservatives who are then doing the same. For us, Quebecers, it's the same 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, be it one or the other. It's the same issues, the same waste of public funds. I'd like to have my colleagues answer with regard to the fact that Mr. Speaker, the member for Carleton, when he was the Minister of Transport from 2011 to 2013, he granted a $6.5 million to the owners of GC Strategies at the time, which was called by a different name.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
It's incredibly disappointing that the Bloc took the opportunity more than a half dozen times to vote to increase the funding to this scandal-plagued Arrive scam app. And it's, so frustrating for Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. And of course, when Conservatives were in government, there was no $60 million Arrive scam. And spending on outside consultants was less than half of what it's ballooned to at more than $21 billion under this NDP Liberal Prime Minister who isn't worth the cost of the crime or the corruption. And as I said, Madam Speaker, it wasn't like that before these Liberals, and it won't be like them after.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, again, under the Conservative government, the outsourcing to highly paid consulting firms doubled. Under this government, it's gone up fourfold. The Arrive can fiasco is just the tip of the iceberg. We've been calling for the government to investigate and for Government Operations Committee to investigate the big 6 consulting firms that are running away. We saw Deloitte with over $100 million in contracts, Madam Speaker, just last year. Now already this year they're $275 million. And get this, Madam Speaker, Deloitte's run by a former Conservative cabinet minister. He's a managing director. And we've asked, we put forward a motion to expand the study to include Deloitte. You should have seen the room, Madam Speaker. Panic ensued. The Conservatives delayed voting on it, not once, but 3 meetings, Madam Speaker. So my question to my colleague is, will the Conservatives stop blocking and let an investigation ensue on the big corporations, including Deloitte, or are they going to continue to work with the Liberals in protecting their friends and the highly paid consultants and through their corporate-controlled parties?
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The cover-up coalition is just that, and they have an agreement. And the NDP support the Liberal government on all orders of thing. And you know what they got in exchange for it? They didn't get a seat at the cabinet table, but they do have veto power. But you know what else they do? They have the opportunity to not support this government when it's increasing funding to outside consultants, which is exactly this case. And that member voted for it more than a half dozen times to increase spending, with $20 million going to one outside consulting company. How many public servants could be hired with the tens of millions of dollars that were spent on the Arrive scam that went to consultants making 30% but did no actual work on the app? Dozens, Madam Speaker. And where were the NDP? In lockstep with this scandal-plagued Prime Minister. It's a shame.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
It's always a pleasure to stand in the House and Commons and speak on behalf of the people of Calgary, Midnapore. C'est toujours un plaisir d'être ici.
It's always a pleasure to be here in the House on behalf of the people of Calgary, Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, I think everyone has had a situation in their life. Maybe it was going through the grocery store, certainly these days, and putting items in your cart and getting to the checkout. Maybe it was a crazy night out. Maybe it was eating too many candies after time with friends or time with family. But I think we have all had a situation where we are at with the Arrive scam today, and that is, how did this even happen? How did this even happen, Madam Speaker? That is the big question for today. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we, the official opposition, are asking this Liberal government to table a report by March 18th showing the complete costs of Arrive scam. To this date, we have no idea what those really are, and to collect and recoup all of the funds paid to contractors that did no work. And we certainly know that there were many, certainly one in particular, for sure. But this is why we have this Opposition Day motion here today on Arrive scam. It's because Canadians are all asking the question, how did this even happen? Madam Speaker, ArriveCAN was an application that was supposed to cost $80,000. This is what a group of individuals who spent a weekend trying to replicate the application said that could be done for $80,000. And then lo and behold, we see that the indicated price of this increased to, a couple dozen million, certainly. And then more recently, we found out that this app had cost $54 million. $54 million for an application that individuals say that they could have built for $80,000. And then recently, with the report of the Auditor General, we found out that it cost a minimum of $60 million. And we're not even certain that that's the total amount because of the poor documentation done by this government, speaking to their incompetence. Now, Madam Speaker, the main vendor behind this, of course, is the infamous GC Strategies, the two-person outlet working out of their basement that we thought got paid originally $11 million. And then, after the Auditor General's report, we actually found out that it was closer to $19 million. And again, we're not sure. We're not entirely sure because the documentation isn't there to even prove that that's all they got paid. But as you may know, it was recently released in the press that this company, this two-person company, working out of their basement that doesn't even do any work, has been given $250 million in contracts by this NDP Liberal coalition, by this Liberal government, and an incredible amount. We have within the Arrive Scan application and its vendors the possibility of collusion, of price fixing, certainly inflation of prices, all of these things, whereby one of my colleagues, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, his questioning of the witnesses, they couldn't even respond when he said over and over and over, what do you do? What do you do? They weren't able to answer it. GC Strategies, as you may know, Madam Speaker, was also determined to have forged resumes in an effort to get these contracts. Madam Speaker, we all know the penalty for doing this. For example, if you are applying for a private position, if you are certainly applying to a university, for example, to forge your transcript, something like this, these are things that are unheard of. Yet it was done by this vendor that's been paid $250 million by this Liberal government. We have the destruction of documents by the Chief Information Officer at the time of Arrive Scan. You can't even make this stuff up. Again, I say, how did this even happen? How did this even happen? Canadians are wondering that. And it gets worse from there, Madam Speaker. The head of the CBSA didn't even report the RCMP investigation of GC Strategies to the Auditor General, who found out about it in the Globe and Mail. That's how dysfunctional this government is, that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And then we have the integrity director within the CBSA investigating the situation. So what is happening here, Madam Speaker? We're seeing what happens time and time again with this government. The government is investigating itself. I'm not sure really where this holds up to be evident. I certainly would love this opportunity. I think many people would, where you determine yourself if you've done wrongdoing or not. Unfortunately, democracy isn't supposed to work this way and Canada isn't supposed to work this way, but this is the way that ArriveScam is. And so I ask again, how did this even happen? Madam Speaker, I will tell you, those who have evaluated what happened here, and we haven't even gotten to the RCMP investigation, have not found out good things. We had the procurement ombudsman review ArriveScam, and his words were very damning. He found out that out of 41 ArriveCan related procurements, 23 contracts were issued using a competitive process, but 31.7 of all contracts were non-competitive sole source contracts, 31%. That's a third. Terrible. We also found out that 43.5% contracts were from disincentive bidders using lower rates and encouraging bidders to pick a less risky higher rate. You may have also heard, Madam Speaker, that GC Strategies, this firm that we've talked so much about here in the House of Commons, even won a bid because they wrote the terms for winning the bid. So they were making up the rules so that they could win the bid. It goes on and on and on. And Madam Speaker, I'll just point out that everything that we see with ArriveScan, we see the incompetence of this government. We see the government not accepting responsibility. We see the complete lack of respect for the taxpayer. No value for money here, and I'll talk about that a bit more in a minute. As a microcosm of this government and how they have spent the last close to 9 years now, ArriveScam is sadly a microcosm of that. It gets worse after the review of the procurement ombudsman who gave ArriveScam a failing grade. We had 2 weeks ago, the Liberal government didn't want for this to happen, but we had the release finally of the Auditor General's report. And whatever excuse they try to use for ArriveScam, the crisis situation, she herself used the words saying that this is not an excuse to not get value for money for the Canadian taxpayer. We found 18% of invoices submitted by contractors did not have supporting documentation. 20% of documentation almost did not have supporting documentation. We know now that task authorities were issued and paid for not even having tasks assigned to them. So essentially, people could have gotten paid for work that they didn't even complete. It's absolutely unbelievable. In addition, in her report, $12.2 million she couldn't even associate to ArriveScam, I should say. Unbelievable, this amount. We also found out in her report, per diem rates were $1,090 per day compared to the $675 of comparable IT positions in other departments. And, it's just astounding that these things could happen with ArriveScam, that there could be such blatant disregard for the taxpayer. But this is happening by this Liberal government in this day and age, a government that just had a $23.6 billion deficit between April and December of last year, a government that is sending over 1 million Canadians to food banks, a government that is allowing 1 in 5 Canadians to skip meals. ArriveScam is a complete microcosm of this government and this failure. But good news, as we found out today, the RCMP investigation has now been extended to include ArriveScam. And I think that this is a big victory for us on this side of the House. Our tenacity, our quest for the truth, our not wanting to give up on finding the truth for Canadians, on getting value for Canadians. But the final question remains, which I started my speech with, Madam Speaker, and that is, how did this even happen? How did this even happen, Madam Speaker? Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I'm really curious how this could happen, that the Conservatives actually awarded millions of dollars of contracts to the very same company that member just called, quote, infamous GC Strategies, quote, they don't even do any work. So, Madam Speaker, would their Opposition Day motion actually be more complete and get to the bottom of this issue if it included the millions of dollars that the Conservative Party awarded to this very company that apparently didn't do any IT work. And by the way, Madam Speaker, they were sole source contracts. They were for IT, and the leader of the opposition was the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Transport when a majority of these contracts were issued to Transport Canada. How did this happen, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, this would be impossible because what year was GC Strategies Incorporated? 2015. 2015. 2015. Madam Speaker, the Canadians need only look at the $23.6 billion deficit. Contracting is up 60% with this government in the last 8 or 9 years. I refuse to accept their attempt to, once again, cover up their use of such a company. And again, the facts speak for themselves. This company wasn't even incorporated until 2015 when...
I have a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I do want to remind members I'm not sure if they were talking amongst themselves or trying to make points of comments or questions while the Honourable Member was speaking, so I would just remind members if they want to have side conversations to please take it outside. If they want to participate in the debate, they should wait till the appropriate time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, I ask for unanimous consent to table the Conservative contracts as well as...
I hear no. I hear no. I hear no. And when I just want to remind members that if they're seeking unanimous consent, it's always good practice to consult with the other parties before trying to table that unanimous consent. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore has 19 seconds to end her comment. Her response, sorry.
Okay, sure. Again, Madam Speaker, this is just the extent that we see this Liberal government going to complete their cover-up. They will do anything to maintain power. They will do anything to hide the truth from Canadians. And Canadians are catching on to this. They may have fallen for the sunny ways in the beginning. The clouds are out now, Madam Speaker, and people can hear the thunderstorm.
Oh, yes.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I'm going to raise it again. The ArriveCan scandal fiasco is just the tip of the iceberg. We've watched companies like Deloitte go from $11 million to $275 million a year. These highly paid consulting firms. The NDP put forward a motion to expand the investigation to look at all outsourcing, including these big corporations. I've asked Conservatives all day long why they won't talk about expanding it and actually moving forward with an investigation. And is it because one of the former Conservative cabinet ministers is a senior managing director at Deloitte? Will they comment about why they're blocking, why the corporate control parties are working together, Madam Speaker, so that we don't have a full investigation into the outsourcing spending that's out of control by both of these parties?
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, and it's been pointed out, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from Courtenay Alberni. The NDP voted with their Liberal coalition partners a minimum of 8 times to secure the funding for ArriveScam. And I'll also point out, this member in particular is guilty of this because he entirely conspired with the Liberal government to obstruct documentation in our McKinsey study last year or something. He can say what he wants. He has been completely complicit with this Liberal partner. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
My colleague for her incredible speech. You know the one thing that Canadians actually want, Madam Speaker? They want their $60 million back. I have not heard a single Liberal member, including the member from Winnipeg North, say that they're going to do everything they can to get this money back. I would like my colleague to give me her opinion as to why she thinks the Liberals aren't even interested in getting this money back for Canadians.
Brief answer, the honourable for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's because, frankly, the Liberal government doesn't care. They're completely tone deaf to the desperation of the average Canadian. There is one solution for Canada, and that is a Conservative government led by the member for Carleton, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, and I do want to remind the honourable member that unfortunately we will have to interrupt him at some point to get to the question period, but he'll be able to finish after. The honourable member for Calgary, the honourable member for Richmond Hill, debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, as members of this House, we share a profound duty to ensure that public funds are used effectively and for public good. This principle is paramount, especially in the times of crisis when swift action is necessary and resources are stretched thin. The COVID-19 pandemic presented unprecedented challenges requiring urgent and innovative responses. Among these was the development of ArriveCAN app, a tool swiftly implemented to manage the risk associated with international travel during the pandemic. It is crucial to recognize the context in which ArriveCAN was developed, a period marked by uncertainty and the urgent need to protect public health. ArriveCAN was instrumental in mitigating the spread of virus by international travel by simplifying the submission of travel and health information for individuals entering Canada. It made a substantial contribution to our effort to manage the public effectively. Drawing from my background as an IT consultancy as well as project management, I aim to provide a nuanced perspective on ArriveCAN, which may have not been shared in this House as of yet, focusing on three aspects. It's on development process, the cost avoidance, and its true valuation. Let's start with the development process. In addressing the development cycle of ArriveCAN, it is important to highlight that extraordinary circumstances under which the application was developed. Traditionally, a development life cycle spans several sequential phases over approximately 9 months to a year. These sequential phases are complete business requirement, looking at scope finalization, looking at solution design, looking at solution development, doing testing, doing piloting, and rolling out and supporting. The total requirement was 177 different functionality that app had to do. However, given the urgent demand created by the pandemic, we shifted to a rapid, agile methodology, progressing on a requirement by requirement basis. As the requirement keep evolving, as the number of stakeholders, such as the provinces, such as PHAC, such as World Terror Organization, and security and data protection put an extra requirement on what this application was evolving. This approach allowed us to dynamically integrate new requirements as they emerged, ensuring the app was continually updated and adapted to respond to the evolving pandemic situation. This agile development strategy not only expedited the app's rollout, but also ensured its flexibility and responsiveness to the public needs. This type of development by virtue, Madam Speaker, the virtue that requirement comes at different stages rather than all identified upfront, lends itself to an increased cost of development. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, I don't want to justify the $60 million because I think there are a lot of room for improvement on that one. But nevertheless, through our discussions and the examination by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman, it has become evident that there are concerns regarding the financial management and procurement processes of the ArriveCAN app. While these concerns are valid and demand our attention, it is essential to contextualize the financial aspects of the app within the broader scope of the pandemic management and digital transformation. It is also crucial to discuss the cost saving or cost avoidance facilitated by ArriveCan. Replacing the traditional paper-based system, the apps presented a significant advantage in terms of cost efficiency. The estimated cost of processing each paper transaction, which is $3 per transaction, and taking into account that over 60 million times this app was used, this will total to anywhere from $120 million to about $100 million in potential cost saving. If you look at even the lower end of the $120 million, that's twice the amount that it was spent on ArriveCan. This figure underscored the financial prudence of the ArriveCan project, highlighting how technical innovation can lead to substantial saving in public expenditure, especially in the time of crisis. Lastly, Madam Speaker, on the topic of valuation, it is essential to differentiate between the cost of developing an app and its market value. If we consider an e-commerce application with 18 million users and 60 million transactions, facilitating billions of dollars in monetary transaction, I would ask any member of this House, what would be the valuation of this application?
Stop the honourable member right now. He's going to have 4 minutes the next time this matter is before that, after question period, after we're all done the routine proceedings. I just want to remind members, I understand that they may not have seen each other for about a week as they're coming in, but I would ask them if they want to have conversations to please take them out so that the orders of the day can actually proceed without too much interruption. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while it's still February, let me rise and wish everyone a happy Black History Month. This is your 62nd Black Heritage Moment for British Columbia, where I want to celebrate an extraordinary Canadian, a Black Canadian, mixed heritage. His mother was Black, his father was Scottish. Sir James Douglas is generally called the father of British Columbia, the first governor who stood down thousands of armed miners coming up from the United States who wanted to kill Indigenous people and grab their land. It's known as the Fraser Canyon War. It happened in 1858 and without an army. But he made it clear to those armed thugs who had already killed Indigenous people and raped their women that they were no longer in the Wild West. They were in a new place where there was a rule of law, and they would have to have licenses to look for gold, and they'd have to put down their guns. Thank you to Sir James Douglas, who fought for British Columbia and fought for justice. Thank you.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to urgently bring to your attention a significant safety issue in civil aviation across the Taiwan Strait. This issue has arisen due to China's unilateral actions in changing the M503 southbound flight route on January 30th, 2024. China has changed flight routes and revoked the 2015 cross-strait agreement without any consultation with Taiwan. Its actions seriously jeopardize safety, peace, and stability in the region and undermine the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. This strait is vital to global trade, and any disruption would have a significant impact on the entire world. China's Civil Aviation Administration has been in clear breach of International Civil Aviation Organization regulations. It's crucial to ensure aviation safety standards and protect passenger safety. Now more than ever, it's important that we support global cohesion, the rule of law, and compliance with bilateral treaties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all Canadians who have helped take in Ukrainian families fleeing the illegal invasion of their homeland. This support comes from so many individuals, families, churches, community groups, and local businesses that have put aside their own challenges to help out. The generosity we've seen has been amazing, with donations, housing, offers of work. They've not only offered material support, Mr. Speaker, but also the priceless gift of friendship. Many Ukrainians in central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola appreciate every assistance they've received. However, the ongoing devastation of their homeland raises concerns about their future and whether or not they may continue to stay and work in Canada until the war ends. It's my hope that the government will address these concerns, providing these families with much certainty as possible. We must continue supporting these Ukrainians who are worried about their family and friends back home. We must continue to support the Ukrainian people as they bravely fight for their national sovereignty against Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion. We stand with them now. We will stand with them until they're victorious and free.
Great. The honourable member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I recognize a few remarkable young constituents from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Through the GLOCAL organization, these constituents won microgrants by creating educational and engaging projects to empower civic awareness and democratic literacy. Richard Moe, Olivia Leo, Larissa Jia won the biggest prize for creating an iOS game called Beaver Quizamo, which teaches players about the responsibilities of the Canadian government. Kevin Chuang won for his project called After the Breach, which takes a critical analysis of cyber threats to Canadian institutions. And lastly, Rana Anaptawi and her team won for their formation of a nonprofit organization that focuses on community outreach and addresses the gaps with youth leadership. Congratulations to these phenomenal contestants. Your leadership and hard work are an inspiration to us all.
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, Putin's Russia invaded Ukraine, which has since resisted with admirable courage. So far, the conflict has not gone beyond its borders, but there is no denying that a front line has opened up between democracy and dictatorships. Ukraine wants to remain free and democratic. Putin's Russia is jeopardizing its sovereignty, but also the ability of the Ukrainian people to live in their own language and culture. As Quebecers, we can't help but feel a special solidarity with this nation on the borders of a giant still resisting the invaders. In the midst of their devastated cities, the Ukrainian people are giving the whole world an example of the determination required to defend democracy against totalitarianism. Whilst other conflicts have sadly captured the world's attention, let us not forget the one that is still going on in Ukraine. Let us reiterate more than ever our full support for the Ukrainian nation, because the defense of its territory and its freedom is also ours. Nothing is decided yet. Slava Ukraini. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enjoying a good cup of coffee in the morning is part of everyday life for many people. But it tastes so much better when you know that the coffee is fair trade and green. Sherbrooke-based Cafe William has made it its mission to produce the fairest coffee in the world. Thanks to the construction of its new 100,000 square foot plant, a $40 million investment financed in part by Canada Economic Development, Cafe William has been able to triple its production, driven by their desire to grow the business, but concerned not to increase their carbon footprint. The owners have installed the world's first electric roaster. This will enable them to save 20% of their greenhouse gases produced by their operations. They have also decided to adopt a fair trade transport system by importing some of their raw materials by sailing boat. They are also working on an electric land transport project. Well done to Cafe William, a Sherbrooke company that has succeeded in combining economic development with environmental protection.
The honourable member from Tobique-Matiquac.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this Liberal government, Canadians from coast to coast have had enough, especially in rural Canada, like those from back home in New Brunswick. The urban-rural divide in Canada has only deepened under this government, and when the Minister of Environment states that they will not be investing in any new roads, rural Canadians feel unheard, overlooked, and once again left behind. Rural Canadians do not have the luxury of a metro or subways, so when this government quadruples the carbon tax, rural Canadians are disproportionately disproportionately affected. When this Liberal government insists on some of the most anti-agricultural and anti-natural resource policies in the world, rural Canadians see their economic potential shut down and their dreams trampled. They should remember that it's rural Canada that keeps us all fed, keeps our lights on, keeps our land, and keeps our country moving. We need every part of the country, both urban and rural, at its best for Canada to reach its full potential. A Conservative government will do just that by axing the tax, balancing the budget, building the homes, and stopping the crime. Let the builders build. Let the farmers farm. Let the truckers truck. Let the workers work, and let Canadians live again.
The honourable member from Whitby.
Speaker, as we celebrate the achievements of Black Canadians throughout Black History Month, it is imperative that we acknowledge the resilience and innovation demonstrated by Black entrepreneurs. This past week, I had the honor of visiting Whitby's Geek Speak Commerce, a hub in our downtown, where they have just wrapped up filming the Black Business Catalyst program. I was thrilled to pop in and chat with entrepreneurs, including Isaac Wanzama, Richard Bacart, Lisa Kaiser, Kanisha Lewis, Michael Masuwafu, and Zachariah Thomas. Feeling the buzz of Black entrepreneurship in action in my local community reminds me of the meaningful work our government has done to improve access to capital and opportunity for Black innovators and entrepreneurs, whether it's through the Black-led Philanthropic Endowment Fund or the Black Entrepreneurship Program, the Social Finance Fund, or the Black Business Procurement Pilot. Canadians can be sure that our government will continue to recognize and elevate Black entrepreneurs. Happy Black History Month.
The honourable member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Today I rise to mark the 150th anniversary of the city of Westmount. Since 1874, Westmount's beautiful parks, bustling schools, cégeps, synagogues, churches, community centers, and outdoor rinks, as well as our 125-year-old library, the first publicly funded library in Quebec, have all helped to foster a deep sense of community and identity. Westmount is like a small town in a big city.
I'd like to thank the many volunteers and municipal employees, as well as Mayor Christina Smith and the Municipal Council, for all their leadership and commitment to Westmount's past, present, and future. Happy 150th anniversary, Westmount.
The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox Naddington.
My dad loved this place. He loved the role, he loved the rush, the responsibility, the privilege to represent. He loved the history, the relationships, the potential, the people. I miss my dad. I'm heartbroken and so sad that he's no longer here, but also grateful for the beautiful impact he had on me and countless others. With an infectious optimism and innate ability to lift others up, Darryl Cramp raised the bar for everyone around him. An extraordinary man, a respected member of Parliament for 11 years, MPP, business owner, police officer, fastball pitcher, husband, papa, and dad. He was an avid reader, writer, leader, and patriot. He was an empathetic, generous man who valued character over pedigree. His unwavering drive for success was matched only by his kindness and humility. A true mentor. My dad died February 8th, leaving behind a legacy of love and strength. My amazing mom, sisters, and I were all blessed to be by his side. The bond that my dad and I share is unbreakable, and although he has taken a step back, I know he remains an integral part of my journey, smiling and cheering me on every step of the way. God bless.
I had the privilege of meeting that honourable member's father, and he will be missed. The honourable member from Milton.
Black
History Month honors and celebrates the extraordinary contributions of Black Canadians, and in Milton, it's always a privilege to witness the profound impact of Black excellence through the remarkable advocacy of numerous organizations. The African Caribbean Council of Canada, the Centre Canadien pour la Unité de la Famille, and the Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton, the Akwaaba Cultural Exchange, Council of Nigerian Professionals, and the Association of Nigerian Community in Milton have tirelessly championed cultural preservation and community empowerment, enriching the lives of many. Halton Black Voices, the Nigerian Community Halton, and Youth in Diaspora have amplified voices and inspired change, paving the way for a more inclusive society. The Halton Black History Awareness Society, A&E Global, and the Black Youth Alliance at Boyne Public Elementary School have ensured that the legacy of Black heritage is honored and remembered, educating future generations. The contributions of the Canadian Black Nurses Alliance, the Foundation for Black Communities, and Canadian Association of Black Insurance Professionals is advancing in healthcare, education, and economic empowerment. In recognizing and uplifting these organizations, we reaffirm our commitment to justice, equality, and inclusion, and the elimination of systemic racism. And together we'll continue to build a country, economy, and society that works for every single Canadian. And Mr. Speaker, what a profound privilege it is to do this speech today with Canada's first ever Black Speaker in the chair.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, good sense Conservatives will build housing, will repair the budget and stop the crime. This Prime Minister, with the support of the Bloc, are simply not worth the cost. Speaking of crime, the RCMP is going to be investigating ArriveCAN. The House needs to support our motion because the Auditor General has determined that the application cost at least $60 million to the taxpayer. The Procurement Ombudsman found that 76% of ArriveCAN contracts saw no work done. GC Strategies was paid nearly $20 million with regard to this application. Unfortunately, Quebecers cannot rely on the Bloc to scrutinise government spending. It's their leader that admitted this. They also voted 8 times to support this exorbitant spending. The parties have a chance to recover the immense sums lost in the matter by supporting our motion. 2 things we want to do. We want the Prime Minister to collaborate with the RCMP, and we want them to vote with our motion.
The Honourable Member from Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, corruption, cover-ups, or crime. Only this Prime Minister could turn an $80,000 app budget into a $60 million boondoggle. And when tasked with holding the government to account, the NDP voted to keep on funding ArriveScam. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 8 times the NDP voted to give tens of millions of tax dollars to 2 guys in a basement for money-for-nothing contracts. Common sense Conservatives voted no. Had the NDP and Bloc done the same, ArriveScam funding would have never happened. Conservatives know how hard Canadians work for their money, and we won't award contracts to Liberal insiders so they can hold whiskey tastings and private dinners with government officials. After 8 years, it's time to fix what this Liberal NDP coalition has broken. It's time for a common sense Conservative government.
The Honourable Member from Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, while lobster is Canada's most valuable seafood export, the industry is more than just numbers. It's about people, hard-working men and hard-working women who brave the seas, provide for their families, and support their communities. Atlantic Canadians understand the importance of supporting the sector and promoting it on a world stage. That's why initiatives like the Minister of Agriculture's recent trade mission are so crucial. They not only showcase our world-class products, but also open up new opportunities for growth and prosperity in the Atlantic region. It's truly unfortunate that some Conservative members of this Parliament, don't think Atlantic Canadian products, are good enough to promote abroad. They're truly out of touch with Atlantic Canadians. It's wrong and it's cynical. Our government remains focused on promoting our products from Atlantic Canada and across the country, increasing demand and driving economic growth for agriculture and the fisheries sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, men's sheds are groups of mostly retired men who come together regularly in the spirit of mutual support. There are now almost 100 men's sheds across Canada, and just last month, the Canadian Journal of Community Mental Health confirmed that men's sheds provide clear and significant mental health benefits by generating opportunities for camaraderie, a sense of purpose, and a sense of inclusion. In Northwest BC, the Fraser Lake Men's Shed has been up and running since 2018. Its members run a small second-hand store, and they do odd jobs around the community for folks who couldn't otherwise afford a professional. I want to give special recognition to John Fenema and John Stafford from the Fraser Lake Men's Shed, who recently traveled to the neighboring community of Houston to share with residents there their men's shed experience. At a time when mental health and social connection are more critical than ever, the Men's Shed movement is a grassroots response that is making a difference, and it's good to see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Today I have the great pleasure of welcoming a delegation from my constituency, Côte-Nord. First of all, I'd like to welcome these ambassadors from our region. Denis Mius, Mayor of Sept-Îles, Paul Lavoie, Chantal Pitt and Pascal Langlois from Sept-Îles Economic Development, and John James Blanchette, Director of the Sept-Îles Ouchat McManny-Utenham Chamber of Commerce. So today I won't be alone in extolling the virtues of our region, which is the size of a country where resources abound and opportunities are endless. We have a deep water port responsible for nearly 50% of the traffic on the St. Lawrence, which is our pride and joy. A region bursting with great and welcoming people, with projects and ambitions that are part of a drive for sustainable development, for a better future for all. Today, these voices will join mine to remind us that the key role that Sept-Îles and Ouachat McManny-Utenham can play in our future. Thank you, Chinashkin Kumitin, to this passionate delegation.
The Honourable Member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. Only common-sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Right. Canadians deserve answers about how the Liberal government's useless Arrive scam app went from costing $80,000 to at least $60 million. Wow. Just last week, the national president of the CBSA's union said that the $60 million that was squandered on the Arrive scam app could have been used to hire 600 frontline border agents. Right. This Liberal NDP coalition is not worth the cost. We now know that this reckless abuse of taxpayer money and blatant corruption is just the tip of the iceberg. 4 years of emails have vanished in an apparent attempt to cover up the corruption and destroy records related to this scam app. The NDP voted yes at least 8 times to give tens of millions of dollars for cost overruns and money-for-nothing contracts to shell companies. Common sense Conservatives voted no every time. The NDP now has the chance to stand up and vote to release all the missing documents.
The Honourable Member from Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the significant contributions of Indigenous tourism in Canada. Studies show that 8 out of 10 Canadians are craving an authentic Indigenous experience during their travels. Whether it be visiting a powwow, a local heritage park like Wanuskewin or Membertou, or taking a trip to Eskasoni's Goat Island cultural journeys, Indigenous tourism continues to thrive in Canada. Indigenous tourism is an integral part of our tourism growth strategy, and we are proud to have launched the Indigenous Tourism Fund. This $20 million investment is not only reviving the sector, but ensuring its sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker, the world's largest Indigenous tourism conference is being held in Ottawa this week to gather community leaders, entrepreneurs, and partners dedicated to promoting and celebrating the vibrant world of Indigenous tourism. Please join me in wishing them a productive conference and continued success in building a better Canada.
Oral questions, questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. Today, the Conservatives received a letter from the RCMP Commissioner confirming that there is now an investigation, a police investigation underway on Arrive Scan. The Commissioner confirmed at committee that the Prime Minister refused to provide documents for SNC-Lavalin and Aga Khan scams. Can the Prime Minister commit right now to deliver all the documents and all the evidence to the RCMP with respect to the ArriveScan app? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we have said for several weeks now that the RCMP is seized with the ArriveScan affair, primarily because high representatives from the agency sent documents to the RCMP and have asked the RCMP to look at this affair. Several investigations are underway. We're going to continue, Mr. Speaker, to be available and to give authorities all the documents and information they need. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. Today, Conservatives got a letter from the Commissioner of the RCMP indicating that the National Police Force is now formally investigating the Arrive scam and the Auditor General's report into it. Now, we know that the Auditor General the government deprived the Auditor General of key documents to calculate the full cost and the breadth of the scandal. We also know that the Prime Minister refused to hand over documents in the SNC-Lavalin and the Aga Khan Island scandals. Will the Prime Minister commit here and now to giving the RCMP all the documents and evidence on Arrive scam?
The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, again, the Leader of the Opposition seems to be impressed with some information that's been known in the public space for many weeks. The RCMP have confirmed previously that they're looking into the circumstances around ArriveCan. We have total confidence in the RCMP to do this important work. I'll remind the Leader of the Opposition that the President of the Border Services Agency referred these questions proactively to the RCMP, and we'll continue to do whatever we need to do, Mr. Speaker, to cooperate with the National Police Force and every other ongoing investigation.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Other investigation. How many police investigations are they facing, Mr. Speaker? After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of food. Today, we got a terrible report from the charity Second Harvest, which reports that this year they expect 1 million additional visits to food banks, and that last year 36% of charities had to turn people away because they were running out of resources. Will the Prime Minister reverse his inflationary carbon tax on farmers and food?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to fight for Canadians, we will take no lessons from these conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Today, I just appeared in front of the Agricultural Committee, and Mr. Speaker, it was shocking to see that one of their members was defending the profit margin of foreign food processor, Mr. Speaker, at a time when we should all be fighting in this House for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. If the Leader of the Opposition want to do something for Canadians, vote for C-59, increase competition in this country. More competition is more choice, better price for Canadians, and more innovation, Mr. Speaker. Canadians understand that. Will he understand?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, what I understand is that after 8 years, this Prime Minister, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, is not worth the cost of food. And if you thought that grocery profits were too high, after 8 years, you'd think he might have done something about it. But instead, we now have a massive increase. Let's get this straight. Second Harvest predicts there will be 1 million more visits to food banks this year than there was in last year's record-breaking year. In fact, many charities can no longer give people food because they've actually run out. In light of the failure of the carbon tax and the pain it is causing, will they axe the tax so that Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
One thing Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, is that the Leader of Opposition, the preferred verb is cut, Mr. Speaker. We all know he would be cutting. When you're looking at the record on both sides, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we have done in the last few months to fight for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We have launched the largest reform on competition in this nation history. We have made sure that we have a functioning Consumers Bureau of Affairs, Mr. Speaker. We have made sure that we have now in this country more measures to fight for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, every member of this House should be fighting for Canadians. The question is, will the Conservative fight with us for Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after that answer just proves that after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. It's not just that 1 million more people will visit food banks this year than in last year's record-smashing year. It's that now there's a large Facebook group of 8,000 people who call themselves the Dumpster Diving Network. So desperate are they that not only can they not afford groceries or find it at food banks, that they're literally jumping into garbage cans to find food. How desperate do Canadians have to get before this government will finally axe its tax on food?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 8 years, I have watched time and time again the Conservatives stand up to vote against the very measures that are putting money in the pockets of families to help them cover the cost of food. When it comes to the Canada Child Benefit, we stopped sending checks to millionaires so we could put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 families. When it comes to taxes, we raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% to cut them for the middle class. When it comes to seniors, we put more money in the pockets of low-income single seniors. On every one of these measures, the Conservatives have opposed them. We will continue to do what's necessary to allow families to put food on the table, no matter how hard they oppose.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Everyone should be worried about the Liberals and NDP's love of spending, but Quebecers have one more reason. Spending isn't one of our priorities. They're spending to give Canadians what Quebecers already have. First it was daycare, then it was privately run dental care, while Quebec already has its own publicly run system. Now it's Quebecers' drug coverage they want to offer Canadians. Since they're simply imitating Quebec's expertise in pharmacare, will Quebec have the right to opt out with full compensation? The Honourable Minister of Health. Soon, Mr. Speaker, there will be a bill at the House of Commons that will offer the opportunity to reduce prices on drugs and to increase access to medications. And I hope that all members and all here in this House will support this legislation. But it's important not to criticize something that hasn't come out yet. We need to wait for the bill to be presented. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Even more urgently, we need full compensation and an unconditional right to opt out of dental care. Quebec already has its own plan, and it's public. Also, unlike the NDP Liberal plan, which brings the private sector into healthcare through the front door, Quebec already has clearly expressed its desire to improve its own plan. If Quebec is innovative enough in healthcare to be imitated in Canada, it must be good enough to have its expertise respected. When will Quebec receive its unconditional share of federal dental funding? The Honourable Minister of Health. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Bloc is seeking arguments. And for us, our attention is focused on increasing the quality of health care of Canadians across the country. In Quebec, for example, Quebecers, well, it's essential for them, for everyone across the province to receive the dental care they need, and that's our objective. And it's in a spirit of cooperation that we can obtain this. It's not through squabbles. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, a recent report has revealed that 30% of Quebecers don't have a GP. 1 out of 3 don't have a family doctor. The Prime Minister promised to invest and provide healthcare providers, but people still don't have a family doctor. Health transfers are not coming, and Quebec is paying for the broken promises of this government. When will the Liberals do their share so that all Quebecers have a family doctor? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, it's notable that the Canadian government, $200 million extra over the next 10 years for health care. And yes, it does take time to find a good agreement with every province and territory. But clearly, by end March, there will be agreement with every province and territory to increase the quality of health care and to ensure that our healthcare system is the best possible system in the world. That's our objective, and it is only possible through cooperation.
For Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian should have access to the health care they need when they need it. But a new survey reveals over 6 million Canadians don't have access to a family doctor. The Liberals promised to hire 7,500 doctors and nurses in the last election, but haven't delivered. And while Liberals delay, Conservatives want to cut the healthcare people depend on. When will the Liberals act to ensure more doctors and nurses are hired so everyone can get high quality and timely health care?
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And coming out of a pandemic, coming out of some of the most difficult times that our planet has ever faced in terms of global health, we have stepped forward. I want to thank the member in the NDP for his work and for pointing out that the Conservatives will cut and cut deeply. When they talk about what their plans are, they fail to mention to achieve them, they are going to need to cut billions and billions out of health with devastating consequences. In contrast, we are investing in every province, in every territory of this country to make sure that we have the best health care system in the country. We will be relentless in that focus, and we will not let the Conservatives deter us.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Well, common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the home, fix the budget, and stop the crime. This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and he's going to make everything more expensive on April 1st with another carbon tax hike, and the effects on Canadians are devastating. A new report from GoFundMe says that Canadians started 200,000 online charity drives to help raise money just to cover day-to-day expenses. Instead of forcing Canadians to ask for help from online crowdsourcing campaigns, why doesn't the Prime Minister do the obvious thing? Cancel his carbon tax hike and stop making things more expensive.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, last year was the hottest year on record on the planet. And the Conservative leader and his party continue to deny climate change. Meanwhile, with our carbon rebate, we are putting money back into the pockets of Canadian families. Are they going to vote against $1,200 for Ontario families, $1,800 for Alberta families, $1,200 for Manitoba families? That doesn't sound like common sense to me, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
We're going to axe the tax and leave the money in Canadians' pockets in the first place. And Canadians aren't fooled by the shell game. They know the rebate doesn't cover all the costs of the carbon tax as manufacturers and producers raise their prices to pay their share of the carbon tax, and all that gets passed on to consumers. But you know, sites like GoFundMe used to be used to help children who lost their parents tragically, and now Canadians are turning to crowdsourcing to help pay their food bills. Officials say that 56,000 campaigns were started just to pay for the cost of food alone. Why doesn't the Prime Minister just axe the tax so prices can come down?
Before the Honourable President of the Treasury Board gets up to respond to that question, I'm going to encourage all members, please, on both sides of the House, to please allow the person who is asking the question to ask it uninterrupted, and allow the person to answer the question uninterrupted. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between that side of the House and this side of the House is that we don't deny the existence of climate change, and we want to protect it for generations to come. So I have, again, a question. Are you going to take money away from Canadian families, Mr. Speaker, by voting against $1,200 for Ontario families, $1,800 for Alberta families, $1,200 for Manitoba families? Mr. Speaker, that's taking money away from Canadians by telling them they're not going to have the rebates and voting against. That's not common sense.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from St. Albert's, Edmonton, please. And to all members, it's really important that we do listen to the question. It's hard for the Speaker to understand. I understand perhaps that the President of the Treasury Board was referring to the Speaker. I hope the comments do fall through the Speaker, of course. The honourable member from Thornhill.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, carbon taxes are driving up the cost of food. People are literally turning to dumpsters because they can't afford groceries. A report from the Toronto Star says dumpster diving is a new trend. So here's what you won't read in the Star. Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. What does the Toronto Star have to write in order for this radical environment minister to show some compassion and stop the 23% April 1st tax hike for all Canadians?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, on this side of the House, we'll continue to fight climate change while putting money back into the pockets of Canadian families. As I mentioned, that means we're going to be providing rebates to Canadians, money back in their pockets, which the Conservatives are going to vote against. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the opposition, when are they going to stop cutting supports to Canadians and pay attention to the most vulnerable in this country?
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the radical environment minister who couldn't sell his own carbon tax, which the Prime Minister had to rebrand, won't even get up and answer the question. How is he going to rebrand dumpster diving? This is the minister who wants to ban cars, ban roads, ban Canadian energy, ban straws, and ban stoves, and tells Canadians that they have it better. We all know that after 8 years, this tired government and the environment minister are out of control, but will someone over there stand up for struggling Canadians and let him walk back his carbon tax hike like he has to do with everything else?
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we'll be standing up for Canadians. Every single member on this House is willing to stand on this side, Mr. Speaker. And whilst the Conservative would like to make a story, just look at our records, Mr. Speaker, when it comes. Just look at our record, Mr. Speaker. We have led the industrial revolution in electric cars, Mr. Speaker. We have brought more investment.
Order. I hate to interrupt a member while they have the floor, but it is important for the chair to ask all members to allow members to please have that opportunity. I'll ask, there are some members whose voices carry. They know who they are. I ask them to please keep their voices down so I could allow the honourable member to finish his question with 15 seconds left on the clock. 15 seconds.
Speaker, I'd like to remind Canadians know that on this side of the House, we believe you can fight climate change and have a prosperous future for our children, Mr. Speaker. We brought Stellantis in this country. We brought Volkswagen in this country. We brought Norval in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have created jobs for the next generation, fight climate change, and ensure Canada will lead in the 21st century.
The honourable member for Kenora.
While Conservatives will axe the tax, fix the homes, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, this NDP Liberal... Fix the home.
Order. Colleagues. I think there's colleagues, I think it's important for all of us to remember. I'm going to ask. I think it's important for all of us to remember the old expression, there, but for the grace of God I go. And we've all sometimes made a mistake. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Kenora to start his question again from the top.
While Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime... corruption, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 5 families are living in energy poverty, and we know that rate is even higher in rural areas like Northern Ontario, Mr. Speaker. So while they laugh about it, why doesn't this Prime Minister finally axe his April carbon tax hike so that Canadians can afford to heat their homes?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I think that member of Parliament needs to be unplugged from the wall and plugged back in, Mr. Speaker. But here's what I hope happens when that reboot occurs. I hope he'll get up from his place, walk down to the Leader of the Opposition and say, pass the fall economic statement, help Canadians. Pass child care, help the moms and dads out there who are waiting for those needed supports. Tell that to his leader. When will that member, instead of trying to get the leader's lines right, stand up for Canadians and get them the supports that they need?
Thank you. The honourable member from Kenora has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, no matter how much they try to distract or deny it, their plan simply isn't working. The carbon tax isn't an environmental plan because emissions are on the rise. More Canadians are paying more in the tax than they're getting back in rebates. 1 in 5 families are living in energy poverty, and 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank every single month. Mr. Speaker, how much more must Canadians struggle before they finally listen to our common sense plan and axe the tax?
So I noticed, and I think a lot of Canadians noticed at home, how the honourable member from Kenora was able to ask his question relatively free of interruption. I'm going to ask the honourable minister to respond, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives still debate whether or not climate change is real, while some of those members say that climate change is actually created by body heat from humans, others say that carbon dioxide is good for the planet, Mr. Speaker. 200,000 farmers in the last decade, 200,000 farmers in the last decade say they've experienced the impacts of climate change, making food costs going up. There's no link between carbon pricing and food price, but there is a link between climate change impacts and food prices. What's the Conservative response? More climate change, Mr. Speaker.
Order, colleagues. Order.
The honourable member for Shefford. Yesterday, MPs from all parties, Liberal, Conservative, New Democrats and the Bloc, unanimously voted to do away with 2 classes of seniors for old age security payments. Remember that the government decided to limit benefit increases to those aged 75 and over. Well, in committee, MPs from all parties voted to end this bad idea. All that remains is for the government to grant the royal recommendation so that we can put an end to these 2 classes of seniors. Will they do it? Will they give a grant royal recommendation to Bill C-319?
The Honourable Labour.
Since 2015, we've been here for seniors. The OAS increase was the right thing to do. As seniors are running down their savings and need health care, we also enhanced the GIS as well as old age security, introduced a new dental care system. Thank you. The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. When it comes to asylum seekers, the Minister of Immigration has some cheek. Since 2021, Quebec has been asking the federal government to reimburse costs and share the burden of welcoming newcomers for 3 years. And today, the minister has the nerve to assert, and I quote, that he never got the impression that Quebec really wanted to sit down. He complained that from one day to the next, Quebec throws expenses at him at press briefings. Does he realize that if he'd paid his debts since 2021, and if he negotiated instead of hiding, there wouldn't be a problem today? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. I think it's fair to talk about the reality. Imagine if I send a 500 bill when we're talking, and next time I have a press conference and I double the bill without justifying the doubling of the expenses. We need responsible government, and I'm talking about people in my riding in the downtown Montreal who welcome asylum seekers, and they haven't received 1 cent for a Quebec government. We have to justify these cents. We're ready to work with the government of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean, Mr. Speaker, the bill would be lower if the federal government processed asylum seekers with an acceptable time frame, and that's Liberal David Hurtel, who reminds us this in the Journal de Montreal. Quebec, under Philippe Couillard, experienced the same issues in 2018. Already, Quebec was asking for the federal government to shorten delays. What should take a maximum of 60 days shouldn't take a minimum of 60 months. 6 years later, nothing's changed. According to the former Liberal minister, the federal government's inaction is criminal. When will the minister finally tackle these criminal, inhumane, and extremely costly delays? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. The member is partly right. True, there is a historical flow of people coming to Canada to seek asylum. There's a 50 or 60% increase. There's more work to be done, but it doesn't involve sending money to Quebec that is not spending on asylum seekers. It has to be fair, and there are a lot of people moving to Ontario, and we help them there too, and we need, first and foremost, to treat these people humanely. We're ready to do this, and I hope Quebec is as well.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget and stop the crime. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost, the crime or the corruption. And today the Commissioner of the RCMP confirmed that their scandal-plagued $60 million Arrive scam app is in fact under RCMP investigation. Now, we've seen before this Prime Minister use powers of the executive to try and shield himself from criminal investigations, like he did with his trip to the Aga Khans Island and in SNC-Lavalin scandal, both seeing him found guilty of breaking the Ethics Act. Will the Prime Minister fully cooperate with this RCMP investigation?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, not only will the government cooperate with the RCMP at every occasion, in fact, it's the government that referred a number of these cases to the RCMP. My friend has just realized what the RCMP confirmed some weeks ago, that they are looking into the issue of ArriveCAN. Mr. Speaker, our government thinks it's important that the Auditor General's report be followed carefully, and we think it's important for parliamentary committees and other investigations to determine the facts in this issue before we throw mud around the House of Commons.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, if the Minister and his colleagues thought that the Auditor General's work was so important, they wouldn't have voted against the audit that the Leader of the Opposition and Common Sense Conservatives voted for. And that's how we found out about this $60 million scandal that lands at that Minister's feet. And now we have the RCMP investigating them. Twice before, the Prime Minister has used the powers of the executive to shield himself from investigation in criminal investigations with the RCMP. Our question is simple this time. Will the Prime Minister interfere in the investigation again, or will he allow the RCMP to do their work?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to underscore the remarkable work of the Auditor General, her support to the RCMP's operations, as she has mentioned several weeks ago. She's already said this publicly on several occasions. Perhaps we could find the member to find places where she said that. She said clearly that she was already communicating with the RCMP to make sure she gets the information.
From Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, breaking news today from the Ethics Committee. The RCMP have now confirmed they are investigating the $60 million plus Arrive scam boondoggle. While common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, this NDP PM is not worth the cost, crime or corruption after 8 years. Will the Prime Minister cooperate with the RCMP in their criminal investigation, or will he yet again try to obstruct?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Speaker, we know how good the Conservative Party is in providing slogans and doing all sorts of those things. It's a bit strange, however, that this is breaking news, because it's been known for many weeks now that the RCMP and the Auditor General have been working really well together, and they'll be keeping working together really well. That's what their job is about.
From Brantford Brant.
Perhaps the minister needs to review the evidence from the Ethics Committee. A two-person consultant company working out of their basement doing no IT work received $20 million tax dollars. Talk about hitting the taxpayer lottery. This sham of a company is already under RCMP investigation. Today we learned the RCMP is investigating this into all kinds of criminality. So I'll ask again, will the Prime Minister fully cooperate, waive all cabinet confidences, or will he hide again and obstruct?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague learned something today that has been known in the public domain for a number of weeks. Mr. Speaker, we have said from the beginning, the government's responsibility is to ensure that taxpayers' money is always managed well. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General identified a number of opportunities that needed to be investigated and where the government will follow all of the recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, if people have done something inappropriate with taxpayers' money, they will be held to account.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
People in the north are paying enormous amounts for food as the CEOs of the grocery chains make millions of dollars. Nunavut have said for years that Nutrition North is not working and this government is ignoring them. Nutrition North is keeping many Northerners in poverty as the subsidy is going to CEO profits, not lowering food prices. Why is this minister padding the pockets of rich CEOs instead of helping Northerners afford their groceries?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. We know that food prices in the north are too high. Affordability is a real issue in the north. Our government is absolutely committed to ensuring that 100% of the Nutrition North retail subsidy is passed on directly to Northerners. We have worked and we will continue to work with territorial governments, with Indigenous partners, and with people who live in the North and the Arctic to bring prices down. There's a lot of work to do. We are committed to getting it done.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member from Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, personal support workers are the backbone of our senior care system. They relieve young families worried about how they will take care of both their children and their parents. But despite everything they do, many of these workers cannot retire with the dignity they deserve. And for 3 years, this Liberal government has promised SEIU and other healthcare units help with building a retirement savings, a $50 million commitment, yet not a single dollar has flowed to these workers. New Democrats demand better for our care workers. So, will this Liberal government honor their commitment and release the funds that these healthcare workers deserve before the fiscal year?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me say a huge thank you to personal support care workers. During the pandemic, which was a time so difficult for all of us, it was enormously difficult for personal support workers who did extraordinary work. And we did make a commitment to support provinces. It's the provinces who have principal responsibility for this. We expect them to step up and support personal support workers. We've said we're there to help them, but it's their lead, and they need to make sure that these individuals are compensated and acknowledged in the way that they deserve.
The Honourable Member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, last November, our government tabled legislation to ban the use of replacement workers in federally regulated industries, a commitment from our 2021 election platform. This is something that the labour movement in Canada has been asking for since before Canada was a country. This will make both the collective bargaining process stronger and make employers and unions focus on the negotiating table where the best deals are made. Will the Minister of Labour explain to this House how our bill to ban replacement workers will strengthen the collective bargaining process in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Newmarket Aurora for the question. Mr. Speaker, we are banning replacement workers. We are banning replacement workers because we believe in collective bargaining, because the best deals are made at the table, because bigger paychecks are negotiated at the table, because better labor relations and long-term stability are created at the table. Let's keep that bargaining table free and fair with the full support of every MP in this House. With unanimous consent, let's vote to move Bill C-58. Let's make some history. Let's ban replacement workers.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Cut the taxes, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. That's the common sense Conservative plan. Common sense is also getting to the bottom of the vastness of the ArriveCan scandal. Now, the Bloc may be able to turn a blind eye to millions of wasted dollars. The Conservatives, however, we want to get to the bottom of the ArriveCan scandal. So, will the RCMP cooperate, and will the Minister cooperate? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to commend my colleague, who I much appreciate. I'd like to commend him on his skill at repeating his leader's slogans. So they're really great with the slogans, but not so great at following the news, because for weeks now, the Auditor General has been working with many organizations, including the RCMP, to get to the bottom of the issues mentioned in her report published a few weeks ago. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, if my colleague had better awareness of what's going on in Canada, Mr. Speaker, he would know that after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 2 million Canadians use food banks each month. In fact, food banks have to, wait in line themselves to have enough food for the people waiting in line for food at the food banks, and that's what this Canada is under this Prime Minister. The Bloc Québécois and the Liberals found a way to spend $60 million for an app that should have cost $80,000. So will the Prime Minister fully cooperate with the RCMP, or will he once again engage in an Arrive scam cover-up? The Honourable Innovation Minister. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians see on TV is a Conservative Party that is against all measures, against everything, Mr. Speaker. Every time we have presented measures to help Canadians, they have systematically voted against them. It's important to know that, Mr. Speaker. They voted against reforming the Competition Act. That's one of the most important reforms in Canada. So Canadians are watching the Conservatives on TV. They see them. Here's a question for the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Will they vote in favor of our bill to offer consumers better choice and to improve competition in Canada? It's time for the Conservatives to do something for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP Commissioner was very clear this morning, saying that there should be a full investigation into RCMP. But then the RCMP Commissioner said in committee that the Prime Minister had blocked the SNC-Lavalin investigation and the Aga Khan investigation. So will the Prime Minister confirm that he will fully cooperate in the RCMP's investigation without blocking or hindering it? The Honourable Public Safety Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm very happy that my colleague has noticed something that's been well known for a few weeks now. My colleague, the Minister of Procurement and Public Services, confirmed that the Auditor General investigated contracts to the CBSA, and that is a worrisome situation. But now, of course, Mr. Speaker, the government's responsibility is to ensure that measures are in place to ensure that this does not reoccur, and it is our duty to cooperate with law enforcement and police agencies which will investigate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. But you know what? In 2021, the government voted against an inquiry by the Auditor General. So, 10,000 people had to quarantine because of Arrive Scam, a tool which was not at all working. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm once and for all that he will not hinder the RCMP's investigation? Can he confirm that he will give all the documents that we need so that we can fully shed light on what happened with Arrive Scam? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we have given many answers to this question many times, but there's a question we've asked that remains unanswered. Given the politics of intimidation, insult, given that the leader of the Conservative Party likes to give insults and intimidations, will he, in fact, meet the Municipal Council of Quebec next week to tell elected officials in Quebec why the Conservative leader is calling Quebec officials incompetent? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I ask the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier to please let the colleague whose turn it is ask her question. Once again, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. ArriveCan is the consequence of the federal government's dependence on dubious consultants. GC Strategies, a two-man operation that doesn't offer any services, pocketed $20 million. And they're not the only ones. Dalian, another two-man firm that once again doesn't offer any services, got $8 million. 99% of Dalian's contracts are with the federal government. And it's hard to know what Dalian is actually doing with our money because La Presse has reported that Dalian operates in 2 tax havens. How many other companies like this is the federal government handing our money to? And what is it doing to make sure that they repay our money? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the ArriveCan situation is, of course, unacceptable, and that's why work is ongoing. Investigations are being conducted. Now, as for tax havens, that's just as unacceptable. We have a competent team with all the tools they need to investigate. They can investigate any file as soon as it becomes necessary. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Dependence on dubious consultants is not limited to ArriveCan, nor is it limited to Liberals. The Conservatives themselves, under Stephen Harper, awarded millions in contracts to Corridal, a company that offered no services that was founded by the same 2 people who pocketed $20 million for ArriveCan. Thankfully, the committee will be investigating all the contracts awarded to these 2 individuals, but we need to take things further. Will the government commit to disclosing all the contracts since 2004 between both the Conservatives and the Liberals and all the companies that offer no services other than finding subcontractors? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just under 4 years ago, Canada experienced the worst health crisis in a century, the worst economic crisis since the 30s. We had to close the border at the request of then-President Trump. There were hundreds of people dying each week in long-term care homes everywhere across the country, so we needed to take action quickly and effectively. That's what we asked the public service to do. But the public service did have to follow rules. Unfortunately, some of these rules were not followed. That is what the Auditor General concluded.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. This government spent a minimum of $60 million on ArriveScan. It could even be more. We don't know because there's missing documentation. IT middleman GC Strategies got $20 million for doing no actual work. The top cop in the RCMP announced today a full investigation into ArriveScan. So today the Prime Minister has a decision to make. Will he cooperate with the RCMP or will he obstruct justice like he usually does?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this question has received multiple answers, including from our colleague, the Minister of Public Safety. If the Conservatives are trying to find new questions to ask, may I suggest a couple of them? Why, for instance, during the 8 years of our government have we built 10 times more homes than during the 10 years of the Conservative government. Why has poverty fallen by half in Canada? Why is the Canada Child Benefit taking out of poverty 400,000 children and their parents every single month? And a couple other questions, Mr. Speaker, of which we would be interested to hear from the Conservative members.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, even the Auditor General said that a crisis situation is no excuse for this lack of value for money for Canadians. Conservatives have put forward today a motion related to a rise scam to get money back from the contractors who did no actual work. There is one person in this chamber who can make that decision, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has the power to make the decision to get the money back for hardworking Canadians. So will the Prime Minister commit today to getting the money back for Canadians, or will he shirk his responsibility like he usually does?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, our government has said from the beginning that those that have misused taxpayers' money will be held to account. And once the investigations that the CBSA, for example, has ordered internally, once the RCMP report is completed, if in fact money was misappropriated, of course the government will take all the steps to recoup that money. Mr. Speaker, we've said from the beginning that anybody who mishandles taxpayers' money will face the consequences, and that's exactly what this government is doing.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, those who misuse taxpayers' money will face the consequences in the next election. While common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption after 8 years. We've heard today ministers telling us that RCMP criminal investigation into corruption in their government has become so commonplace that after 8 years, it's not really news anymore. Mr. Speaker, I'm old enough to remember a time when it was a big deal that the RCMP investigated the government. It's been too many times, and it's time this government be held to account. Now, finally, will the minister tell us whether or not this government will cooperate with the RCMP investigation?
The honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, just because my honourable friend asserts something with manufactured indignation doesn't make it true. What we've said from the beginning, Mr. Speaker, is that we take the responsibility to manage taxpayers' money very seriously. That's why when the Border Services Agency identified irregularities, they began an internal investigation and they referred the matter, as is appropriate, to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Mr. Speaker, our government will always do what's necessary to hold everyone to account who may have misused taxpayers' money.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous tourism has the power to create jobs, to transform the tourism industry, and to advance reconciliation. Indigenous tourism is valued at over $1.2 billion and supports over 30,000 jobs across the country. In November, the Minister of Tourism announced the creation of the micro and small business component of the Indigenous Tourism Fund. Can the minister tell us how our government is supporting the Indigenous tourism industry in order to ensure its continued growth? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. The Indigenous Tourism Fund seeks to advance economic reconciliation. Today, at the International Conference on Indigenous Tourism, our government announced over 79 projects, unlike the Conservatives, who want to slash the Indigenous Tourism Fund. On this side of the House, we believe in their future.
Support Indigenous tourism, and we will always support their communities to make their own decision, choosing their own path, and growing the tourism sector on their own pace. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, let's make a contrast. While common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, this Prime Minister is tripping over his feet trying to save his reputation by covering up yet another scandal. He's not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Will the Prime Minister release all the Winnipeg lab documents today, or will the shame and embarrassment be too much to endure?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to redactions, it was the Public Health Agency that conducted them. And I would ask the opposition, if their position is that a government should be involved in redacting documents, that's a deeply disturbing thing for them to hold as a proposition. Instead, what happened is we asked Parliament, and it was actually our suggestions, the Conservatives refused to look at the documents or participate, eventually they did, to ensure that parliamentarians could look at what information was there and make a decision if the redactions done by the Public Health Agency were or were not appropriate. The process worked. It was a process that we introduced, and it was one that they supported eventually.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Speaker, let's make a contrast again. 2 scientists at our only high-security lab collaborated with the Beijing government. At least 1 Beijing military scientist was allowed in the lab. Members of Parliament, including Liberals, have said that it is essential for the government to release the documents. Why are the Liberals still covering up the scandal? Are they afraid of the embarrassment? This Liberal government needs to release those lab documents today for all Canadians to see.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm in the awkward position of agreeing. We are actually the ones who said the documents need to be looked at by parliamentarians. We were the ones that introduced a process that asked parliamentarians to get together. Unfortunately, the Conservatives said no. Eventually, they did participate, and then parliamentarians had an opportunity to take a look at the redactions done by the Public Health Agency, and now those documents, after the work of parliamentarians have been done, will be shared, and that's exactly what we wanted to happen, to make sure that there is maximum public exposure, at the same time respecting our national security laws.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. This is unreal. I don't know how they even look themselves in the mirror at night. Now, Mr. Speaker, we, the common sense Conservatives, are going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and, what's more, stop the crime. This Liberal government, they allow violent criminals to serve their sentences in the comfort of their living rooms. And they're allowing this in partnership with the Bloc Québécois. A teenage girl was lured by a former police officer who is serving his sentence at home. I'll give you another example. A woman was attacked at knife point by her ex-husband, who had been arrested twice for domestic violence. When will the Liberals stop their soft-on-crime policies and protect victims instead of criminals? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Well, if this is the matter here is about intimate partner violence and domestic violence, and that is a top priority on this side of the House. Now, we have addressed the situation in 2 ways, in both C-75 and in C-48. In terms of conditions for release on bail for those who commit this type of crime. We will always fight against domestic violence, and we will protect men and women everywhere in Canada.
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Speaker, last week the Minister of Agriculture was in Malaysia and the Philippines on a trade mission to promote and secure new markets for our agri-food products. Instead of taking a Team Canada approach to promoting trade, and Speaker, I will say they've been a bit iffy on trade, just ask Ukraine, the Conservatives decided to gaslight and critique the minister for simply highlighting the importance.
Colleagues, I'm actually having difficulty hearing the latter part of the question. I'm going to ask all members on all sides to please carry your conversations a lot quieter so that we can hear the member who is far away from the chair. The honourable member has, I'm going to give him 20 seconds, add 5 seconds, 20 seconds to his question.
So, Speaker, as I was saying, the Conservatives are not very happy on trade right now, but the minister was in the Philippines and Malaysia promoting trade and the importance of seafood industry to Atlantic Canada. Can the minister update this House on his trade mission and educate the member from Thornhill on the importance of lobster to Atlantic Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for giving me another opportunity to promote world-class Canadian product, including lobster. Farmers and fisheries expect their government to open new markets, and in fact, that's just what we did. I officially opened the new Indo-Pacific Trade Office that will help promote Canadian agriculture and seafood products. I always promote Canadian products overseas when I'm overseas, Mr. Speaker, no matter in the government or opposition. And it's vitally important that we promote the fishers and farmers who work so hard for their dollar.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
More than 8 million people in Sudan have been displaced through 10 months of war. This has been devastating for people in Sudan and their family members in Canada. The special immigration measure for Ukrainians set important standards, and it should apply everywhere else. Canada showed that we can help those facing war and persecution. 220,000 Ukrainians got to safety, but the Liberals put an arbitrary 1,000-person limit for people in Gaza and 3,250 for Sudan. Will the minister lift these caps so that no Canadian family in war zones is discriminated against?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member well knows, the pathway for people fleeing war in Sudan opens today. We worked on this with a number of Sudanese umbrella organizations on this important measure so that Canadians are really showing and opening their doors to people fleeing war. I'm always ready to be more flexible as we see the situation evolve, and it's clear that we, as Canadians, need to do more when it comes to, in particular, this forgotten war that obviously is getting less media attention than all of the other devastating wars around the world, but we're prepared to do more, and we'll continue to work with the umbrella organizations to make sure that they can welcome Sudanese people fleeing war. Thank you.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, 30% of the screening officers at Victoria's airport have lost their jobs without due process and with no access to an appeal. Their employer wanted to keep them on, but the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority interfered, undermining labour relations and costing people their jobs. To make matters worse, the Minister of Transportation refuses to meet with them. Yet again, the Liberals are dropping the ball when it comes to protecting workers. Why is the Minister refusing to meet with these workers and their union?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and I can say certainly today of all days, we certainly stand with workers and we stand with a stable and fair working environment. I will look into the situation that you described immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 3:18, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-58. Call in the members.
Well, the question is as follows. Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disability. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Sachs. Ms. Sachs. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Madame Saint-Onge. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Sahoda. Ms. Sahoda. Ms. Ian. Ms. Ian. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Madame Martinez-Farada. Madame Martinez-Farada. Mrs. Valdez. Mrs. Valdez. Ms. Jazik. Ms. Jazik. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Dhaliwal. Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. F.
Mr. F.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Order.
Monsieur Villemur.
Scott, hold on. Let's just keep the singing to ourselves and let's get the vote done. All right, ready to go? Please proceed.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Singh.
Pardon me, back to Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the end of the 10-minute electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. City Deputy Paul Pufil.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Quelqu'un en charge? Personne. Le bureau.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 318, 318. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disability.
I would like to inform the House that because of the recorded division, we will be extended by 12 minutes. Business of Supply, resuming debate on the motion concerning ArriveCAN in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Everybody to clear out, because I'm sure the honourable member for Richmond Hill wants to use up his 4 minutes correctly. So please take the conversations outside if we're moving outside. Voila. The honourable member for Richmond Hill has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as you just took the chair, let me summarize what I talked about in the first 8 minutes. I talked about the fact that the ArriveCAN application could have not been developed for $80,000, but it should have not cost $60 million either. We talked about the paper cost of this application. Had we processed 60 million transactions through, it would have been $180 million. We talked about the valuation of an application as such. If it was an e-commerce application and we even transacted at the transactional level, would have been in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And Mr. Speaker, this perspective is vital in understanding the true value of the ArriveCAN. The app's development costs, while substantial, represented just one aspect of the overall contribution. The efficiency, safety, and economic benefit that delivered during a critical time offers a more comprehensive picture of its value to Canada and its citizens. But our commitment to rectifying the identified shortcomings in ArriveCAN project extend beyond mere acknowledgement. The departments are actively implementing measures to enhance the procurement and project management practices to prevent such discrepancies in the future. These efforts are crucial in restoring public trust and ensuring that taxpayer funds are utilized effectively and responsibly. We recognize that there is more work to be done. The journey towards improving our procurement processes and ensuring the efficient use of public funds is ongoing. However, it is important for Canadians to know that these steps toward corrective actions are not merely planned, they are actually and already in motion. As we move forward, we will continue to support the ongoing work of the investigators and auditors. We welcome the recommendation and are committed to implementing them to strengthen our procurement practices further. The Government of Canada remains resolute in its pledge to uphold the principles of accountability, transparency, and process integrity and value for money in all its endeavors. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me reiterate our unwavering dedication to learning from ArriveCAN experience. Our goal is to ensure that our responses to any challenges are both effective and aligned with prudent management of public resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to address this matter before this House.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the issues that I've raised is trying to break it into two components, what we're debating today. One of them is on the procurement process. The member provided a lot of positive thoughts in regards to that issue. The other one is related to how it is a company such as GS has been able to get to the point where they can get those sorts of contracts. And I made the suggestion that one of the things we need to look at is the origins of the company, which actually goes well back a number of years. The same company, they just changed their names. And I'm wondering if there's some merit in terms of looking at that aspect in terms of how is it as an individual company it was able to come virtually from nowhere, a decade ago in essence, to the point where it is today.
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker, to you, to the Honourable Member. And that's the essence. The essence was there were practices in procurement that fostered itself in a two-man company dating back decades, finding ways how they can become a preferred client of the Government of Canada, and through that preferential treatment, being able to source resources to be able to serve, whether it's this government or whether it's the government before, whether it's the department, to be able to source individuals during the time that's needed. So the essence goes back to what we should be doing, and I hope we will do, is reevaluating our procurement processes so it's not such a lengthy time, and it's also accounting for other individuals who actually do the work could be able to speed up the process of engaging with the government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My constituents sent me to this House so that we can become accountable on how we spend their valued tax dollars. Would the Honourable Member please tell the residents of Canada why this government is not prepared to release all the documents to ensure that the funds that were spent efficiently? This is not the case, and unless we can become accountable, we cannot report that back to our constituents. Can you please explain that?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and very much like my honourable colleague, I'm also proud of representing my constituents of Richmond Hill. The statement that just was made was not completely factual. The point of the matter is, whenever the investigations were done, whether it was with the Auditor General or with the Procurement Ombudsman, they clearly indicated that any time they requested for the document, the government, the department were forthcoming with all the documents that are available. So the statements that's being made is representing what the government has done, and also misrepresenting what's been the result of the investigation. As such, they're misrepresenting the fact to the Canadian people.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Government outsourcing to the Big Six consultants went from $119 million pre-pandemic to over $470 million last year. And I think the ArriveCan scandal is just the tip of the iceberg. The big challenge that we're facing is that both Liberal and Conservative governments have chosen to privatize the work of government. Can my colleague across the way explain how government outsourcing has ballooned by over 4 times over the last number of years?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is true that the consulting services has ballooned over the last 8 years that we've been here. But we got to understand, we got to be able to clearly explain to Canadians why that has happened. It has happened because our government has a very clear vision around where we want to take Canada. And for that, we need to make sure that as we transition our department, as we roll out our digital strategy, we have the best practices and we have the benchmarks to be able to ensure that the pathway that we develop for transition is the right pathway. Where most of these consulting services has gone, Madam Speaker, is about making sure that we understand which jurisdictions are the best, which understand where we need to benchmark and we get to data and how to develop a path forward. That's where the money has been spent, and that's where the value of the money is, because we have a clear vision where we want to take Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always wonderful to rise in this almost honourable of House to speak on various topics and stay the opposition motion. Madame la Présidente, if we remember the period of 2021, With the global pandemic, our government undertook a number of measures to both protect Canadians and assist Canadians. And we protected Canadians by obviously receiving and contracting for the vaccines, getting personal PPE equipment, and we assisted Canadians and we assisted Canadian workers and Canadian businesses through the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, to the CERB, and through a number of measures, and literally kept a part of the economy which was basically frozen due to the pandemic. And working with our provincial colleagues, we allowed us to come out of the pandemic faster and stronger than any other country across the G7, across our developed partners. And we see the results today in our employment numbers and unemployment rate, in our GDP growth, and where the country is going. Because we had the backs of Canadians during the pandemic, we will always have the backs of Canadians, and we did the right thing. With regards to today's opposition motion, let me make a few comments, Madame la Présidente. Permettez-moi de commencer par dire...
First, I would like to begin by saying that our government is determined to protect the integrity of federal procurement processes. Recent allegations related to professional services in the case of ArriveCan, while recently the situation is unacceptable. The Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman concluded that there was inappropriate conduct on the part of some suppliers and government officials. Madam Speaker, while investigations are still underway into what happened in these cases, we are now acting on behalf of Canadians and implementing the recommendations of the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman. I would like to reiterate that our government is deeply concerned about the allegations surrounding the purchase of computer services and IT services for the ArriveCan app. And taxpayers do have the right to ask pointed questions about how public funds were spent. While important questions have been raised about the conduct of a handful of public servants during the ArriveCan procurement process, I want to emphasize how Canada was facing an emergency at the time, and how so many others in the public service rallied to meet that need. In the spring of 2020, we faced one of the most serious public health crises our country has ever seen. I'm proud to say, Madam Speaker, that our government made every effort to protect Canadians by purchasing essential supplies and services. On many fronts, meeting the needs of Canadians during the COVID-19 pandemic was a monumental task for the government. Public servants worked tirelessly around the clock to support public health professionals and all those who ensured the safety of Canadians. From the outset, public servants followed a deliberate and strategic plan which helped Canada have good results.
Focused approach allowed Canada to secure a supply of vaccines and personal protective equipment when we needed them most, and to ultimately get us out of the pandemic. Yes, Madame la Présidente, I do believe in vaccinations, I do believe in science, I do believe in the doctors, and we supplied those vaccines to Canadians and we protected Canadians. Unfortunately, we had about 57,000 Canadians pass away due to COVID and the impact, but we protected millions of them. Enfin, le Canada était un leader mondial.
Canada was a world leader on this front, thanks to the hard work of countless Canadians across the country. Madam Speaker, we reacted quickly because we had to. But that does not excuse actions revealed in the management of the ArriveCan application. I want to assure the House and all Canadians that the findings of the Auditor General and of the Procurement Ombudsman are taken very seriously by us. We are confident in our law enforcement agencies, like the RCMP. We trust them to investigate any wrongdoing. Madam Speaker, let me be very clear. All criminal action which is found will be met with consequences. Our goal is now to reinforce and strengthen some aspects of the federal procurement system. Public servants will take the lessons learned in this situation and use these lessons learned in their dealings with providers and suppliers. Now, actions taken at SPAC, Public Services and Procurement Canada, is the government's central purchaser and has an important role to play here. For ArriveCan, that department, Public Services and Procurement Canada, provided support to the Canada Border Services Agency with contracting tools and supplier lists that could be used for the project. It was the CBSA's responsibility to define ArriveCan requirements and to manage ArriveCan development and maintenance contracts based on political guidance given by the Public Health Agency of Canada. Madam Speaker, while greater procurement flexibility allows us to be more agile, especially in times of crisis, it is clear that governance and oversight of government contracts must be improved. Madam Speaker, I want this House to know that PSPC has already taken measures to strengthen and reinforce this process and examine how it works. Last November, PSPC informed all government departments and agencies of new, more stringent measures, introducing a common set of mandatory principles and procedures that they must adhere to when using PSPC's professional services contracting instruments. These measures include improving assessment requirements to ensure that resources are properly qualified, requiring greater transparency from suppliers regarding their pricing and use of subcontractors, improving documentation when awarding contracts, and when issuing task authorizations, clarifying work requirements and activities, and specifying the initiatives and projects being worked on. And finally, evaluating resources just before work begins to ensure that services are actually rendered by the resources proposed. I would also like to highlight, Madam Speaker, our government's actions to improve and strengthen the integrity regime. Our government introduced the integrity regime in 2015 to promote ethical business practices, to ensure due process, and to maintain public trust. The integrity regime is continually being improved and strengthened, including in relation to fraud, as PSPC continually strives to ensure that we hold suppliers to account for any misconduct. And I wish to emphasize that, on an ongoing basis, PSPC proactively uses data analysis to uncover inappropriate conduct and to investigate possible wrongdoing in contracts. If an investigation does reveal wrongdoing, PSPC informs law enforcement in preparation for a possible criminal investigation. The department also seeks to recover funds when wrongdoing is discovered. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to emphasize that we are committed to an open, fair, and transparent procurement process, all while achieving the best possible value for Canadian taxpayers. The ArriveCan application was put in place to protect Canadians. The ability it gave us to manage public health measures at the border in times of crisis, it gave us also the ability to ensure the safety of Canadians, and that was absolutely necessary at the time, Madam Speaker. Without this essential tool, Canada's ability to administer the border measures necessary to protect public health would have been significantly reduced. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, and I hope everyone's having a great afternoon.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. It always seems as though I'm rising when my friend and colleague is speaking. One of the things that really strikes me about the ArriveCan app and all that has gone wrong is that the Liberals seem to be saying there's nothing to see here. We've done absolutely everything. And yet, the key thing they did was this outsourcing, the doubling of outsourcing. The second thing that the Liberals have done and failed to do in my eyes is not spot this. There should have been a glaring red light saying stop, and yet here we are today with this motion. So first, will he be supporting our motion? And second, how can we trust this Liberal government in light of those things? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the Honourable Member from the Interior, British Columbia, Kamloops, Caribou, I think it is, for their questions. The first thing is, I've always said this, our families have known each other for about 6 decades since we moved to, our parents immigrated to Canada. And he and I, the Honourable Member and I, both know the value of a dollar and how hard it is to work and save that dollar. And we need to make sure the processes in place in government are robust and effective. And where things have gone wrong, where actions that, if they're criminal or not, or taxpayer dollars are utilized by whomever, there needs to be an investigation. There needs to be transparency. Literally thousands of documents have been turned over to one of the committees. I think it's OGO. If the RCMP needs to be called or any organization needs to be called in, we'll get to the bottom of that, Madam Speaker. It's important for myself, it's important for the Honourable Member, and it's important for all Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank my honourable colleague who was at the Ethics Committee this morning. Now, when I look at this ArriveCan situation, it seems to me that it's the accumulation of accumulated scandals. The government had trouble issuing passports. The government struggled with immigration. The government is struggling with a lot of programs. We are losing internal expertise. We're increasingly dependent on external consultants who we don't have control over. Things are out of control. So here's what I'm wondering. Can the colleague confirm that his government has been totally incompetent? Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I thank my colleague for his question.
Depuis 2015, from 2015, nous avons mis.
Since 2015, we have implemented many measures to help the middle class.
Workers benefit, a national daycare plan. We responded to a crisis in terms of the pandemic, Ukraine. We finalized CETA. We put in place CUSMA. Our government has had the backs of Canadians since 2015 and since day one. And I can list about 40 or 50 items that I'm more than happy to send the Honourable Member that I know are helping Canadians and Quebecers and Ontarians and folks across this country, and will continue to do the good work that our residents and Canadians elected us to do. Thank you, Madame the President.
And comments, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, before this, I used to be the executive director of a nonprofit. And I remember when we wrote proposals to the federal government, we had to define every single thing that went under office supplies. And if we missed anything, we would not be reimbursed for it. So when I look at this corporate greed, where both Conservatives and Liberals have a long history of just giving the money over, you know, the truth is in 2015 to 2016, Deloitte received $11 million, already an amazing amount of money from the Conservatives. And then from 20 to 23, it shot up to $275 million. So what does Deloitte have that's interesting for everybody in this country? They have one former minister from the Liberals working there and one former minister from the Conservatives working there. When will either of these parties stand up for working people and stop defending their corporate friends?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River, for the question. One of the things, when we came to government in 2015, the Conservatives had cut so much in budgets and so much in personnel that we needed to bring on folks with subject matter expertise so we can provide the services that Canadians needed. And we can make sure that we could get the delivery of services. And we can go through the litany of cuts that were done by the past government. And they're all there. It's all listed there. You can look at the public accounts and so forth, the number of people that were laid off, and the budget cuts to departments, including CBSA, including the border services. They were the best at doing cutting. Cut, as some of our ministers say. So it's, you know what? We need to bring in subject matter expertise. A lot of these consulting firms do have it, and sometimes we do need it. We understand that. But we'll always have the backs of middle-class Canadians in my riding and across this country.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Brantford-Brant. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I would like to commend the excellent French of my colleague, the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. He gave his entire speech in French, and all Francophones in this place appreciate when our colleagues speak in the language of Molière, that is, French. Now, Madam Speaker, we will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That is the common-sense Conservative plan. That is the official opposition's plan. Why is that our plan, Madam Speaker? Well, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, which is increasingly supported by the Bloc Québécois, we need a simple plan. This government has failed, left, right, and center. They have failed to help the middle class. They're often boasting about defending the middle class. Well, today, how is the middle class doing? They're at food banks, Madam Speaker. 2 million Canadians are using food banks every month. The situation is so dire, Madam Speaker, that food banks in our regions have a lack of food to feed the huge lines of people at their doors. And what's worse, Madam Speaker, in a report by Seconde Récolte, Second Harvest today, we discovered that there will be 1 million more Canadians using food banks. This situation is unacceptable. That's what we're left with after 8 years of this Liberal government supported by the NDP and also supported by the Bloc Québécois. I'll talk more about the Bloc Québécois' support later. Now, Madam Speaker, today's opposition motion demonstrates what we don't want to do. We would like to talk more about Canadians. We want Canadians to be able to buy a home. We want to talk more about Canadians visiting food banks. We want to talk more about families making difficult choices at the grocery store. Yet, once again, we can't talk about any of those things because we're forced to deal with a Liberal scandal, yet another Liberal scandal. This scandal was outlined in the Auditor General's report, a report which was requested by opposition parties in November 2022, Madam Speaker, a report requested over a year ago. And the report is really scathing. It states that this government is unable to properly manage public funds. I have the report right here, Madam Speaker. I would wish to seek the unanimous consent of the House to table this report with all footnotes, because there are many additional notes in this report about all the mismanagement of ArriveCan, and it would be really interesting for the Liberals to hear about these failings and mistakes. And I can see across the way that my colleague, the member for Winnipeg North, is very excited to see my notes. So at the end of my speech, Madam Speaker, it's very likely that I will seek consent to table the report, and then maybe the member for Winnipeg North will tell his Prime Minister that it's time for a bit of transparency this time around when the RCMP calls him. The RCMP has not yet called the Prime Minister, but when the RCMP communicates with the Prime Minister's office, they will ask, would it be possible, please, to have access to all documents that you have in relation to ArriveCan? Well, it would be nice if the Prime Minister didn't hide behind cabinet secrecy in order to refuse hand over those documents. Today, ministers answered our questions about Arrive Scam. They told us, of course, we will collaborate. We have always worked collaboratively with all audits and investigations. That's the problem. There have been many investigations, many RCMP investigations into the Prime Minister's dealings. And today, the RCMP commissioner appeared before the Ethics Committee, where I was in attendance with the member for Brantford-Brant this morning, and we were not at all surprised to learn that the Prime Minister's office is not, in fact, a good team player when it comes to handing over documents.
They didn't want to disclose information with regards to the Aga Khan's Island or with regards to the SNC-Lavalin scandal. And so the RCMP commissioner and the investigator with him today let us know and confirmed that they cannot exonerate the Prime Minister of having carried out a criminal act because they didn't have all the information. A criminal act has not been confirmed because certain important information has been withheld by Cabinet. And so, does that mean that the Prime Minister did not commit a criminal act? Well, no, we can't say that because we didn't have access to the information that would have allowed us to come to that conclusion. Incredible. And today, ministers have told us, with regards to ArriveCAN, we'll transmit the information, we'll communicate the information. There's a committee in another scandal, Madam Speaker. There's another committee. There were Liberal MPs and external people. The other committee had to do with the Winnipeg lab. That concluded that all documents had to be published because it was an affair that was of interest to all Canadians. These were not subjects linked to national security, apparently. This decision was rendered a number of days ago. Where are the documents? The government isn't even able to publish reports and publish documents that the committee has said are perfectly fine to publish. So forgive me when I'm a bit skeptical when it comes to trusting the Prime Minister to give all information about ArriveCAN. We've tabled this motion today for many very good reasons. When we see that we have a government that should have paid $60,000 for an application, paying finally at least $60 million, because we don't quite know what if it's more than that, at least $60 million, whilst Canadians find it hard to feed themselves, to house themselves, and to make ends meet. We cannot ignore the situation. For once, they should be transparent. The RCMP confirmed today that it was investigating the entire ArriveCAN affair. All of it, not only with regards to allegations that public servants, that public servants communicated to the RCMP. They're investigating everything to do with this Auditor General report. The Auditor General, who was very thorough with the government. I would like to quote a couple of sentences from the report because there are many sentences to share, and I wouldn't have enough time to share all the elements of this report. The financial documents for the CBSA had so many weaknesses that we were not able to establish the specific costs of ArriveCAN. Later, the Auditor General says that they are concerned by the lack of deliverables. In many cases, no information was provided on timesheets tabled by contractors. Now, this is just an overview of the document. Nothing has indicated that CBSA staff had respected internal codes of conduct. They'd been invited to suppers by contractors, as an example. No official agreement had been established between the Canada Health Agency and the CBSA from April 2020 to July 2021. The daily cost for external resources was over $1,000. In the general IT sector, it would have been $675. And there's more. Every single page, Madam Speaker, the CBSA expressed concerns. $12.2 million in the $60 million estimate may not even be linked to ArriveCAN. They managed to spend money for an application, but that money wasn't even spent on ArriveCAN, and they don't know where the money went. That's 8 years of Liberal mismanagement. And, Madam Speaker, I could continue with more and more and more information from this report. Madam Speaker, this piece of information is quite something. The lack of documentation with regards to single-source contracts. No documentation with regards to discussions and interactions between the CBSA and GC Strategy. GC Strategy is that two-person company that operates in a basement, that gets IT contracts, but that has absolutely no knowledge in IT. Absolutely none. And that's just an overview, Madam Speaker, of this shambolic report for the government tabled by the Auditor General on ArriveScan. Madam Speaker, I believe that the government must, for once, have better respect for Canadians. They have to publish the cost of the application. They have to do this before the 18th of March. That is why our motion was tabled. If they had even a modicum of respect for Canadians, they will vote in favour of our motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, you have to recognize the irony. The member just finished saying, calling into question the integrity of GC Strategies, Inc. Well, and I don't blame him, quite frankly, for doing that. But what he doesn't necessarily realize, Madam Speaker, it is the very same company, just a name change. The same two people that he's just criticized is the same people that ran Cordell Systems Consulting. By the way, his leader actually gave millions in contracts to, Madam Speaker. Do you not see a little bit of irony there? My question is, does the member not agree that maybe we should be looking at how one company was able to evolve to the point in which we have the problem that we have today? Because no doubt his own leader played some role in it, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Oh, it's very spooky, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition was clear today. Yes, we have to investigate every single contract granted to this company. The member for Winnipeg North talks about a few million under the Conservative government, but now we're talking about $250 million from this government. That it's sent to GC Strategies. 250 million Canadian dollars, Madam Speaker. They've doubled the amount sent to consultants. We've gone to $20 billion a year on consultants. The public service has increased in size, but we're still spending huge amounts. It's ironic to hear the member for Winnipeg North trying to give us lessons when I have the ArriveCan report in front of me that states that they have absolutely no control on public spending. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like transparency. I like pedagogy. I am concerned when disinformation through voluntary omission is carried out in December 2021, just after the elections. All official opposition parties in the media said that ArriveCan was useless. Sub-C was adopted. It was adopted as a whole. All items were voted upon in an accelerated way. My colleague voted against ArriveCan, yes, but he also voted against Indigenous women's shelters, supporting tourism festivals, revitalizing our communities, supporting mental health, helping Afghan individuals, and they did so 8 times. Does he not see the issue with this? The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I think that the issue is in the eye of the beholder. Because, yes, we voted against. We voted no confidence in this government. Why? Because even back then we had doubts on their capacity to manage public money, Canadians' money, Madam Speaker. And she's mentioned a position. That position is in defense of the Bloc Québécois leader, who says we won't be checking every single thing the government will spend. If that's how the Bloc Québécois will rule the country, their own country, I think they'll have an issue balancing their budget.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rather curious. Earlier, a Liberal MP stated that a Conservative government would fire close to 37,000 federal public servants to fund cost reductions reductions in the government's internal resources. Therefore, Conservatives are responsible for the increasing costs in subcontracting. I'd be curious to hear what my colleague has to say about the following. What does he have to say about all the contracts and all the issues that have come from past decisions? The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. The issue, Madam Speaker, is the New Democrats that blindly supports all decisions, all financial decisions made by this government. Madam Speaker, there's a greater number of public servants, there's a greater number of subcontractors, and unfortunately, if you talk to everyone in all of our ridings, services are worse than they used to be. People have to wait longer for passports, longer for Service Canada services, weeks of waiting for immigration. I think the NDP should perhaps stop throwing stones in a glass house.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I start by offering a caveat. I've been involved in so many committees involving this particular scam. It was going to be a real challenge to keep my comments to 10 minutes. I literally could speak for hours. But happy to highlight some of the important points for you today. I'm going to start by reiterating our common sense Conservative plan. We as Conservatives, we will axe the tax, we will build the homes, we will fix the budget, and we will stop the crime. Because after 8 years of this worn out, tired, Liberal NDP government, Canadians have endured unprecedented levels of corruption. Today we are debating our Conservative motion which calls on the Liberal government to table the full cost of the Arrive scam within 100 days of today's date and to reclaim all money that was paid to contractors and subcontractors who actually performed no work. This is the app, according to the Prime Minister, that should have cost the taxpayer $80,000. But now we have the Auditor General guessing at the amount at $60 million, could be $70 million, could be $80 million. We don't know how much more than $60 million. What we do know is it's at least 750 times more than the original cost. Now, we hear in the government, at least I've been keeping track of this for several weeks now, several ministers, if not several members of the backbench, commenting that if the rules were broken and there was malfeasance, if there was criminality, those responsible will be held accountable for their actions. But, Madam Speaker, what we have not heard at all is any minister, including the Prime Minister, indicating in the House that the buck stops with the government. Where was the Prime Minister? Where was the Minister for Procurement? Where was the Minister?
Can I interrupt the Honourable Member? The Honourable Member has the phone near the mic and it's creating some interference. Thank you very much.
Better.
Thank you.
Must be. Yeah. Where was all those ministers for a 3+ year period? Were they completely tone deaf? Were they completely derelict in their responsibility? Were they completely asleep at the wheel? Or were they simply complicit with the fleecing of the Canadian taxpayer to at least $60 million? Now, why is that important? It's important because they need to look themselves in the mirror and they need to say to Canadians, we did not provide the appropriate ministerial oversight. I have heard from deputy ministers, I've heard from several presidents of all the impugned agencies as laid out in the Auditor General's report. Every one of them, Madam Speaker, confirmed regular, consistent, numerous discussions with the appropriate minister. Surely, all of them including the Prime Minister, knew how badly this Arrive scam was going out of control. They had the opportunity to rein in this out-of-control spending. They had the opportunity to stop the criminality, but they didn't. And that's what Canadians should be most appalled about, not necessarily just our professional public servants and those individuals they contracted with, like GC Strategies. They're under investigation. But quite frankly, this government needs to be under investigation. This Prime Minister needs to be under investigation. But we all know what's going to happen, Madam Speaker, because we knew about it in the Aga Khan scandal. We knew about it in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. There is a two-tier level of justice when it comes to dealing with government misconduct and potential government criminality and potential criminality involving the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister has the luxury of hiding behind cabinet confidentiality. As I put to the RCMP Commissioner today in the Ethics Committee, are Canadians led to believe that the Prime Minister can engage in a whole host of criminal activities and simply hide behind the shield of cabinet confidentiality? He didn't have a good response, I'll admit, Madam Speaker, but certainly that's what it looks like. As a former Crown prosecutor, there was ample evidence to support the charge of obstruction of justice by Justin Trudeau and how he interfered, my apologies, the Prime Minister, ample evidence as to how he obstructed justice in his campaign of trying to influence the actions of the former First Indigenous Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould. But again, the government wouldn't release the documents. They wouldn't release the documents to the Ethics Commissioner. They certainly wouldn't release it to the RCMP, but they talk about how independent the RCMP is. They talk about we are going to be transparent. We're going to be accountable. The Prime Minister promised Canadians that, Madam Speaker, in 2015. And look at the mess that they have created in the last 8 years. They are the most corrupt government this country has ever seen. No question. And the member for Winnipeg North can laugh all he wants because he knows it's the truth. He knows how difficult it is day after day after day to sit in this House and to defend the illegal actions of this government. So as I said, I've got so much to say here, Madam Speaker, you know, I don't even know where to go. And now we've got the NDP caucus. We've got the NDP caucus who are now blindly following along with everything that the Liberal government has to say. They're so hypocritical. They will challenge and they will fiercely try to argue that we should be holding this government to account, yet they blindly support the Liberal government time after time after time. And what they did in this particular scandal is on at least 8 occasions, Madam Speaker, they voted with the Liberal government to continue funding this particular scam. If they had voted no on at least one occasion, if not all those occasions, I certainly wouldn't be standing here today and talking about the scandal and the cost to the taxpayers. So the last thing I'm going to conclude, I've got a minute and a half, Madam Speaker, is after 8 years, again, this Liberal government has proven itself both financially incompetent and riddled with corruption. Common sense Conservatives will get to the bottom of this scandal and bring home accountability for taxpayers. Therefore, I stand in this House today, along with my Conservative colleagues, to hold this government accountable for its reckless and irresponsible use of taxpayers' dollars. Conservatives demand that the government take decisive action to recover all funds paid to the ArriveCan contractors and, most importantly, the subcontractors who failed to deliver on their obligations. That we're asking within 100 days of this motion being adopted. We are calling on the Prime Minister to present a comprehensive report to the House demonstrating the successful repayment of those taxpayer funds. This motion, Madam Speaker, is a crucial step in bringing home accountability for Canadians and is well within the federal government's mandate. With a commitment to common sense governance, Conservatives are steadfast in unraveling the scandal and restoring accountability for taxpayers, and I encourage all members in this House to stand and support our common sense motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The word comes to my mind is, wow, that's quite the extreme in terms of statements coming from the member. So much for facts, Madam Speaker, but just it's kind of like say it as you, I hope he doesn't actually believe 90% of the things that he actually said, Madam Speaker. You know, the question that comes to my mind is that I wonder if he would hold the very same standard to his own leader when his leader literally was responsible for the issuing of millions of dollars in contracts to Cordell Systems and Consulting, which is the very same people that is with GC Strategies. Would he apply the same principles to the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada that he's applying to others? Maybe he should skip the character assassinations and focus on the issue. Tell me, if he's not going to answer that question, maybe he will tell me an idea that the Conservatives have in terms of how we can improve the procurement process.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brent.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. I stand 100% of every word that I've said in my speech. I will defend that inside and outside this House, and I will continue to use those same talking points. That's how I respond to my friend's question.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the pleasure to work with my colleague at the OGO committee, and we have been studying since October of 2022 the ArriveCan question with tens of thousands of pages to read. It's very passionate. I was wondering, we have a motion that was tabled with respect to Cordell Systems Consulting that had the same owners as GC Strategies. But I'm wondering at the end of the day, how many other companies should we be verifying? And does he think that the system we had with ArriveCan is not broader and more widespread than we thought?
I thank my friend for that question, and I too enjoy working with her on a number of committees. I always value her sage advice and her thoughtful questions and the probing way that she too wants to get to the bottom of this. And I think she touched upon a very important point. We are basically speaking about, largely in this House, about GC Strategies and what it did to the procurement process within the ArriveScam context. But to the broader point, and to respond to my colleague, I think it's symbolic of what has been allowed to occur with this corrupt Liberal government. If it occurred with ArriveScan, one only has to wonder how many other millions, if not billions, of wasted dollars have gone to other similar contractors and subcontractors. So I think there's an excellent opportunity to expand this into many other ways onto many other committees. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech. Now, we do know that when the Conservatives were in power, of course, they did give over $7 million to GC Strategies and under its former name. We know that 4 million of those contracts were awarded when the Leader of the Opposition was the Parliamentary Secretary. And of course, we know that the Phoenix scandal, which the Auditor General has compared to ArriveCan, has the same sort of scandal behind it, which of course was done under the Conservatives government. My question to this member, though, is I appreciate this discussion today and have no problem going after GC, but I'm interested to hear if this member thinks that we should also be looking at McKinsey & Company, Deloitte, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Accenture, KMPG, Ernst & Young, who are also getting millions and millions of tax dollar money. Just wondering.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant in 15 seconds.
Yep, I thank my colleague for that question. If there was impropriety in the awarding of those contracts or any suspicions of criminality, yes, we should be looking at that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak before the motion that's in the House today. It's always an honour to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport, and it'll be my pleasure to be sharing my time with the very honourable member of Mississauga Lakeshore. I have some prepared remarks, Madam Speaker, but I want to provide first a little bit of context to those who might be listening, and I want to go into just a few details about the motion that is before us today. In terms of context, we're going to be talking about the ArriveCan app. And for those that might have forgotten, and this is I'm talking to the public, the ArriveCan app was a key tool to protecting Canadians during the pandemic as we went traveling. And so if we're going to provide some context, sometimes, as we've come out of this pandemic, Madam Speaker, I think we often forget how intense a time it was and how historic a time it was when literally the world shut down on March 15, 2020. And I'm going to be quoting just a couple of sentences from Professor Adam Tooze from Columbia University, who wrote a book called Shutdown. He said that in the first half of 2020, it was historic. 95% of the world's economies suffered a simultaneous contraction. And he said that's never happened before. And then 3 billion adults were furloughed from their jobs or tried to work from home. That also has never happened before. The sum of lost earnings just in the first months of the pandemic was $10 trillion, more than a tenth of the global GDP. Madam Speaker, the global economy was shut down, and our Canadian government, what we were doing is trying to grapple, what was COVID-19? How were we going to keep Canadians safe? How were we going to sort of ensure that people would be able to afford their bills? How can we protect Canadians? How can we help our small businesses or large businesses, our societies, our cities? That is what we were consumed with at the time. And I think you'll recall we were moving very quickly, making lots of decisions because we had to move quickly. And so the regular processes that we had in place weren't followed all the time. And so a lot of the decisions around the ArriveCan app happened during this time, and it's important for us to remember that context. In terms of the motion before us, the motion before us is an opposition day motion, and basically it's asking for a lot of documentation around the ArriveCan app to be tabled here in the House of Commons in terms of its decision making, and then there's also a portion about collecting and recouping all of the funds that were paid to develop the ArriveCan app to deliver that back. And I'll say to you, Madam Speaker, that I will not be supporting this motion. And the reason for that is that there's already a number of independent investigations that are underway right now, and we have to allow the time for those investigations to be completed. They are being done by outstanding independent organizations. And then also, we have heard already from the Auditor General, and there is already a number of steps that are being taken from the Auditor General, and I believe also there's some recommendations from the Procurement Ombudsperson. And I'll go through a couple of those items right now, Madam Speaker. CBSA is committed to implementing every recommendation set out by the Auditor General's report, as well as the similar report by the Procurement Ombudsman. In addition to all these independent reports, CBSA is also conducting an internal audit to assess their procurement practices. Where there was specific allegations of misconduct that have been made, CBSA has launched an investigation that's still in process and has referred all allegations to the RCMP. So as you could tell, Madam Speaker, a lot of work is underway. We also have a standing committee on government operations and estimates that's also looking into it, and it's right for all these investigations to be underway, particularly when there are concerns about anything that we are doing from a procurement perspective. So, Madam Speaker, I'm now going to move into my prepared remarks on government procurement. Our federal government is committed to ensuring that the procurement of goods and services is done in a fair, open, and transparent manner, and crucially in accordance with policies, regulations, guidelines, trade agreements, and procedures. And legislation, including the Financial Administration Act, along with Treasury Board policies, establish clear requirements for the administration of government, including for contracting activities. Take the Financial Administration Act. It sets out the requirements needed when the government is making public disbursements, which include contracts. So, for example, Section 32 requires that funds are available for entering into a contract. Section 33 deals with ensuring payments are lawful charges against the appropriation and that the appropriation is not exceeded. The Treasury Board Secretariat, through the Office of the Comptroller General, provides government-wide direction to support the implementation of mandatory Treasury Board policies related to financial management and the management of assets and acquired services. The Treasury Board sets the administrative policies for federal procurement, guided by the principles of fairness, openness, transparency, competition, and integrity, all while ensuring best value. For example, its directive on the management of procurement lays out the expectations and requirements that departments and agencies must follow so that their procurements are managed in a way that supports the delivery of programs and services to Canadians. It's also managed in a way that will demonstrate the best value, and it's also managed in a way that is consistent with the Government of Canada's socioeconomic and environmental objectives. This framework supports the management of procurement so that it is fair, open, and transparent. So, Madam Speaker, there are also clearly defined responsibilities for government departments when conducting procurements, including those for services. First and foremost, government departments and agencies are expected to maintain the integrity of the procurement process and protect government spending from fraud and unethical business practices. This is done through internal processes and controls, and through dedicated procurement professionals and effective mechanisms for the disclosure of any wrongdoing. Second, the government departments and agencies are responsible for clearly defining the intended outcomes of a procurement, including operational requirements, expected benefits, and how those outcomes will align with the government's strategic direction and total costs over the life cycle. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada has clear rules and controls in place to ensure contracting is done in an ethical manner and upholds the values and ethics of public service. In the public service, like elsewhere in society, when governing rules are broken, there are consequences and corrective measures are taken. So, Madam Speaker, just as getting best value is built into the contracting procedures, so is accountability for the spending of public money. For instance, all proposals are required to be reviewed through a conflict of interest lens, and evaluators are required to recuse themselves for real or possible conflicts. There's also the Code of Conduct for Procurement, which sets out clear expectations for vendors and their subcontractors in the areas of human rights, labor standards, conflict of interest, and environmental responsibility. That means the government is committed to upholding and promoting the high standards and values that Canadians expect, and the same is expected from vendors and their subcontractors. I would also remind this House that the government's integrity regime serves to hold suppliers accountable for misconduct. The integrity regime helps foster ethical business practices, ensures due process, and upholds the public trust. And public trust, Madam Speaker, is gained through transparency. That is why government contracts over $10,000 are publicly disclosed on the Open Government Portal, so that Canadians are better able to hold the government and public sector officials accountable. The name of the company, the value of the contract, and the description of the work are all publicly available. So in concluding, Madam Speaker, I want to assure everyone in this House, and indeed across Canada, that the government takes all concerns regarding contracting and consultants seriously. The Government of Canada has a strong framework for rules to direct how procurements need to be conducted and is constantly looking at strengthening and clarifying those rules. It also offers guidance and training to employees to ensure they know, understand, and obey these rules. Madam Speaker, I talked about trust earlier, and that is certainly the foundation of any public institution. It's crucial for Canadians to trust their public institutions. It's also vital for them to trust the employees that support those institutions. Furthermore, it's essential that they trust that any procurement conducted on their behalf is done ethically, fairly, openly, and transparently. And Madam Speaker, upholding that trust is vital to any public institution in this country. The federal government is committed to ensuring taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly and in a way that provides value for Canadians, and it will continue to advance the priorities of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate my honourable colleague's speech today. Now, she said very clearly that she would not be supporting this motion because other investigations are ongoing. But one of the key points of this motion actually calls on the government to collect and recoup all funds paid to ArriveCan contractors and subcontractors. When we're talking about having trust in the government that she spoke of at the end of her speech, trust in the institutions, that trust of managing finances is certainly a huge part of that. And so why does she not believe that it's incumbent for this House to ask for the recoupment of that money so that trust can be ensured? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her excellent question. So what I would say is there may be a point in time where it is appropriate to be recollecting some of those funds from contractors in the future. But what I say to you right now, Madam Speaker, is that there's a number of investigations that are underway. The investigations through the RCMP, the investigation through the other independent bodies through this House. They might, in the end, make some conclusions to say there's some monies that are owed back to the Government of Canada. But I would like for those investigations to be concluded before we actually ask for any funds to be returned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. Oh,
I wanted to ask my colleague. At one time in the not too distant past, we put forward a motion in this House to have the Auditor General study the ArriveCan fiasco, and with respect, the member voted against having the Auditor General actually do that work. I'm wondering if she now regrets taking that position, and if she had it back, if she would have voted for the Auditor General to do that study.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I recall during the pandemic that there were a series of votes that came to this House about audits for small businesses, for various different things that we were spending while the pandemic was underway. And I do recall that there was a number of times that I did not vote for those audits to take place. And the reason was we were still heavy into the pandemic. We needed to make sure we were focusing our resources on ensuring that we were supporting Canadians from a healthcare perspective, from an economic perspective. And there is limited resources within our bureaucracy, and so we had to focus our resources. It was never meant that there should ever not be proper oversight or proper spending of our public resources, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today we are discussing procurement and ArriveCan, but there were many mistakes before ArriveCan. So when we look at the government's ability to handle the borders, to issue passports, think about We Charity, think about Canada Life, think about employment insurance. You look at all this and you notice that the government cannot accomplish its basic mission, which is to deliver services to Canadians. I have heard my colleague's speech, and I have heard from many of her colleagues. They seem contrite. They seem to apologize. They ensure us that investigations are underway. But these types of issues keep reoccurring. My colleague earlier brought up ethics. So what does my colleague think from an ethical standpoint about these many scandals which keep reoccurring?
Well, first, I'm going to say, Madam Speaker, that misconduct of any kind in our procurement processes are never acceptable. And I gave a speech for about 10 minutes about all the things that we have in place that will protect, that does everything it can to inform our bureaucracy, our government officials who act on behalf of our government to ensure that they have processes in place, that we are doing our best to actually spend our public money ethically. And when things go wrong, we have a number of mechanisms that actually allow us to look at what went wrong and how is it that we can do better next time around. I started my whole speech about giving some context, Madam Speaker. We actually went through a huge pandemic that had huge economic consequences on our lives and in the world today. So surely there were going to be some mistakes made, and it is right for us to be looking at that right now. And I think that we will make some corrections and do better as we move forward.
Order. Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Report for Saskatchewan Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, Agriculture and Agri-Food. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government takes its responsibility for the stewardship of public funds very seriously, and we're committed to ensuring that government spending stands up to the highest levels of scrutiny. Contracting for goods and services is a routine part of business in any government. It enables us to deliver the services and programs that Canadians need and expect, and we have important guardrails in place to maintain the integrity of the process. Government procurement is carried out in accordance with a number of regulations, trade agreements, policies, procedures, and guidelines. Madam Speaker, this is the governing framework when it comes to federal procurement, and public servants are expected to follow. Even in a time of crisis, such as we face during a global pandemic, basic rules must be followed to ensure that we are getting value for money while meeting the needs of Canadians, as urgent as those needs may be. And clearly, that didn't happen in the case of ArriveCan. Madam Speaker, the revelations brought forth by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman are deeply troubling, to say the least. And I think we can all agree with that. We know that there are other investigations underway, which we fully support, so that we can get to the bottom of this issue. And I can assure this House that any wrongdoing will be addressed. In the meantime, we owe it to Canadians to immediately act upon the recommendations of the Auditor General and Procurement Ombudsman, and that is precisely what our government is doing. Madam Speaker, Public Services and Procurement Canada, or PSPC as it's commonly known, plays an important role in these matters. When it comes to deciding whether to contract out certain projects, the government takes many factors into consideration. It starts with the proposition that contractors are there to support the good work of our world-class public servants. It is determined that there is need for professional services. The PSPC then works as a federal government central purchasing agent with departments to procure those services in an open, fair, and transparent fashion. PSPC procures on behalf of other departments and agencies when requirements are beyond their own contracting authority, and advises on the steps needed to ensure that money is well spent. With regards to ArriveCan, we know that it was put in place urgently to track and trace travelers as they cross the border and limit the spread of COVID-19 within Canada. Public servants acted with extreme urgency on a number of fronts during those early days of the pandemic to keep Canadians safe. And the ArriveCAN app was a critical tool at that time. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear that the issues with ArriveCAN should not reflect on the public service's overall response to the pandemic. They should be proud of their work to procure vital supplies as well as the vaccines that ultimately helped lift Canada out of crisis. However, unlike those other urgent procurements at the time, it is clear now that with the way procurement was done in support of the creation and maintenance of ArriveCAN app, it was unacceptable. Indeed, there are many questions surrounding the management integrity of the government's procurement processes for IT services associated with ArriveCAN. Madam Speaker, for its part, PSPC is already taking action to ensure that lessons learned are turned into concrete action. That means going beyond addressing the specific issues related to any one specific contractor, as important as it is to hold them account and fixing the broader issues that have allowed this mismanagement to happen in the first place. In November, PSPC temporarily suspended all delegated authorities, including the authorities of the Canada Border Services Agency, to authorize professional services based on tax authorizations. The department also provided direction to its procurement officers to ensure that all task authorizations include a focus on clear tasks and deliverables. We're glad to see that the Auditor General agreed with the actions we've taken. Madam Speaker, all federal departments must now formally agree to a new set of terms and conditions to obtain access to select professional services methods of supply. PSPC is also updating its guidance to aid departments in procuring effectively and responsibly when using PSPC's procurement instruments under their own authorities. Of course, adhering to procurement policies, directives, and guidelines is a shared responsibility across government departments and agencies. In the case of ArriveCAN, it is quite clear that a handful of public servants failed that front. Our government is committed to fixing the system so that that can't happen again. And let me be clear, Madam Speaker, when it comes to holding suppliers accountable, PSPC is looking at ways to improve its integrity regime, including with regards to fraud, which will help us take swift action against bad actors for their misconduct. And I want to note that on an ongoing basis and as part of the regular business, PSPC proactively seeks to uncover improper conduct and investigates potential wrongdoings in its contracts. And should an investigation reveal wrongdoing, PSPC informs law enforcement for possible criminal investigation. The department also seeks to recover funds when wrongdoing is found. The members opposite want to push lies, they say, while we're focused on finding the truth and making sure that those responsible are held accountable.
The honourable member to give the honourable member for Charlotte St. James as a Assiniboia heading the on a point of order.
Point of order. I thought I heard the member say that the members opposite want to push lies.
I can't hear the honourable member. Why?
My light's on. Oh. I thought I heard the member opposite say that the opposition wants to push lies. I just heard him say that. Correct? He just nodded in the affirmative. I wanted to ask you if that's parliamentary language.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't hear it, so we'd have to go back to the Hansard to confirm. He didn't call anyone a liar, which is a difference. Yeah. Well, it doesn't call anyone a liar. I'll ask the honourable member to answer to the point of order.
I'll say this, Madam Speaker. The members opposite push mistruths, if I will say it that way.
The member cannot say indirectly what can't be said directly. So, yes, I would invite him to be more prudent and perhaps apologize to the other members. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House are focused on finding the truth and making sure that those responsible are held accountable.
Charlotte St. James Assiniboia heading the on a point of order.
Of respect, you just asked the member to apologize, and he didn't. He went on with his speech. He called us liars. He needs to apologize, or he needs to be removed from the chamber.
Yes, I would invite the honourable member to apologize so that we can move on.
Well, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I am not suggesting that people lie in this House. I am suggesting that we are focused on finding the truth, however, and making sure that those responsible are held accountable. And because the truth is of the utmost importance, Madam Speaker, I want to set the record straight about some of the less clear messages being spread by the Conservatives, and it'll give those members across the way the benefit of the doubt, for that matter. Maybe they're confused by the comment sections of their Facebook live streams with reality. The truth is, Madam Speaker, that the Office of the Auditor General does not investigate elected officials, they investigate public servants. The findings in the Auditor General's report was unacceptable. That is why the CBSA has referred allegations to the RCMP, as well as launched an independent investigation. Another less than, how should I say it, query that has been spread, Madam Speaker, is somehow that the app was designed as a response to the COVID-19 crisis that served Canadians across multiple digital platforms and systems while addressing privacy, security, and linguistic requirements could only cost $80,000. I hope the Conservative colleagues use this opportunity to retract those statements. That is, unless they're making a conscious decision to somehow mislead Canadians, because everyone knows the application never would have cost that amount. So in closing, Madam Speaker, we're taking action. We know there's more to do. We accept all recommendations of the Procurement Ombudsman and the Auditor General, and we share with Canadians their concern. There's no doubt that the ArriveCAN app was a useful tool in keeping Canadians safe, but the allegations related to the procurement of professional services for this app are simply unacceptable. And as I've outlined, the government is making important changes to avoid this ever happening again, and we're actively exploring other ways to further strengthen our procurement process. And before I close, I want to reiterate that members of the public service should be proud of the way they supported Canadians during the pandemic, particularly with regards to the urgent procurement of critical supplies and life-saving vaccines. The revelations we are discussing today related to individuals involved in the procurement of services for a proportion of the ArriveCAN app, which should not be a reflection of the hard work of public servants during that time of crisis. Madam Speaker, we owe it to them, to all Canadians, to make this right by safeguarding the integrity of the federal procurement process, that we are committed, and that we are committed to just doing that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I give notice that, with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 35, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for his talk. I do spend a fair amount of time with him on Ogo on the issue, and I appreciate his comments, and I take him at his word, his sincerity to address the procurement issues. One of the things that came up from the Procurement Ombudsman's report is what they call was a bait and switch, where services are proposed, but actual services delivered to the government are less than what was in the contract. I wonder if the member can fill us in what PSPC is doing across the breadth of government to address the bait and switch issues that have been brought forward by the Ombudsman.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's a good point being made. We actually did deliberate over that during our committee sessions. We also noted that that practice is constant throughout procurement in industry and various other governments. Certainly was the case in the Conservative government previously. But the portion of the contract that was provided, oftentimes the employer will determine other relevant activities that are occurring, things change, and then they're used for other functions. But it's not a common practice in this particular case, because things are being done so quickly, so urgently. There were I think the Ombudsman made it clear there's quite a lot of that switching that was taking place during that moment of crisis. We need to be careful about ensuring that the work that was prescribed and the reasons they were contracted is what they will ultimately do. And that's the case in a contract and subcontract basis, which, as I said, is very common practice throughout the industry. We are sensitive to the degree of skills and abilities within our civil service to do that work, and when they're not able to, we prescribe outside to do so. And that's what has occurred here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to work with my colleagues, to work with them on the OGO Committee, Government Operations and Estimates Committee, the mighty OGO. Here's my question. With ArriveCAN, things seem to have gone really off the rails. Now, I understand that quick action was needed, but it seems that things like this are occurring frequently. There was ArriveCAN, before that the passports, before that We Charity, and the list goes on and on. Phoenix, of course. The government always says, well, we need to act quickly, we need to move forward, we need to take action, but at some point, should we not sit back and take a look at things? Should we not prioritize people's skills within the government? There should not just be yes men.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the comments from my honourable colleague, and I know the chair is watching us intently and very much likes to address us as the mighty OGO. It's certainly mighty indeed. And the member from the bloc also does a tremendous and excellent job, and I apologize for not responding to you in French. I wish I could. I am taking lessons. But the work, but that speaks to skills. And the skill set that you're asking, that you are hoping that the civil service can have, we need to improve upon that. And I recognize that I should speak through you, Madam Speaker, and you can maybe translate on my behalf, but the third official language of the country, as it should be. Madam Speaker, the member has commented on the degree of competency and integrity and skill sets within the civil service to do the work. And had that been available to us during the ArriveCAN application, we may have been able to expedite things even more quickly. But that didn't exist. The resources weren't available to us, and we had to procure it. We had to go through a contract system and a subcontract system, similar to what has been done in the past. But we have recognized the ability, and we should be improving our internal service for that reason. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Port Moody Coquitlam.
Port Moody Coquitlam. I'm sorry, I always could.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the speech. I really wanted to talk about the fact that small business has suffered over the time where this Liberal government was opening the doors to their friends and their insiders to dole out contracts in a way that wasn't following protocol. Small businesses were left without contracts, without government contracts. We know right now the PPE providers that were told by this government they would purchase that PPE did not get the orders that they were expecting. So right now in my community, one of those PPE suppliers is in my community that suffered financial losses by the Liberal government not following through their promises on Canadian-made PPE. Why is it the government continues to hand out money to their insiders and leave small businesses like the ones in my community without purchase orders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 15 seconds.
I appreciate the question. I recognize the importance of trying to buy more Canadian and provide more Canadian suppliers and incentives. And certainly that's something that we are trying to address. I believe part of the framework in some of the selections, especially for the new ones, to make them suppliers within our procurement is something that is being looked at. And I appreciate that, and we will certainly continue to do our best to improve upon the tens of thousands of procurement contracts that exist in this government every year. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from OGO. I think we'll have 3 OGOs in a row. We'll have an OGO hat trick. The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Now, I rise to speak on ArriveCAN, and why not? It's consumed my life for the last year, so why not continue to speak about it today in our opposition to motion? Now, ArriveCAN, to me, it seems to be a symbol of this our government's inability to do procurement right, and how the procurement practices from this government have descended into chaos. Now, ArriveCAN, we know, is a hot mess. We've heard of emails deleted, tens of thousands of emails deleted, records lost, or perhaps not even kept in the first place. We don't know the final costs of ArriveCAN, and there's too many opinions out there of what it actually did cost, whether it was $80,000, $6 million, $60 million, or as the Auditor General says, we don't have the records to actually say what the final cost is. Now, we've heard of many updates to the program, 177 updates to ArriveCAN. At the same time, we've also heard from the Auditor General and PHAC, Public Health Association Canada, they did not test the updates before rolling it out to the public. And of course, we heard of the 10,000 people sent into quarantine in error because apparently it wasn't tested. $60 million, $6 million, whatever the cost is, you think it would get tested. But then at the same time, we also heard from bureaucrats in CBSA that said, no, everything was tested. So we do have a problem here. We cannot get a straight answer on what went on with ArriveCAN. I will note that PHAC, the head of PHAC, when asked about the testing, her comment was they were too busy to test. Now, can you imagine updating an app that's so important? Can you imagine anyone, well, actually, I can see Air Canada doing without testing, but any other company coming out with an important update that affects people's lives without testing it? Apparently, this government did not. Again, the problem is we haven't got a straight answer. Getting back to the ArriveCAN, the setup, we heard there was 177 updates, and we knew things were changing during the pandemic, but we did not have 177 changes to how people were coming across the border, 177 different ways to identify whether you'd been vaccinated or not. But it seems to be the problem with the procurement and the process of all of these changes, each one costing more money, willy-nilly done by PHAC or ordering counsel from the government without any thought to consequences. As I just mentioned in a previous question to my colleague, who's the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works, we heard the Procurement Ombudsman talk about a bait and switch. And people want to know, what a bait and switch. And the easiest way for me to explain it is basically companies are promising a higher level of services to the government and then substituting a lower level. So perhaps it'd be like going to a speaker's service to hire a speaker for an event, and someone promises, oh, we'll have the leader of the opposition come, and therefore we'll charge you this much. And who shows up for the event to speak? Well, perhaps a member from Edmonton West who is not going to deliver a good enough speech, but you still have to pay the full amount. That's what is happening. And the Procurement Ombudsman has stated it's systemic throughout the government, this bait and switch program with procurement. We also heard how this started as a program within public health and then transferred over eventually to CBSA. Well, they transferred over the work, but they didn't seem to transfer over the accountability. All we get is finger pointing. We're seeing people blaming GC Strategies for bidding on the work and receiving the work. We blame Dalian and Cordex for getting the work. Well, when I say we, I mean the system, the government, has blamed director generals within CBSA, saying that, well, they were responsible for procuring, even though that's not their role. That they were responsible for the contracts, even though it's the chief financial officers who signed. We've heard today, well, it's the system is to blame. But we haven't heard from the government of who is to blame. The ministers. And I have to ask, where's the Minister of Health in all of this when PHAC was spinning out of control, flashing money at the system without any thought to the taxpayers? Where was the Minister of Public Safety when all these problems were going on with CBSA? Where was the Treasury Board President when through the supplementary estimates process, added money came? The Treasury Board would have had to approve that submission to begin with. So where was the Treasury Board President to say, wait a moment, where's the government taking responsibility instead of blaming contractors or the people within the public service? Now, I want to read an exact quote from pm.gc.ca. PM, of course, meaning Prime Minister. This is right from the website. Open and accountable government sets out core principles regarding roles and responsibilities of ministers in Canada's system of responsible government. This includes the central tenet of ministerial responsibility, individual and collective. And this is right from the Prime Minister's website. Anyone can Google it right now. Ministerial responsibility. And yet we have none of this. We have 60 million, perhaps more, perhaps less, spent without a single minister once saying, wait a moment, why are we spending so much money? Why are we not testing this program? Not a single minister stepped up when 10,000 Canadians got sent into quarantine by error and followed up and said, why aren't we testing this before we're rolling it out? Not a single minister stepped up and apologized and said we've got public servants being scapegoated, we've got contractors being blamed, we have the system being blamed, but nothing from the ministers. We also heard how PSPC, in their role of procurement officers for the country, pushing back against CBSA for some of the excesses in this program. And then when CBSA said, yeah, thanks for your advice, but we're still going to go ahead with this misguided process, PSPC just shrugged and said, well that's nice, but we did our part. Doing their part and just simply saying, we don't like this and then walking away shows PSPC is not taking their role seriously. This brings me back to a similar issue with CBSA and PSPC a couple years ago with the NUCTEC scandal. If anyone remembers that, NUCTEC is basically the Chinese screening version of Huawei. Worldwide, they provide screeners controlled by the PRC, and CBSA decided they were going to put these machines in every single one of our embassies around the entire country. Machines that, once they screen people, information would be sent to the Chinese government. PSPC actually stepped in and said, wait a moment, that's a security concern. You shouldn't do that. CBSA plowed ahead and did it anyways. And again, we have PSPC, like, what is your purpose if you're not going to stop and enforce these rules? Funny enough, when it came up in OGO and we stepped in and brought this to light, the government's response was to hire Deloitte to do a contract to study the NUCTEC issue. $250,000 outsourced to a management contractor, and they came up with a 24-page fluff report basically stating not to buy sensitive tech equipment, security tech equipment, from despotic regimes. Now, thank heaven for Deloitte, and thank heaven for that $250,000. Think how many contracts that could have gone to Putin or perhaps Kim Jong-un without the Liberals and Deloitte's $250,000 to say, don't buy sensitive security equipment from despotic regimes. It's clear that this government doesn't care about taxpayers' money. It's clear that PSPC and CBSA and their ministers are not doing their jobs to follow the rules, protect taxpayers' money, and ensure the rules are followed and we actually have value for money. Conservative government, though, will fix this. We will ensure the rules are followed. We will axe the tax. We will build homes. We will fix the budget. We will stop crime. And we will fix procurement in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member did good in terms of the lines. So the programming worked in that sense, I must say. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is in regards to something that I've raised previously, and that is with respect to his own leader. The leader of the Conservative Party was the minister ultimately responsible to literally millions of dollars of grants that went to Cordell Systems Consulting, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, is the same company, just a change in names with GC Strategies. The same two individuals are involved in both companies. And I'm wondering if he believes that this is something that also should be considered, because many of the constituents in which we represent are wondering, how does two individuals get to the point where they were able to do what it is that they did through the procurement process? And I think going back to the origins of the company would be a good thing. Would he not agree?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for the question and congratulate him for moving on from blaming Harper for all of Canada's problems and moving on to blaming someone else. When we talk about ministerial responsibility, when the Prime Minister's website talks about ministerial responsibility, they mean current ministers, not past ministers. I think the gentleman should direct his question to the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of PHAC, the Treasury Board President, and ask why they did not do their jobs to prevent this scandal.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been shown that the ArriveCAN situation is a disaster. According to my colleague, instead of blaming the system, the government should be asking itself questions to see if it is incompetent and responsible. Is that not the case?
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
My colleague from the Bloc is correct. The government should be looking in the mirror and asking what they can do to fix our broken procurement system, whether it's spending $750 million over budget on the offshore patrol ships that don't work, whether it's giving out billions to Deloitte and KPMG. They need to address these issues. Stop pointing outward and start looking in the mirror to see where the issue is and start addressing the issue.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. Well, one thing I think the New Democrats agree with the Conservatives on is that it's always wrong when taxpayer dollars are wasted in unnecessary procurement. But the structural problem here is a series of successive federal governments that contract out work instead of using the public sector to provide these services. Now, the Conservatives, I was in this House when I watched the Conservatives contract out the Phoenix pay system that was supposed to save $80 million and ended up costing over $2 billion and doesn't even work. And now we see, of course, the Liberals contract out this work to ArriveCAN, and we see similar results. Does my honourable colleague not agree with the NDP that it's time that we used the talent and skills of Canada's public servants to deliver these kinds of services instead of giving money to the private sector, who's more interested in profit and absconding with money than they are in providing real value to the taxpayers of this country?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I agree a tiny bit with what my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway has commented. There is some value done that cannot be done internally, but there's a lot that is being done that should be done internally. If I give an example. Government gave 3 contracts to Deloitte, $75,000 per contract, to do RFP fairness assessments for a security contract for the same event in Vancouver Island. This is work that the PSPC should be doing. Fairness assessments. We don't need to hire outside contractors to tell the government the work that you're doing follows the rules. The government should just follow the rules and use the employees that we have to ensure the work is done correctly.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank the member for Edmonton and West for his amazing work. He's one of the few MPs in this House that takes his fiduciary responsibilities to a whole new level and actually goes through all the public accounts and making sure that we're spending money wisely. And here we have right now the Arrive scam situation with over $19 million going to the hands of 2 individuals working out of their cottage in the Ottawa suburbs. We have a Westminster system here where there's supposed to be ministerial accountability. So I asked a member from Edmonton West, who's responsible for it? Is it the Minister of the Treasury Board? Is it the Minister for Public Services and Procurement? Is it the Minister of Public Safety who contracted the CBSA to actually go out there and contract the Arrive scam and waste $60 million on absolutely nothing? Or is it the Prime Minister himself?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West in 20 seconds.
Thank you. All of the above.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Now, today we're talking about costly criminal corruption. So a 3-in-1 right at the heart of the government, that is the Arrive scam scandal. And we find out today that the RCMP is investigating this costly criminal corruption. Now, people are familiar with the Arrive scam scandal. I think we should be calling it the Arrive scam scandals, plural. There are multiple different scandals, and every time at Public Accounts Committee, Government Operations Committee, we turn over a new leaf, a new stone, there is more to uncover, and it speaks to the rot, the crime, the corruption, the capricious disregard for public money that is the heart of this NDP Liberal government. And we heard today at committee from watchdogs, from the Auditor General's office, from the Procurement Ombudsman's office, that they are not surprised, not at all surprised, that the RCMP is investigating criminal behavior in the context of the Arrive scam scandal. And we heard in question period today when ministers were asked about the RCMP investigation that's going on. Ministers saying, "Oh, this is no big deal. You know, of course we're the RCMP are looking into this." We've gotten to a point in Canada, after 8 years of this Prime Minister and this NDP Liberal government, we've gotten to a point where ministers will say unironically that the RCMP investigating the behavior of the government is not a big deal. And it's true, there have been many different RCMP investigations involving conduct by and within this government. But we should never normalize or accept or tolerate in Canada the fact that there would be a government that has so debased our public institutions that they think it's normal for the RCMP to be investigating their bad behavior. So what happened in the Arrive scam scandal? Well, it's the Arrive scam scandals. There are many different things that are at the heart of this problem. We had at least $60 million spent on an app that should have cost $80,000. Many of those who worked on this didn't actually do any work. We had GC Strategies, the company that got this contract, got $20 million for nothing. They simply received the contract and subcontracted it. What we have is not just a problem of the government contracting out work, but you have the government contracting out to people who contract out to people who contract, multiple layers and levels of subcontracting. Essentially, you have a two-person company that got this contract, did no work, has no IT expertise. They subcontracted. They went on LinkedIn, they found people who could do the work for them, and they got $20 million for searching around on LinkedIn. I think there are a lot of Canadians that would say, hey, I can get $20 million for just going on social media and looking for people who can do something. That's the way this government operates. You get $20 million for looking around on LinkedIn if you're a well-connected insider. So we have no work done and millions of dollars going to GC Strategies for this process of getting contracts and subcontracting. But not only that, we know now from the Auditor General's report that the process was rigged. The process was rigged. GC Strategies sat down with government officials to determine what the terms of the contract would be that they would then bid on. The Procurement Ombudsman revealed that the terms of the contract were designed to drive up costs. They built a system that would incentivize driving up costs and incentivize contractors to ask the government for more money instead of less. Normal people look for opportunities to spend less when they buy things. This government built a system in which it was in the interests of contractors to charge more instead of less. And they built a system that was structurally designed to protect insiders. It was built so that if you were not an insider, you couldn't get the contract. So we have money for nothing, a rigged process, protection for insiders, a process designed to drive up costs. As part of studying this issue at the Government Operations Committee, we found out about faked resumes. The GC Strategies, as part of trying to get work, they submitted faked resumes. And they said, we sent the wrong version in. We changed numbers around in resumes, and then we sent that in, and it was just the wrong version. But they admitted under question that this company, this insider company, as part of their process, changes numbers on resumes in order to make them compliant with the requirements. So if the government's saying you need someone with 5 years experience and the person has 5 months of experience, GC Strategies processes, they'll change it to 5 years to make it compliant, and then they'll go back to the original subcontractor resource and say, is it okay that we change these numbers? Although in one case they didn't even do that, they just sent in the false resume. Further, we have instances of tens of thousands of emails being deleted, and the Auditor General saying in so many cases there's a complete absence of records. The Auditor General can't confirm if records were destroyed or never existed, although we have now allegations of emails being deleted. We have senior public servants accusing each other of lying to the committee, accusing each other of faking health episodes in order to avoid accountability. And we have reprisals against senior public servants suspended without pay in the middle of an investigation after they give critical testimony. So money for no work, rigged process, protection for insiders, driving up costs, fake resumes, senior officials accusing each other of lying, reprisals among senior public servants. And the result of this was an app that went through 177 versions and sent over 10,000 people into quarantine as a result of a tech glitch because they couldn't bother to test it. What a disaster, Madam Speaker. What a complete and utter disaster this Arrive scam fiasco has been. After 8 years, the government would tell you that RCMP investigating this whole family of scandals, well, that's just the way things work. And on this side of the House, we say no. We say Canadians deserve clean, efficient, effective government, and a government, by the way, in which elected leaders take responsibility. Now, Liberals would have you believe that they had nothing to do with this. Oh my goodness, can you believe the things that happen to us when we're ministers? All these public servants doing things that we know nothing about. Madam Speaker, our system is built on the principle of ministerial accountability. That ministers are responsible for what happens in their departments, and that ministers are responsible for the systems they create within their department. After 8 years, this Prime Minister and these ministers have presided over the complete debasement of efficiency and integrity within government. They've presided over a dramatic decline in the Government of Canada's ability to do anything efficiently or effectively. And we've seen this across many, many different areas. The ability of the Canadian state to deliver on basic services, to purchase an app, for example, has dramatically declined. But the government would have you believe that this dramatic decline over the last years has nothing to do with them. You know, we have an increase in crime. We have struggles in cost of living. We have an escalation in corruption. The costs, the crime, the corruption, and this government wants you to believe that the people in charge have nothing to do with the outcomes. Who are we going to blame for all these challenges our country are facing? Not the people in charge, surely. Madam Speaker, we need to go back to a time where we have a government that is willing to take responsibility for what happens under their watch. We have seen this escalation in cost, crime, and corruption, and it is the responsibility of this Prime Minister and his government for what they did and what they failed to do to ensure integrity, effectiveness, and fair processes within government. And this is why Conservatives have put forward a motion today that calls on the government to show the numbers, to account for the cost, and that calls for the money to be paid back. In cases where money was spent for no work, money should be paid back to the taxpayer. Canadians are struggling as a result of decisions made by this government. Canadians deserve to know the cost. They deserve to see the records, the deleted emails. They deserve to see the information, and they deserve to have their money back. Madam Speaker, common sense Conservatives will restore accountability and responsibility in government. When Conservatives are in office, we will no longer have ministers presiding over corruption, crime, chaos, and claiming that they had nothing to do with it. We will have a government that that acts as the tax, builds the homes, fixes the budget, stops the crime, ends the corruption, and treats taxpayer dollars with respect.
Questions and comments. We have 2 minutes for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
He almost forgot the lines. To mention the lines. It's interesting. He said, well-connected insider, referring to GC Strategies Incorporated. Well, Madam Speaker, those well-connected insiders are the very same insiders in which the leader of the Conservative Party gave literally millions of dollars to while he was the the parliamentary secretary of the Harper government. Would he not apply the very same principles that he just finished espousing to his own leader of the Conservative Party today? Did that leader make a mistake back then?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it's sad to see the desperation of the Parliamentary Secretary across the way. Here are the facts. GC Strategies was incorporated immediately after this Prime Minister took office. So this Prime Minister comes into office 8 years ago promising sunny ways. Remember that? Sunny ways. Well, it sure was sunny ways for GC Strategies, because GC Strategies was incorporated as soon as this Prime Minister took office, and they did $250 million worth of business with this government. $250 million. Even in the eyes of this government, they should see that that's actually real money we're talking about, right? $250 million went to this two-person company. All they do is receive contracts, go on LinkedIn to find someone else to do the job, and subcontract.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on...
Madam Speaker, the rules are very specific. You cannot intentionally mislead the House. The member is intentionally misleading the House because it's the same company. It's the same two people.
We are not going to start a debate on that, and it gives me the opportunity to say that it being 5:27, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that, given that, 1.
The ArriveCAN audit determined that the app cost taxpayers at least $60 million, but concluded... Shall I dispense? I didn't think so. The Auditor General's ArriveCAN audit determined that the app cost taxpayers at least $60 million, but concluded it's impossible to determine the actual cost of the application. 2, the Procurement Ombudsman found that that's what I have here, found that the 76% of ArriveCAN contracts, some or all of the contractors' proposed resources, such as subcontractors and employees, did not perform any work. 3, GC Strategies, an IT company that does no actual IT work, was paid nearly $20 million in relation to the ArriveCAN app. La Chambre.
The House. A. Call on the Prime Minister to table in the House of Commons no later than Monday, March 18, 2024, a report which details the complete, direct, and associated costs concerning the ArriveCAN app incurred to date, including the total amounts paid to contractors and subcontractors, broken down by contractor or subcontractor, and the value of staff time represented by the salary, bonuses, and other expenses paid to all public servants who worked on the app in relation to all expenses respecting
development of the app. 2, management and storage of the data collected by the app. 3, software development, testing, and maintenance. 4, training of government employees for using and troubleshooting the app. 5, call centers used for the app. 6, ArriveCAN related communications with travelers by email or text message. 7, market and opinion research. 8, advertising. 9, public relations. 10, merchandise, gifts, and promotional material. 11, processing of security clearances. 12, travelers' expenses after being wrongfully directed by ArriveCAN app to quarantine.
13, the services of legal counsel involved in contract negotiation, litigation arising from procurement or the use and implementation of the app, and the numerous investigations conducted related to the app. supporting any other costs related to the ArriveCAN app. And
to collect and recoup all funds paid to ArriveCAN contractors and subcontractors which did no work on the ArriveCAN app within 100 days of this motion being adopted, and for the Prime Minister to table a report in the House demonstrating that taxpayers' funds have been repaid. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person, the Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James is to deploy a Headingley.
Speaker, I would like to request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred till Wednesday, February 28, 2024, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Here at Canvas South should find unanimous consent at this time to call it 5:42 so that we can begin private members' hour.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. No, sorry. It being 5:42, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, private members' business. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-320, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims, standing in the name of Mr. Carey.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for reprise du débat.
Sorry, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-320, an amendment to the Criminal Code regarding victim information, which the Bloc supports. As Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women since 2020, I have contributed to numerous studies aimed at combating violence against women. These figures are very alarming, with many sittings in Quebec and Canada even describing the situation as an epidemic. We need to come up with concrete solutions for the victims. I promised in a recent article to make this a priority in my file. I will talk more, Madam Speaker, first to speak about the Bloc's position, and then say a little more about the advantages of this bill. And finally, I'd like to remind everyone of the importance of making this a nonpartisan issue. First, the Bloc's position is in line with its commitment to support initiatives that ensure women's safety and fight violence against women. We believe that victims have everything to gain from obtaining as much information as possible about their attacker, as well as the situation surrounding their eventual relief, if applicable. Therefore, this position is in line with that taken by the Bloc in support of Bill C-322. Reminder, this bill amended the Criminal Code to require a judge, before making an order for the release of an accused charged with an offence against their intimate partner, to continue whether it is desirable for the safety of any person to require the accused, as a condition of the order, to wear a remote monitoring device. The Bloc will always stand up to protect victims of crime and strengthen the bond of trust between the public and our institutions. Secondly, the bill essentially aims to amend the Criminal Code to allow a person who has been the victim of a criminal offence to receive an explanation of how certain decisions were made with respect to their assailant, namely, the eligibility and review dates applicable to the offender with respect to temporary absences, work releases, parole, or statutory release. This system will be strengthened by providing victims with a mechanism for accessing additional information about their abuser's situation. In recent years, Quebec has positioned itself as a world leader in better protecting victims and strengthening their trust in the justice system. For example, the Quebec government launched a pilot project for specialized sexual assault courts in certain courthouses, including in my riding of Granby. And there was also a successful pilot project for anti-seizure, monitoring bracelets, which will be deployed throughout Quebec. These advances are in line with our objective of recognizing the vulnerable nature of victims of criminal offenses and providing them with all the tools they need to stay safe. Therefore, the Bloc will support C-320 out of a concern for consistency. And if adopted, these legislative amendments will add value for victims, particularly for women who are victims of domestic or sexual violence. The system must be more efficient and transparent, not only to facilitate the judicial process and the long-term effects on victims, particularly when a decision is made regarding the release of an aggressor. It strengthens the public's trust in the system so that no one has to be the victim of a crime who is a victim will hesitate to report it. Statistics show that there's a rise in feminicide and domestic violence. Between 2009 and 2019, there was an increase of 7.5%. As parliamentarians, we have the responsibility to help reverse this worrying trend. And 2024 is off to a very poor start, with the first feminicide in Quebec in early January and my home in Granby. Once again, my thoughts are with the victims' loved ones. And the reality on the ground highlights the shortcomings in the status quo that prevails in the justice system. Many victims continue to fear their attacker even while they're in custody. An initiative that aims to improve the victim's experience of the justice system throughout the process, from the moment they decide to lodge a complaint, is to be welcomed. We need to rebuild their trust. In fact, that's the title of an important report, a nonpartisan one by officials in Quebec City on the issue of violence against women, highlighting victims' lack of confidence in the system. And I'd like to emphasize on the nonpartisan aspect of this issue. I know that Conservative MPs will support this bill. We need to rebuild victims' confidence in the justice system, which they often describe as lax. The purpose of this bill is to better equip victims and their families to obtain accurate information alongside with the court's decisions regarding their abuser. Victims and their families say they are sometimes surprised to learn of an abuser's early release, well before the 25-year term, for example. The Liberal caucus will also be supporting this bill to improve the transparency of the judicial process. The NDP caucus will support this bill to increase the transparency of the judicial process. In short, Madam Speaker, we agree on the need to find solutions to help victims regain the confidence that is so important in encouraging more of them to file complaints. In closing, I'd like to briefly touch on a few other measures that have been put in place recently aimed at working concretely on this issue of violence, knowing that it's the addition of concrete proposals, the establishment of a real continuum of service that will help us to help victims. It's not a magic wand that will solve everything. On the Specialized Court for Victims of Sexual Assault, a recommendation of the Rebuilding Trust report that is currently being analyzed, which aims to restore a safe space for victims to be heard by the system, with sensitive interveners at all levels, including judges. The first of these was set up in Valleyfield on March 25, 2022. It was a world first. And yes, Quebec became the first jurisdiction in the world to set up a specialized domestic violence court. Not only did they have this electronic monitoring bracelet, Quebec was once again at the forefront of efforts to better protect victims. Quebec became the first jurisdiction in Canada to launch a two-pronged follow-up system for domestic violence suspects. But challenges remaining. According to what I heard in committee, we have to be careful about the false sense of security whether the bracelet's worn properly, and above all, if there's an issue of the airwaves needed for it to work, which isn't the case, especially in remote areas. And I argue that the federal government should follow and recognize Quebec's leadership on this issue, which created this first on May 20th. It's absurd that only criminals serving 2 years less a day should be required to wear electronic bracelets. The federal government should follow suit so that criminals serving longer sentences could also have this measure imposed by the criminal code. study after study, but there's still been no concrete action, whether it's the committee study on intimate partner violence, which also demonstrated the need to broaden our perception of violence and open up the notion of coercive control, or more recently, the clause-by-clause study of Bill S-205, which was aimed in particular at broadening the scope of the electronic bracelet. There's also a question of trust in the system, which was raised during the study on assaults in the sporting world. Victims questioned the complaint system and called for a thorough independent investigation to restore their confidence and encourage reporting. In fact, this was the top recommendation in the report by the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. The government must now take action. In conclusion, it's important to send a strong message to victims to add up these measures. We have to stop being partisan and ensure that saying you're a feminist is not just a hollow phrase. You have to walk the talk. And I'm sick and tired of feminist window dressing. You cannot prevent women from doing what they want with their bodies. We cannot fall into demagogy and misinformation about law and order and the abuses that this entails. We need to find logical solutions. Let's work together. Elected officials, representatives of the justice system, community workers at all levels, with the same objective, namely to save women's lives so there will not be one more death. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor today to rise in this House on behalf of the people of North Island Powell River. And before I start my speech on this particular bill, I just want to take an opportunity to send my love and condolences to the North Island. It's an area, the real North Island, as they like to call it. It's an area of a lot of small communities, a lot of small Indigenous communities, and unfortunately, they've seen several deaths in the last few months of young people, and I know that they're really reeling from this, and a lot of constituents have reached out to express their fear, their concern, and their need for support for youth. And I just want to thank them for doing that and thank all of the organizations in the region that are opening up their hearts and their workplaces to accommodate and work with youth and to work with their loved ones. It is a very hard time. And I just want to acknowledge that I think for all of us in this place, we know that youth are the most important gift that we receive as humanity, and that when we lose them, in whatever way we lose them, it cuts us deep. And so I just want to send my love and prayers to them and continue to work with them towards solutions so that we can protect our youth much more effectively. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me that moment. So we are here today to talk on Bill C-320. It is a private member's bill from the member from Oshawa, and it talks about having a requirement to provide victims with an explanation on why a specific parole date has been chosen so that victims can better understand the parole system. I think this is a minor change, but it could be a change that has some really significant impact on people. We know that too many people who are victimized often feel that they are re-victimized when they hear information that they are surprised to receive. So I think that as we move forward collectively in this place, making our systems as clear as possible just helps to build that connection and provide some orientation when people are going through very hard and difficult times. We know as well, though, when we look at the system that we have, our justice system, that justice, I don't know if it really belongs in the title, because what we see is high rates of incarceration of Indigenous, racialized people, and those living in poverty, and of course those with mental health and addictions issues. And that is really concerning. And it reminds me of several Indigenous communities that I've had time to spend with them, and a lot of elders who talk. Every story is a little bit different, but the main theme behind it is when your society, when you have a person in your society that's behaving in a way that is hard or stressful or unpleasant for the society, you don't blame that person. You step back and you look at the whole society and you say, what is happening within the whole collective that's creating this response in these people. And I think that's a really hard thing to do, and I think it shows how strong so many Indigenous communities are because they have that capacity. So when the system is broken, it breaks people, it breaks communities, and I think that's what we see way too often in our communities, and it's extremely stressful for those who are experiencing that. But when we objectify and push it away and say those people are this, we dehumanize them. So I hope that the idea here is to actually look at ways that we can collect people together to better inform them of the process, to make it collectively safer for everyone, and to recognize that our system is broken. And as we move through these small changes, we have to start looking at what the big changes need to happen to really fix some of these huge gaping holes. And I think it's also important because we've heard a lot of talk, especially from the Conservatives, about C5. And I understand that they have methodology is about tough on crime. But I'm more interested in what actually works. And I really believe that people who spend their life in these fields and they explore these realities, we should be listening to them, because what we need to make sure is that our communities are more safe. One of the things that concerns me is we often forget to invest in the preventative measures. So instead of dragging people out of the river, right, it means we go upstream to find out why they're falling in the river, and we don't see enough of that. I do want to say that there was some recommendations from the report from the Justice Committee on improving support for victims of crime. And I think we really need to start looking at this. This is one step towards it, but I think we need to do some work, make sure that we're working with all the provinces and territories to provide support for victims across Canada. And I think we do need to look at it from a national perspective as well. Maybe not to impose, I don't want to impose on provinces, but maybe have some standards that we have to meet. What is really unfortunate is when one rule applies here and it doesn't apply somewhere else in our country. And often it can really create divisions. And if we ever have anything that's cross-jurisdiction, it can make it very confusing. And we also have to think of clarity of message so that when people are victimized, the more we are collectively doing similar processes, the more effective it will be and the more repetition. So people will start to know what to expect. We know that in that report there was a very important recommendation about that the sections 6, 7, and 8 of the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights be amended to clarify that the information to which victims of crime are entitled to should be provided automatically rather than on request. The recommendation does go on from there, but I think that's an important action that we need to start taking. Again, when a person is victimized, it can be very overwhelming. We know when you're talking about working with people who have trauma, you have to repeat things, you have to make sure they understand, and asking people to request is often too much to ask from people who have already been victimized. Another recommendation, Madam Speaker, that I want to touch on was recommendation number 8, that the Department of Justice promote and expand restorative justice opportunities and that adequate funding be provided to restorative justice programs. I know that in my riding, for example, the Comox Valley Community Justice Center does some very innovative work. They have multiple people trained. They work very closely with Indigenous communities to make sure that the process is inclusive, and they do some very hard work. And I think restorative justice is not supported enough, so I'd love to see more federal funding. When we talk about people who are victimized, when people who victimize have to take accountability, have to be accountable to their community, and have to really sit and hear the impact on the person they victimize, it changes the dynamics. It gives the victim a lot more power to speak out, to share, to have impact, and it really starts to create community. So I think this is an important recommendation. So I will be supporting the bill the member put forward. I think it's a small step that is somewhat helpful, but we have a lot of work to do because the system is breaking people and there's too many broken people in this country, and we should all do better by them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Haldeman, Norfolk today. We've all heard the old proverb, knowledge is power. And it is for this reason that I rise to speak in support of Bill C-320, which is my colleague from Oshawa's bill that he's championed in the House. We've heard the painful story that has inspired this bill. And it is about a daughter who was blindsided by the early parole given to her father's killer. Because the killer was given a life sentence of 25 years without parole, early parole wasn't something that was anticipated by the family. It's the tireless advocacy of Lisa Freeman that has led to this bill coming before this House. And it is the goal of this bill to just simply lay out what needs to be done in order to include the families of victims in the parole process. Victims of crime are given timely and accurate information in accordance with this bill about the parole eligibility. Victims should be included in the information about how those decisions are made. Victims are notified the moment that the violent offender is released from the system and prior to that. Bill C-320 would also provide clarity on the victim's ability to participate in the parole hearing. There is an embarrassing trend in Canada where the rights of murderers and violent offenders seem to overshadow the rights of victims of these violent crimes. In May of 2023, one of the most notorious killers, Paul Bernardo, was transferred from a maximum security prison to a medium security facility. His victim's family were not notified of this transfer until after it had occurred. This pattern continues today. Just last week, news broke out with the fact that a serial killer, Robert Pickton, who was convicted of 6 counts of second-degree murder and accused of 20 very similar offenses, was eligible to apply for day parole. This parole application came just 17 years into his 25-year sentence. It was one of the victim's close relatives that spoke up because the family of the victims were not informed of the parole eligibility. Mr. Speaker, there's an expression in law that justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. In law, we are careful about ensuring that the sentence fits the crime. We're concerned that the accused should get a fair trial in every situation. All of these values are very important to the criminal justice system and to due process. It's important in upholding the integrity of our judicial system. But what's also important is how we treat victims. The justice system owes a minimal level of decency and dignity to inform victims' families that these kinds of decisions and how these decisions are approved. Without doing so, the justice system is exacerbating and adding to trauma of these families, of the victims, when they are blindsided by early parole hearings or by transfers to lower security correctional facilities. Many Canadians assume that when a sentence is given of 25 years, that's what the offender will serve. Victims and their families cannot continue to be re-traumatized in this manner by being kept in the dark about the rationale of decisions in the parole system. Bill C-320 is vital to ensuring that victims are able to feel free
and feel safe and feel protected. Madam Speaker, we've come back to this saying, knowledge is power. Take the example of this personal case of Miss Freeman, who has inspired this legislation. Miss Freeman's father, Ronald Singerlin, a Royal Canadian Navy veteran, was murdered in cold blood while he was working in a downtown Oshawa rooming house. If the victim's family had been informed that his murderer was being moved to a facility just 10 kilometers away from the victim's daughter's home, before the transfer occurred, she would have been better prepared, both emotionally, psychologically, and mentally prepared for that incident. Victims' families do not deserve to be re-victimized by the parole system, nor should the system provide false hope and a false sense of security that the person who harmed and murdered their loved ones is behind bars. The average person, when they hear of a sentence, they don't think in terms of parole. They think in terms of that person serving the entire sentence. So imagine that a family member could just be walking down this street and accidentally encounter, say for example, the killer of their father. Can you imagine how traumatizing this would be to the victim's family? Wouldn't it make more sense to inform the family, perhaps allow them to participate in the parole hearings, and to provide a victim impact statement? Madam Speaker, my background is in law, and I know that the process by which dates and parole and eligibility is determined and transferred to lower security facilities is not an arbitrary process. Someone doesn't just wake up arbitrarily and set a date for a parole eligibility. There is a process, and this bill will include victims in that process by giving victims access to information, and this increases the transparency and the trust in the system. This simple bill amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to give some level of security, respect, and dignity to the families of victims. Bill C-320 is a common sense bill. This legislation will increase transparency and accountability for government and the justice system by making sure that victims of crime are treated with respect and dignity and are not arbitrarily left out of the parole hearing process. It will give a stronger voice to the victims of crime, as the advocates have said. Madam Speaker, it's quite simple. Victims should not be constantly re-victimized by a system which prioritizes offender rights over victims' rights. Yet, this continues to happen over and over again. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to represent the voices of our constituents and to put forward legislation that upholds the rights of all Canadians and strengthens our laws, and to extend and to fix the injustices in our judicial system. This is exactly what my colleague from Oshawa has done by bringing forward this legislation, and I want to thank and commend him for bringing this to the floor of this House and for taking it to third reading. I also want to thank Lisa Freeman for her courage despite the loss of her father. Transparency and accountability must be at the heart of our democracy. So let us work together in unity and send this bill to the Senate and see that this legislation is passed into law. Victims of violent crime deserve better from their justice system, and this bill is a critical step in the right direction.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on Bill C-320. I believe that the legislation has gone through a very productive process to the degree in which it has generated fairly wide support here in the House of Commons, which is quite encouraging. I think that what we have witnessed over the years is a great deal of support for the victims of crime. This is something that is been amplified through a number of pieces of legislation that the government has actually introduced, and legislation that has actually been introduced by private members. And there is nothing wrong with recognizing when a private member brings forward legislation that is going to have a positive impact in terms of receiving the type of support that it should. In this situation, Bill 320 is a bill, from what I understand, that all sides of the House are getting behind in an expectation that it will pass and ultimately go to the Senate and pass through the Senate in a timely fashion, I would hope, Madam Speaker. And it's always encouraging when we see legislation that ultimately, through the draw system and the priorities that members of Parliament are able to bring forward as individual members of Parliament, can get to the point in which, in all likelihood, this bill will achieve, and that is passage through the Senate of Canada and then ultimately receiving royal assent. And when you read the legislation and the form that it is today, it's very easy to understand and appreciate why it is that it's garnered the type of support that it has. We all recognize that a commitment to supporting victims of crimes and their families and the communities, Madam Speaker, because they too are often the victims of violent crimes. And how it is that we can provide that support? Well, this legislation is one step in ensuring that there is a higher sense of accountability on information. I believe, as I know my colleagues do, Madam Speaker, in most part, that we need to look at ways in individuals who have caused harm to others are held accountable for their actions, and on issues such as being released, parole hearings, even to a certain degree conditional releases, Madam Speaker, that there needs to be a sense of recognition in a very strong, intangible way for the victims and the family members of those victims, so that they are aware of when someone has actually been released, granted parole, or providing details in terms of the rationale that was used by the system in order to allow that individual to be released. The issue of protecting our victims or standing up for victims was amplified in one of the budgets that we had provided through the Victims Fund, which was close to $30 million, Madam Speaker, that was made actually available to provincial and territorial governments and non-governmental organizations to increase awareness and knowledge of victim issues, legislation, and services that were available. And that was a couple years back, Madam Speaker. So not only have we taken specific actions in certain areas of legislative changes, but we have also put in budgetary resources in order to support victims, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that when you can build that support base, how relatively quickly you can come up with the consent of the House. The other day I was talking about the former leader of the Conservative Party and her private member bill in regards to education of our judges, if I can put it as simply as that, Madam Speaker, and on the issue of sexual abuse and exploitation. And as a result of the wide level of support for the issue, not only was the House able to pass it, from what I understand, provincial jurisdictions have also taken it into consideration, and I would like to think have actually acted on it. So there are things that take place here in Ottawa that can have a positive impact on the entire system. Now here, of course, we're talking about criminal law, so it's somewhat different, but the principles are the same in the sense that the legislation received widespread support and ultimately is going to be passed through the House. Where I find that I get a little offside at times with the Conservative Party is when they try to give the false impression of they want to be tough on crime, or one of their 4 priorities, a very simple statement: we're going to stop crime. And often, along with these, what I refer to as bumper sticker slogans, is accompanied by misinformation to try to give the impression, for example, that the government is weak on the issue of crime. And the speaker before me made reference to a case where it was being transferred. And when she made reference to that, the first thing that came to my mind was Ralph Goodale when he was Minister of Public Safety, and him bringing to the attention of the House the issue of Tory Stafford's brutal murder, which had taken place back in, it was 2009, 2008, I'm not 100% sure, Madam Speaker. But when the sentencing came down, the perpetrator ultimately was put into a maximum security facility and then was transferred in 2014 into a medium security facility. And that was under a Conservative regime. And yet, when something of that nature happens at this side, the Conservatives will say, well, the Liberals are soft on crime, Madam Speaker. So there seems to be a double standard that the Conservatives use. One in which they'll use when they're in opposition to try to give that false impression of being tough on crime and the government of the day is soft on crime. And then one when they are in government, Madam Speaker. I like to think if you were to, and it would be interesting, how many private members' bills dealing with the issue of crime have been debated that originated out of the Conservative caucus, a couple of them passing, Madam Speaker, compared to the type of government legislation that they brought in when they were in the position to do so, Madam Speaker. I like to believe that supporting law enforcement agencies is really important in dealing with crime. So when the Conservatives say that they're going to stop crime, I like to remind my constituents that it was the Conservatives that actually cut $430 million towards RCMP funding. That doesn't help stop crime, Madam Speaker. But it feeds into that message a message while they're in opposition that the Conservatives are going to be tough on crime. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that we need to see more consistency. Consistency in terms of what we're witnessing today that's coming from a member opposite in regards to 320, and how the member has been able to build up a consensus that is going to benefit the victims of crime, Madam Speaker. And to that end, I will be supporting this particular piece of legislation. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to Bill C-320 that was tabled by the member for Oshawa. This is a bill that comes with other PMPs that were tabled by various members from various parties that show that, contrary to what often happens, there is unanimous support between various parties when it's time to talk about protecting victims and the way through which we can better integrate them in the judicial system. For example, two other bills that were very recently debated in the House, Bill C-332 from an NDP member that sought to criminalize coercive control. This is a bill that targeted spouses and partners in a family context. The bill amends the criminal code to make it an offence to engage in controlling or coercive conduct that has a significant effect on the person to whom it is directed, such as fear of violence, decline in physical or mental health, or a significant detrimental effect on daily activities. So in this case, a new offence was created when this kind of coercive control happens in a spousal or partner relationship. I also spoke to Bill S-205, a bill tabled by the former Senator Pierre Boisvenu. It specifically has to do with intimate partner violence. And I will read the summary, which states that this enactment amends the criminal code with respect to bail and other orders relating to intimate partner violence offences. It also provides that a recognizance order may be made where there is a reasonable apprehension of domestic violence. This is a bill to which I spoke in the fall. It's vast in its protection of victims of intimate partner violence. With regards to these two bills, we often talk about the security and safety of women. We know that feminicides are on the rise, 7.5% increase between 2009 and 2019. My colleague from Sheffield stated it, and there is still a lot of work to be done in protecting women, and that's what Senator Boisvenu's bill sought to do through electronic bracelets, for example, but also the obligation of sharing recognizance orders, making sure that a victim was consulted on their security needs before a decision is made on parole. So in this case, there was already a very well-established will to make sure that victims of crime in an intimate setting make sure that they have more information, but also their word and their opinion when it comes to releasing an offender, be they fully freed or under a recognizance order. So the victim would be part of the process of freeing someone, because offenders have certain obligations to follow, like geo-locked obligations as an example. Policing bodies don't always have all the resources necessary to make sure that all conditions are met, so this bill could allow for a better follow-up and tracking of offenders. With Bill C-320, there's a bit of a nuance, because here victims are being addressed in general. It's not only for sexual assault victims or intimate partner violent victims. For example, this would count for the families of murder victims. As it is statuted, currently, the definition of victim is established. A direct victim is established, but one can act on behalf of the victim if, for example, we are their spouse, or someone who was their spouse when they passed, or someone who lived with them, or if we were their family upon their death. And so this bill would be applicable to a broader range of people defined as victims. What this bill does is to give more information to a victim on a number of things. It doesn't cast doubt on the concept of conditional release or release on parole, and that is something that we appreciate in the Bloc Québécois because we believe in readaptation and rehabilitation. The system is perhaps not perfect, but has to be supported insofar as in certain cases, rehabilitation trumps a desire to keep people incarcerated when it's not necessary and when it's not pertinent and when there's a real possibility of rehabilitation. The bill seeks to give eligibility and review dates applicable to temporary absences or parole to the victim, as well as an explanation of how these dates were determined. The same with regards to day leave and temporary absences, work release, release with escort or without escort, and an explanation as to where someone will be when they are in halfway houses, for example, so that victims of a criminal act receive information on when the offender's coming out, how this was determined, why this was determined, and so a better explanation of the parole and conditional release system. So, through this bill, without reforming the issue of conditional release, we don't want people to learn through the media that their offender has been freed without first being told about why this offender was released. It allows us to give more confidence to victims in our incarceration system. With a greater involvement of victims, this transparency, if it can lead to better confidence, may have a positive impact on the legal and judicial process. And I noted this when I was debating S205. One of the issues that we often meet at tribunals when it's time to tabling indictments against someone, and that is especially the case in intimate partner violence. A victim will become a witness, but sometimes the victim is the most important witness because they are the only witness. If the victim does not trust the system enough, sometimes they will decide not to bear witness because there may be retaliation against them, and that is often the reason for which intimate partner violence hearings fail, because of a lack of testimony from the victim. And so this bill will allow victims to have a better general comprehension of the legal system. And they'll understand the process from A to Z. And through this, perhaps people will better understand the system, will better trust the system, and better participate in the system, so that offenders will be eventually justly punished. What we have to make sure to have is better psychological support. Institutions must give good information to victims on the conditional release system, this risks re-traumatizing victims, and so we need to make sure that there are sufficient mental health resources to accompany these victims if you want to the whole process to go well. We must make sure that it is useful, but that we also think of victims. This bill puts victims at the heart of the matter. We need to help them from the very beginning to the very end of the process. And then we'll be able to say that victims are truly at the heart of the legal process. They're not only an external witness. This bill has a laudable objective, and that is the reason for which I'm convinced that all parties have agreed to unanimously support it at second reading at committee and thereafter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat. The honourable member Oshawa has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to say this evening I'm standing and I feel quite humbled, but also quite happy. Those of you who have heard the speeches in regards to this bill, the comments from members in the House, we actually are having an opportunity to talk, instead about some of these crimes, we get to talk about victims and their families. So I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank colleagues in the House. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the victims and their families for their strength and for their advocacy. And particularly, we've heard her name a few times, Lisa Freeman, my constituent, who, with incredible tenacity and stubbornness, she helped make this bill a reality getting through this House. Like my colleague from Haldimand Norfolk actually said, knowledge is power, Madam Speaker. And this legislation makes a very simple amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims. And it would provide and give greater respect and transparency to families and victims. Madam Speaker, this is a change, and I'll agree it's a small change, but we're at a situation now, we've heard example over example where criminals are now getting more support from a system instead of the victims, and this needs to be reversed. Criminals' rights should never trump a victim's rights, but it seems to happen every single time, and it's our job to protect victims' rights. It should never be a family's job. These families, when their loved ones are murdered, it's a life sentence for them. The mental trauma, the cost, it just never goes away. So the least we can do is to be more transparent with how the criminals who changed their lives forever are being managed. Madam Speaker, as we've heard from some of the speeches, we're not going to fix all these serious matters with this one bill, but I think we can all agree the system does need to be recalibrated. The rights of victims have to be made equal to, or rather they should always be made better than the rights of their offenders. So here we have it, colleagues. A killer can be released into a community where his victims live at the whim of his case management team. No need to explain to the victims how the decision was made and when the release will take place until after the fact. And I know all of you agree this is unconscionable, and we shouldn't have to be, and it shouldn't have to be a fight that victims have to fight year after year just to keep the most calloused of murderers where they belong. Under the guise of rehabilitation, victims of crime often must stand back and watch while violent offenders exercise their rights, which, as most victims of crime find, are nothing more than a mockery of the justice system and basic common sense. Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, we've been able to give victims' families a voice. And I just wanted to add a more recent example because, Madam Speaker, this bill, it's very important that we pass it right away, as soon as we can. We heard just last week, Robert Pickton is now eligible to seek day parole, a murderer charged with killing 26 women, convicted of the deaths of 6. And I want to read some of the coverage from the families. A cousin of one of Robert Pickton's victims stated, the fact that he can actually apply is horrific. This was Ms. Williams said Wednesday ahead of the candlelight vigil taking place by Picton's Old Farm on Wednesday night. That threw me right off. I didn't know, and the other families that I'm close to didn't know. Now, Madam Speaker, it's extremely unlikely that Picton would ever be released, but Ms. Williams, who's a fierce advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, said that the mere fact that he can apply is disgusting. The cousin also stated our justice system is horrific, it's racist, and puts Indigenous women's lives in danger. It makes me sick to my stomach. She said no one involved in the justice system informed victims' families that Picton's day parole eligibility date was approaching, and she only found out about talking with a lawyer she knows. So, Madam Speaker, this has to stop, and I want to thank colleagues in the House for unanimous support, because it's an opportunity for us to do something that's right, and we can do it now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question?
Right now.
The question is as follows. Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Doherty, move that Bill C-320, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion...
Recorded vote.
Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 28, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, Canada's common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That's in contrast to the Liberal record. The Liberals have axed the homes, built the crime, hiked the tax, and stopped the budgeting. And we see in the Arrive scam...
I'm just going to stop the member for a second. I just want to remind members that there is no, it's not time for questions and comments yet. There will be an opportunity for a parliamentary secretary or a minister to respond, but in the meantime, I would ask members to please hold any thoughts they have to themselves. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Yes,
Madam Speaker, we are here to discuss the Arrive scam scandal, and in particular, the Procurement Ombudsman's excellent report. Now, today we had the Procurement Ombudsman before the Public Accounts Committee, and the Procurement Ombudsman confirmed that he is not at all surprised that the RCMP are now investigating the corruption at the heart of this government. In the Arrive scam scandal, we see costly criminal corruption, multiple layers of costly criminal corruption in this government's procurement system. The Procurement Ombudsman found that the government actually built a system for procurement. This is really incredible. They built a system for procurement designed to encourage companies to charge more for the government. If you charge too little, your bid might be removed or points might be removed. So the incentive was built right into the system for companies to charge more. The Procurement Ombudsman found a chronic problem of so-called bait and switch. This is where the company bidding says we're going to have one person do the work, and then they switch and have someone else do the work, someone who's potentially substantially less qualified. And this builds on what we already know, that GC Strategies, the company that got the ArriveCan contract, actually was changing and falsifying resumes they submit to the government. And we know the government rigged the process. Members of the government sat down with members of the GC Strategies team to set the terms of the contract such that GC Strategies would get the deal. Now, this is a two-person company that does no actual work, subcontracts all the actual work, and yet the government sat down with this company, rigged the process so that they would get the contracts. They built a system in the process that would favor insiders to ensure GC Strategies got the deal, and on top of it, they designed a process that would encourage GC Strategies and others to charge more to the government, not less. No wonder spending is out of control. No wonder Canadians are struggling under the pressure of higher taxes and the impacts of higher deficits. It's because when this government designs contracting out processes, they design systems in order to try to charge more. It's really incredible, the level of cost, crime, and corruption we see in this Arrive scam scandal. The RCMP are investigating, and I have asked the Prime Minister today, and we got no answer, whether the government will cooperate with the RCMP investigation. We've had the Procurement Ombudsman's investigation report, the Auditor General's report, which reveal what happened, but now we need to identify who the individuals responsible are and why they did it. Why was the process rigged in order to give this deal to this two-person company working out of a basement? Why was the process rigged to GC Strategies' advantage? Why did this government create a system designed to charge more to taxpayers, not less? These are the key questions that need to be answered by this government. But let's distill it into one simple point. The RCMP are now investigating criminality as part of the Arrive scam scandal. Criminal behavior. So I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, from the Ontario government who has a great deal of experience dealing with issues of corruption, if he can tell the House whether or not the government will cooperate with the RCMP's investigation. Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Madam Speaker, thank you. The member opposite raises an important issue. Raises an important issue about procurement activity that was actually prevalent during the Conservative time, similarly to what we're unraveling today with the same characters that are at play. And our government takes that responsibility and stewards of public funds very seriously, and we're committed to ensuring that the government stands to the highest levels of scrutiny. Contracting for goods and services is a routine part of business of government. It's instrumental in enabling us to deliver the services and programs that Canadians need and expect. And we have an important need to put guardrails in place to maintain the integrity of that process. So when it comes to deciding whether to contract out certain projects, many factors are taken into consideration. It starts with the proposition that contractors are there to support the good work of our public servants. Where it's determined that there is a need for professional services, then Public Services and Procurement Canada, as the federal government's central purchasing agent, will work with departments to procure those services in an open, fair, and transparent fashion. Now, the department procures on behalf of other departments and agencies when requirements are beyond their own spending authority and advises on the steps needed to then ensure that that money is well spent. What we've unraveled and what our government has been reviewing is what occurred or what didn't occur in those respects, in those guardrails. So these procurements are carried out by the public servants in accordance with a number of regulations, trade agreements, policies, procedures, and guidelines. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada has a governing framework in place when it comes to procurement that public servants are expected to follow. With regard to the issue at hand, I will note that ArriveCan app was put in place urgently to track and trace travelers as they cross the border and limit the spread of COVID-19 within Canada. Our government acted with extreme urgency on a number of fronts during those early days of the pandemic to keep Canadians safe, and the ArriveCan app was a crucial tool at the time. Madam Speaker, we're proud that we could be there for Canadians during the pandemic, notwithstanding the opposition opposed many of the services and supports that were given to Canadians and businesses, and including the opportunity to keep border crossing open. Notwithstanding, and however, it's been noted repeatedly during today's debate, we know that there are serious and valid questions surrounding the management and integrity of the procurement processes for professional services associated with ArriveCan. And we owe it to Canadians to take immediate action to improve our processes. Madam Speaker, the reports by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman underscore the need for these improvements. Public Services and Procurement Canada officials have already taken steps to implement the Ombudsman's recommendations and strengthen the integrity of the procurement process. This includes work to improve valuation requirements, increase transparency for suppliers around their pricing, and use the subcontractors and improve contract documentation, improve clarification of work requirements and activities, as well as evaluating resources just before they start of work, to make sure that their services are actually delivered by the proposed resources to avoid some of that switching of services by those that are appointed. Madam Speaker, we will ensure that the lessons learned from the Ombudsman and the Auditor General reports are turned into concrete action and to make certain that the deficiencies uncovered do not occur again. We are committed to a fair and transparent procurement process for the best value for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it's truly incredible listening to that member talk. This government has been in power for 8 years. They have broken the procurement system in this country. And they speak about problems that happened as if they have no responsibility for what happens under their watch. This government is supposed to be in charge, and they refuse to take responsibility for the costs, the corruption, and the criminality that we now see as part of the ArriveCAN system. They want us to believe that, well, it was an emergency and the ArriveCAN app was necessary. This app went through 177 different versions. It sent over 10,000 people into quarantine by accident. The versions weren't properly tested. They hired 2 people with no IT experience. No excuses. And this government should take responsibility. Again, will they cooperate with the RCMP investigation into criminality, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, thank you again for the opportunity to refute some of the member's claims. And I get it, and certainly the response that was provided for him the first go-around, the reason I were here, is because he doesn't appreciate the fact that he is looking for further videos and further opportunity to provide whatever exaggerations he sees fit to support his position. We on this side of the House are very serious about the opportunities to manage the responsibility of government's funds. We're committed for the best values to Canadians by procuring those goods and services to ensure that it's competitive, fair, and accessible. The Government of Canada has a governing framework in place, and we've accepted much of the recommendations by the Ombudsman and the Auditor General. Recall that it was this government that actually approached the RCMP to do an investigation. It was this government that took the responsibility initially to ensure that those that are being affected are being protected. And we are taking every step to strengthen our procurement process. We're committed to incorporating those lessons learned. And notwithstanding the member opposite, the lessons learned requires serious responsibility, which they don't.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a humanitarian catastrophe continues to unfold in Gaza, I rise tonight to follow up on the many times I've called for this government to advocate for a ceasefire, beginning on October 8th and numerous times in the House in the weeks after. Now, after months of pressure from Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian Canadians across the country, first this government's position on a ceasefire changed at the UN just before the holidays, and then various ministers and then the Prime Minister began to finally say the word ceasefire in recent months. This pressure included protests, sit-ins, meetings with MPs, Muslim donors revoking their financial support, and the National Council of Canadian Muslims turning down a scheduled in-person meeting with the PM last month. While it never should have taken months to simply call for a ceasefire, this government's changed position makes clear that people power has an impact. In the meantime, it's worsening. Since October 7th, almost 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including at least 10,000 children. And what makes no sense at all is how this government claims to support a ceasefire, but isn't taking positions that would align with that call. This government must, at the very least, align their actions with their call for a ceasefire. And with the limited time I have tonight, I'd like to give just 3 examples. First, they must refund the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East or UNRWA for short. Last week, the Minister of International Development was at the Rafah gates calling for a ceasefire with supposed concern about aid not getting into Gaza. Yet he is the minister responsible for defunding UNRWA. 2 million people in Gaza rely on UNRWA for life-saving humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medicine. And this was cut after 12 employees out of 13,000 were alleged to be associated with Hamas. All 12 of those have been fired, and CBC has reported that these claims were made by Israel without any supporting evidence. If this government is serious about a ceasefire, UNRWA must be refunded. Secondly, if they're serious about a ceasefire, they must also call for Israel to follow the International Court of Justice ruling calling for 6 steps to be taken to prevent genocide. Over a month since the ruling, Amnesty International has made clear that Israel has failed to take even the bare minimum steps to comply with the ruling. Canada is a signatory to the Genocide Convention, and so we are bound by this ICJ decision. In other jurisdictions around the world, for example in Ukraine, Canada is vocal in calling for a rules-based order to be followed. Why is it not doing so when it comes to what may be a genocide in Gaza? Finally, if they're serious about a ceasefire, this government must end permitting of military equipment destined for Israel. Global Affairs has revealed that this government has authorized at least $28.5 million of new permits for military exports to Israel since October 7th. A coalition of legal advocates has warned it's ready to bring a legal challenge against the federal government if it's failed to halt military sales to Israel. And a coalition of civil society organizations, including Human Rights Watch, Kairos, and the Mennonite Central Committee of Canada, have called for the same. And so my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, if this government claims to finally be in support of a ceasefire, why aren't they taking actions that align with this, like refunding UNRWA, calling for Israel to follow the ICJ decision, and ending all military exports destined for Israel?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We share an immense grief and our heart breaks for the tragic loss of civilian life. All those impacted are at the forefront of our minds, including all families and communities affected by this violence. Children in particular, Madam Speaker, have been disproportionately affected by the ongoing hostilities. The horrific attacks by Hamas against Israeli civilians still shock us all, and Madam Speaker, I surely do remember because October 7th was the birthday of my 40th anniversary, and we are unequivocally in our condemnation of Hamas' terrorist attack against Israel and the appalling loss of life and the heinous act of violence perpetrated in those attacks. And I do want to thank the member from Waterloo, Kitchener-Conestoga, Kitchener-South Hepler, and Cambridge for advocating for solutions that both respect the Jewish community and the Palestinian community. Canada condemns Hamas' unacceptable treatment of hostages and calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. And what has been happening in Gaza is catastrophic. With the humanitarian situation in Gaza already dire, the impacts of an expanded military operation in Rafah would be devastating for Palestinian civilians, as well as for foreign nationals who are seeking refuge. They have nowhere else to go, and, as the minister has said, asking them to move again is simply unacceptable. The price of defeating Hamas cannot be continued suffering of all Palestinian civilians. And the violence must stop. That is why we have been calling for an immediate and sustainable ceasefire. This cannot be one-sided. Hamas must release all hostages and lay down its arms, and humanitarian aid must urgently be increased and sustained. The need for humanitarian assistance in Gaza has never been greater. Rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian relief must be provided to civilians. Canada will continue to work with its partners towards ensuring the sustained access of humanitarian assistance for civilians, including food, water, medical care, fuel, shelter, and access to humanitarian workers. To date, Canada has announced $100 million in humanitarian assistance to address the urgent needs of vulnerable civilians in this crisis. We are clear that a sustainable ceasefire is necessary to finding a path towards securing lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians. And we have been calling for a ceasefire for 2 months, and we expect every party to join us if they have not done already so. Canada remains steadfast in our commitment to a two-state solution. This means the creation of a Palestinian state alongside an Israeli state, where Palestinians and Israelis live side by side in peace, security, and dignity, just like they do in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, all parliamentarians in this House have been calling for hostages to be released since October 7th. It took this government months to even say the word ceasefire. And now when they finally are able to, they're not understanding that it's not time to play politics, that they need to align their actions with their calls for a ceasefire. And so I'll say again, if this government is serious about a ceasefire, when will it get serious about refunding UNRWA, about calling for Israel to follow the decision of the ICJ, and for not being complicit and ending all military exports destined for Israel?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't recall any member of Parliament on October 8th calling for a ceasefire. So let's get the politics out of this particular issue. Let's call for what was reasonable. Obviously, Israel has a right to defend itself, but it has to respect international law, and that's what Canada has been calling since October 7th. And obviously we have called before the holiday season, and I'll remind that particular member, before the holiday season, we have been calling for a ceasefire. Obviously, Canada, with its allies, has to play a role and will continue to play a role, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs has continued to play a role to call for more humanitarian aid to ensure that humanitarian aid gets to the people that is asking for it. So obviously, the Palestinian community in Gaza that's been asking for, that's been needing this obvious humanitarian aid, and at the same time, for Israel to ask for a ceasefire and a peace for Israel. Everybody has to lay down their arms. Madam Speaker, we've been asking this for months. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, I asked in question period a couple of weeks ago about the catastrophic damage that was suffered by the wine and soft fruit sectors in the southern interior British Columbia and in the middle of January. And I've said before in this place, that region, in particular the South Okanagan, makes the best wines in Canada and grows the best cherries, peaches, and apricots. And these sectors support the BC economy to the tune of $2 billion or more, providing thousands of jobs and millions in taxes. But after a mild, very mild winter, grapevines and fruit trees were very much in spring mode. The sap was rising. And then on January 11th, a river of Arctic air poured in from northern valleys. A friend of mine has a weather station in his orchard near Penticton, and his temperature records showed a drop from 2 degrees above zero to 23.5 degrees below zero in just 12 hours. That temperature plunge killed essentially 100% of the buds on grapevines in the Okanagan Valley. It killed the apricot and peach buds and many of the cherry buds as well. That means there will be no harvest of grapes this year, none, and a huge impact on soft fruits. Whether this one season impact of dead buds that will recover next year or a longer term impact of completely dead vines and trees remains to be seen. If the plants haven't survived, it would mean an expensive replant program followed by 4 or 5 years with no crops at all. For the wine industry, this crisis means at a minimum no white wines the next year and no red wines the year after. And this is after a similar freeze in December 2022 that cut the grape harvest in half. And then wildfires literally shut down the tourism to the southern interior last summer, tourism that is an essential part of the wine and soft fruit economy. So wineries and orchardists were already reeling, fighting for survival when this even more drastic impact hit their sector. And I just want to pause here to mention the cause of this sudden freeze, because in normal situations, extreme Arctic temperatures are kept in the far north by the polar vortex and a strong linear jet stream that holds the southern boundary of that vortex in place. But the polar vortex and the jet stream are driven by strong temperature differences between the frigid polar air and the milder temperate air masses. But when we have increasingly frequent and increasingly strong global warming, as last year was a record breaker in all regards, that jet stream weakens and meanders in big loops and brings polar air southward and milder air northward. It was this situation that caused the abrupt temperature changes that killed the vine and fruit tree buds. But what can we do to help the wineries, the vineyard owners, and the orchardists survive this serious setback? There are a number of policy changes that the BC provincial government can make to temporarily make it possible for these sectors to get through for a year or two. The federal government can provide emergency funding through agri-recovery framework and agri-stability program. But whatever that support looks like, we need to see it quickly before the sector is devastated. As well, all the wineries, breweries, and distilleries in my riding and across the country are demanding that the excise tax regime be changed so the tax doesn't automatically increase based on inflation every year. That causes extra pain in years when the businesses are already dealing with rising costs of everything that goes into their fine product.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for his question on grape producers in British Columbia impacted by killing frost for the second year in a row. And I was here in the House when he did advocate on behalf of theirs, and I want to thank him. Obviously, our hearts go out to producers during this extremely challenging time. And I want to reassure him that the Minister of Agriculture has already been in touch with the BC Minister of Agriculture to find out potential solutions and offer a solution that is acceptable to our BC wine growers. Madam Speaker, right across the Okanagan, our hardworking farm families continue to produce top quality, sustainable grapes for BC award-winning wines, and it pains me to say, as I'm an Ontario MP, but I'd love to taste more BC wines right here in Ontario. I think trade is important. I'd love for him to taste more Ontario wines when he's out in his region, but obviously we all care about Canada's grape growers and the wine sector across the country. Their work has also played an important role in driving our economy and creating jobs that lead to billions of dollars in sales and tourism. BC has suffered devastating loss and hardships from flooding, wildfires, heat waves, droughts, and now frosts. The resiliency of our farmers and processors across BC in the face of these challenges has been remarkable. They continue to keep grocery shelves stocked and the economy strong. But the current catastrophic frost situation is only adding more stress and unpredictability to their farm business for producers of both grapes and fruit crops. Our government is there for BC farmers. Madam Speaker, producers have access to a full suite of business risk management programs. Business risk management programs are their first line of defense for producers facing disasters such as this one. Our government has contributed about 60% of subsidized premiums for the crop insurance program used by participating producers to mitigate production loss. In addition, we've already supported British Columbia's late participation in agri-stability and the province request in 2023 for an increase for the interim payment rate from 50 to 75%. As well, our government has already supported British Columbia's late participation in agri-stability, as I've said before. In addition, we've increased the compensation rate for agri-stability from 70 to 80%, starting with the 2023 program year, meaning more support in times of need. We have proven our commitment to the industry over the past few years through our support for farmers impacted by extreme weather, and we are here again as a steady and reliable partner to our provincial counterpart, ready to support, to help. Madam Speaker, my message through the ministers, we're here to help. We'll continue conversations. Obviously, sectors such as the grape producers in Okanagan. We do not want to see them fail because it's something that is not in their, because of a variable that they cannot control. Climate change is real. I'm happy to hear that that member is supporting climate change policies that will make a direct impact on farmers. And I'm looking forward to having more questions from this particular member on this particular issue. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, Madam Speaker, preliminary estimates of the direct economic impact of last month's freeze on the wine industry in the Okanagan Valley are in the order of $450 million in one valley. And that doesn't take into account the indirect impact on the tourism sector, motels, hotels, restaurants, tour companies. Small wineries are already being impacted by the imposition of an excise tax for the first time. The federal government did bring in an 18-month support program for the sector to soften the blow of that cost, but that program is due to end at the end of March, and a renewed program would be essential to rebuild a sector recovering from this year's crisis. Last week, I met with the wine sector and fruit growers to discuss this urgent situation. And I'll close by just simply asking the parliamentary secretary and his minister to listen to the deep concerns and the suggested solutions from the vineyard owners and orchardists that are such an iconic part of my riding and its economy.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's extremely hard to disagree with the member from Okanagan West Kootenay. Obviously, he represents a riding that is important to agriculture, but to our wine industry. Obviously, we've been there supporting our wine industry through the Wine Sector Support Program by providing $166 million. And I look forward to, and I know that he's supportive of potentially a next program, and I know that he's supportive of limiting the excise tax to the current inflation rate. I want to thank him for his support, not only because he joined the Craft Brewer Beer Caucus at the beginning, which I was chairing, so I want to thank his support for that, but also his support for the wine industry. And I look forward to more positive news and to the minister's continuing positive relationship with the Minister of Agriculture to ensure our wine sector, not only in BC, but everywhere in Canada, succeeds. Thank you.
It being 6:57, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.